taken by spin. How does a batter, in terms of his mentality, in terms of his plan, go about in a crunch game like this, playing the spin?
You got to be positive. I find too often batsmen are very cautious or overcautious against spin bowling. So I think they need to be a little more attacking minded, put some pressure on the spinners. And once you can do that, within reason, of course, then, you can probably get some runs.
Well, it could be a bit dicey against that new ball up front with that bit of moisture, but as this day goes on, it should get better for batting. Batters, this is your time. Positivity, Sir Curtly Ambrose says. It's all to play for in the middle.
Certainly is. Thanks very much, guys. It'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays. It was the pitch that we used in the first 3 games, and it was quite slow and it turned a bit, but this pitch has less grass on it than that pitch did.
Yeah, it has less grass and it looks a lot more compact, well rolled out and everything. So I expect it to come onto the bat a little bit more. You might see something with a new ball at the beginning of it. But I expect as the game goes on, though, because it's a used wicket, wear and tear will come in, and won't be surprised if you see it start to turn at the back end.
Well, might that suit TNT perfectly, because they've got 5 spin options. They were going to chase themselves, but if it deteriorates, it's going to work in their favour, isn't it?
It would. What I think Barbados is hoping for, a little bit of dew come into play, and that dew factor will nullify some of the spin, as we have seen in a couple of previous games here. But I mean, if that doesn't happen, then they would have played into Trinidad in terms of they having 5 spinners and 5 quality spinners.
What do you make of Trinidad's decision to put an extra spinner in and have 5 options, Imran Khan coming in to decide?
I think over the years everyone says Barbados doesn't play leg spin too well, so that's probably why they brought him in. That extra leg spin, he always does well against them. He's not afraid of giving the ball a bit of here and tempting them and teasing them. So I think that little extra addition, I'm not surprised, because that is the factor in terms of if they want to get wickets. They have Narayan who's bowling well. They have all of the spinners. He might be the person or the X factor who comes in and try to get that extra wicket for them.
Could that be the difference between the two sides today? When you look at that Trinidad and Tobago spin attack, it's pretty intimidating, isn't it? They've clearly got the edge on paper, haven't they, in terms of spin?
In terms of spin, they've got the edge on paper, and don't forget Channel Gabriel's got the extra pace as well. I think in terms of seaming, Barbados have a better seam attack than you probably want to compare. In terms of spinning, though, they've got just Warwican and Leacock, who have seen doing well, along with Boyce. So it's going to be a real testing time. Spinners, Trinidad a little bit more, and a little bit more experience, and I think that will come into play as well.
And they're batting first for the first time on this pitch, Trinidad and Tobago, so they're going to have to assess the pitch quickly, but given what we've seen, might they not want to aim too high, not try and go and get 300? They might get bowled out for 200 if they do.
They've got to assess it, and I think what Barbados might be hoping for is that their seamers can come into play early, get a couple of early wickets, which should push them back, because they have never played here before, and they probably would not know what a decent score is. So it's a bit of cat and mouse. I think if I was in Barbados' position, I would have put them in as well, because playing on the low wickets in Trinidad, you come here, you expect a bit more pace, a bit more bounce, and that's probably what Barbados is banking on.
Gut feeling?
It's going to be a very good game. Very, very close game. I think my gut feeling tells me that at the moment, with the form of Trinidad, they might be the team they want to bank on first.
OK, well, we'll see what happens. Trinidad and Tobago, it's our first chance to see them live here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's the first time they're going to bat first in this competition. The live action of this first semi-final is coming up.
And then there were four. Just 4 teams left in this Siege United Super 50 Cup, and it's semi-final number 1. Win or go home. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, defending champions, up against the Barbados Pride. The players are out in the middle in a flash after the Pride won the toss and opted to bowl first. Keon Otley averaged 65 in this tournament, had a really good tournament. He's been around for a long time. And opens the batting for the Trinidad Red Steel. So Red Force, correction. And then Amir Jangu, just in his 3rd match of the tournament, just the 4 runs so far. And with the new ball, as he's been pretty often in this tournament, Akeem Jordan, just 1 wicket in the 6 matches. But he probably has been the most unlucky of the bowlers because he has bowled extremely well, especially with that new ball. Fresh pitch, 2 slips in place. Fresh in the sense that we're on pitch number 2 after being on 1 for the last 3 games. And we should have an exciting game of cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It is win or be eliminated. Ball number 1. Here we go. Bit of movement very early. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Sir Curtly, semi-final. How excited are you?
Good afternoon, Nikhil. And good afternoon to our many, many viewers. Certainly some early movements. Look at that. And that should be encouraging for Akeem Jordan. But the sun is out in all its glory. It's extremely hot.
That one didn't go away. It came back. And we expected this, Sir Curtly, when we did our pitch report. We saw a lot of that preparation moisture still on the surface of this pitch and already playing a part.
I think the new ball is going to be key. For starters, if the Barbados Pride's bowler or bowlers can get a couple of wickets early, get into the TNT middle order, they'll be standing in good stead. Good carry. That early moisture coming to the fore. I reckon it may get a little bit slower as the game progressed. So the new ball is going to be key. Good start is important for both teams. The Barbados probably want to get some wickets. But the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would want to make use of the first power play.
It's our first look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and they have been a force in Zone A, finishing top of the group. Just the 1 loss, 4 wins as well. But it is interestingly, Sir Curtly Ambrose, the first time that they're batting first in this tournament. 6 group stage matches, 6 times they chased. We saw it last year as well. Wonder what impact that could have.
Beautifully bowled. A bit of movement again from Akeem Jordan. Troubling Otley very early. Pitch on a good length. And look at that. Went past the outside edge. Beautifully bowled. That was a beauty.
Well, I call him the world's unluckiest man, Akeem Jordan, because he's produced several of those types of deliveries and hasn't gotten the wickets to follow. Excellent start for the Pride after winning the toss. Maiden, none for none. Well, a dominant batting lineup as they've been in this tournament. Mohammed, Darren Bravo, Puran, then a lot of bowling options for the Red Force. A scorching day here in Antigua. 29 degrees today. So currently that in itself could have a part to play as well. Nicholas Curtin with his off spin as he bowled in the last game, bowled 10 right through to begin the innings. And he tends to open the bowling, when there is that left hand at the crease.
Two men out of the circle, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. And yes, it is extremely hot here in Antigua. It's also hot in the commentary booth, Nickel. Air condition not working as we would like because of the extra heat.
Yeah, things happening for the Pride as expected. But so currently, what impact does it have on a team when you come into it with a blueprint you want to chase in the tournament? They've done it 6 out of 6 times. But now they've been inserted into bat. Does it change the mentality? Can it sort of catch you off guard?
I wouldn't say it caught them off guard, because in cricket you have to be prepared to bat or bowl first. That's a fact. I believe in terms of the decision by the Barbados Pride's captain, Shea Hope, to bowl first, he probably would have thought that Trinidad Tobago Red Force have been chasing quite well. So he figured, get them in early, plus different surface, different venue, get them in early and get them under some pressure. So that may have been the thinking or the reasoning. And I think it's a good one.
Well, we know the Guyana Harper Eagles tried it last year as well. This same Trinidad side chased 6 times in the group stages, then were inserted in the final. Another tight over, just 2 runs from it. Just the one change for the Red Force. Imran Khan coming in for Jid Gooley. Barbados Pride unchanged as expected. Has he got bat on it? Expansive drive and he's got to go. Early strike for Hakeem Jordan. It's been a tough tournament for him, but he perseveres.
Another good delivery. This time a bit fuller. A bit fuller. Went away slightly from the left-handed Otley. He went for this big expansive drive, took the edge. Celebration for Hakeem Jordan and the Barbados Pride. They've struck early. Keon Otley's gone for 1, 2 for 1.
Jason Mohammed comes out to the middle. Leading run scorer in 2021. Hasn't followed suit, but we know what he's capable of at this level especially. 6 list A hundreds, 21 half centuries. He's got a bit of work to do because it's been difficult to bat against this new ball in the first 2.1 overs. is that one? How is that one? It's gone. Akeem Jordan is on fire. What a period of deliveries for Jordan. Wicket and another one.
First delivery to Jason Mohammed, well pitched up, struck on the pad in front of the stumps, and the umpire figured he's going to hit, and he's gone. What a dream start for Akeem Jordan. Good decision, I reckon. He was caught just on the crease, didn't get that stride out. Good delivery. And we spoke about how unlucky Jordan has been throughout this tournament. Is it going to be his day today? He struck twice in successive deliveries. Jason Mohammed is gone for golden duck. Trinidad and Tobago, 2 for 2. Yeah, it looks so, yeah. Full pitch. Was caught on the crease. Right? Pitch straight enough. Looks a good shot. Looks good. Was caught on the crease. If you get a bigger stride out, then you have some doubts. It was right on the crease. So the ball hasn't got much to travel. Exactly. So you feel a good decision.
Well, well, well. What do we have unfolding here? Defending champions under immense pressure. Darren Bravo walks to the crease in what is the earliest time he's done so in the season. Third over, Bravo's in. And he's facing a hat-trick delivery as well. All of the frustration, adversity for Akeem Jordan now has been pure celebration. He's on a hat-trick and an extra slip in place, almost a gully fielder. He's getting that ball to move away off the pitch, away from the left-hander. He got Otley driving at one, so he'll be looking for that fullish length.
Can he do it? Can he get the hat-trick? Very close, extremely close. Anyway, it's a no ball. Wouldn't have mattered. No ball call, which will be a free hit. But that was a piece of a delivery. What a delivery first up to Darren Bravo. I reckon that little extra effort just took him over that front line. Really? No, that was a free hit. And Darren Bravo left alone that delivery. The first to go. Otley driving expansively, caught easy by the wicketkeeper. And then Jason Mohammed, first ball, struck on the pass in front of the stumps. And he's gone. Akeem Jordan is on fire at the moment for the Barbados Pride. Tell me about that leave alone from Darren Bravo Nickel. Free hit. Didn't know it was a free hit. I haven't seen that before.
Well, a lot happening out there at the moment, Sir Curtly. Maybe he almost forgot that it was that free hit delivery. But yeah, he had license to go. Plus, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. But a dream start for Shea Hope and his men. After winning the toss, heard Matt Floyd ask him at the toss if playing at this venue prior is an advantage. He said just slightly. But boy, is it paying dividends for him so far. Jordan, he's been economical during the season, but now is seriously challenging the stumps.
Very, very, very good start by Jordan. Prized out 2 wickets in quick succession with consecutive deliveries.
Yeah, this is an exhibition of seam bowling from Jordan. Just the 1 run from it and 2 wickets to go with it as well. 3 for 2. Early trouble for the Red Force. What will be unfamiliar territory for them because they've been a dominant force all season. But first time in this Siege United Super 50 Cup that they're batting first and having to set a target. So currently Nicholas Curtin's still in operation. Having seen what you just saw from Jordan, would you be tempted to go to a Shamar Springer, a Roshan Primus with that extra bit of pace on the ball?
This side! This side!
No, not really. I think I would leave it as it is. Curtin bowling well, and we know that the spinners in this tournament has taken a high percentage of the wickets. So I don't think Captain Hope, Shea Hope that is, would want to just, you know, mess up his little plan this early. So we'll keep the spinner on.
Yeah, he did bowl well in that last game, Curtin. 29 runs from his 10 overs conceded and picked up his first wicket of the tournament. So really handy overs for Hope. So currently how this game of cricket just changes so quickly. I was now about to come and tell you about the dominance of the Red Force in the first 10 overs. They've averaged 88 in this period and now a 4 for 2.
That is why we love this game so much. They say the game of glorious uncertainties.
Opens up, Bravo, and he'll just get it into the boundary. That will release some of the pressure that's been building on the Red Force.
Well-flighted delivery from Curtin. Right in the hitting zone. And Darren Bravo cashed in on it. First boundary for the Red Force.
It's 5 from the over, 8 for 2.
Jordan to continue. Dream start for him. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets and a single run. He would want to continue bowling that well, not only for himself but for the team.
Yeah, it really has been a roller coaster ride for him. He came into this tournament averaging 22 with the ball. Many will remember that 2018 season, leading the CCC to the championship. 18 wickets in that season. Then produced some glorious deliveries, Sir Curtly. Inside edges, balls almost shaving the off stump and not being able to get those wickets. And then today he's got 2 inside of his first 3 overs. But what tells you he's bowled so well, his dot ball percentage, 64% in the tournament, the highest of the Pride bowlers. And that tells you, even though he hasn't got the wickets, that he has been very good for them.
That's exactly what it's all about in terms of a fast bowler. Bowling in general, if you're not getting wickets, you give nothing away. You build pressure. Because I believe when you play one-day cricket or this format, you know, the first thing a bowler should be thinking about is containment. Because I believe if you can contain long enough, you build pressure, which means batsmen will have to find ways to score. And then you might get some wickets in the end.
The run! Nice boy, nice and heavy all the time, but I love this, I love this.
And because he hasn't picked up wickets for them when they've relied on him with the new ball so much, in the absence of a Shamar Holder, a Jason Holder, they've only picked up 4 wickets in 60 overs. 60 power play overs, Sir Curly, have only produced 4 wickets coming into today for the Pride. So him backing the wickets is something that will please Shea Hope, especially if they're to win this game and go into that final.
Still getting a bit of movement off the surface, especially to the left-hander.
Very straight there. And Django pounces, should come back for an easy 2. But another very tight over from Jordan, just the 2 runs conceded. Boy, is he bowling well. 10 for 2.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers, Laurie. Cheers, Laurie.
I don't know. He just show. No, go. Wait, Michael. Okay.
5 overs, it's been all the Barbados Pride. Just 2 runs and over conceded. And the 2 wickets to go as well. Curtin continuing.
Very, very slow start from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, which is expected because they've lost 2 quick wickets.
Just one.
It's in the gap. Springer has some work to do. He does it well and keeps it just a single. They've been upbeat in the field so far. Good start for the Pride.
Nice, Nicky. Nice, Nicky.
And because of that dominance with the bat in this tournament, today Trinidad opted to play the extra spinner. Imran Khan can bat, but they dropped Jid Ghuli, who was a lower order sort of all-rounder for them, and he scored a 50 in this tournament as well. So they feel like the top order is doing enough. In the gap, well cut away by Amir Django, but it is a slowish outfield. Jordan does extremely well. Keeps it to just 2.
That's very ordinary running between Bravo and Django. Very ordinary. They just barely got 2 runs when the ball got almost to the boundary ropes. And of course, the umpires are checking to make sure that nothing is touching the ropes. No, that's safe. That should be okay. When you look at the TNT Red Force lineup, batting lineup, they got 5 front line batsmen. Quite a few all-rounders in Hussein and Korea and so on. I'm just wondering, maybe there may be a batsman short.
Well, I can tell you the reason they think that is because they've only lost more than 4 wickets in this tournament once. So the top orders pull the majority of the weight. Probably because they were chasing as well. Only in that Guyana game that they lost is where they lost 6 wickets. So Carrier and others are going to have to step up.
Get it now.
Miscued that one, Bravo. Fortunate though, down to long on for 1.
Turn and go, boys.
5 from the over. 15 for 2. Jordan, just 1 wicket coming into today. He's back into the attack. And usually bowls 5 overs on the trot for the Pride and Shea Hope. His last 3 opening spells didn't give more than 3 runs per over.
It's extremely hot here in Antigua. I'm just wondering how many overs Captain Shea Hope will allow Jordan to bowl in this heat.
Oh, what a delivery that is. He just continues to produce brilliance with this new ball.
Another beautifully bowled delivery. Exactly what I was alluding to earlier. Getting some appreciative movement of the surface, especially to the left-hander. And look at that. Pitch on middle. Went past the outside edge. He's in a wonderful spell.
He bowled a very similar delivery, that exact length, to Keegan Simmons, a left-hander, and hit the top of off in the first-class championship months ago. It goes again. Angling that ball in and then just allowing it to go away. But he will be very excited by this star, and that early movement would have helped his confidence.
When you look at all the deliveries, look at that. Lots of movements off the seam. That was the first wicket. So he's really getting the ball, and that was the second. This time to the right-hander. Coming back off the seam. He's really causing a lot of problems for the Red Force. Another beautiful delivery again. He's causing all sorts of problems to Darwin Bravo. That's the 3rd time in this over. He's gone past the outside edge. What a beauty. The only thing that I can say is wrong, didn't touch the edge.
After producing 3 beauties like that, I wonder if he just tries to search a bit fuller. Oh, this one comes back and keeps going with the angle. Yeah, Akeem Jordan, he just has the ball on a string right now, Sir Curtly. You'll be very happy with this start.
Who wouldn't? It's a dream start for Keel Jordan. That one hitting his team, coming back into the left-handed Darwin Bravo, tucked him up a bit. Good bowling. He was probably looking for another away swinger. Can he finish it over with a wicket?
Well, there's a reason he has the highest dot ball percentage. He just entices batters to play outside that off stump, but also is very consistent on that 4-stump line. You speak to him, he always mentions he likes to go there because then it allows the ball to do the rest. Some can come back and attack the stumps, others can go away. Keeps the batter guessing.
And to add to that, batsmen, from my experience, are most vulnerable at the start of the innings.
Does get the outside edge, but it falls short of second slip. 7 overs completed. The Pride well on top, 15 for 2. Couple of tall towers against the spin of Curtin, but for Jordan, they've been unable to score. Well, so currently we spoke a lot about the Barbados Pride and their good start, but now the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're going to need to find a way to fight back. Bravo's averaged over 50 in this tournament. Django is still very new. But he too has experience. He's played for the Leeward Islands for 2 seasons in this Super 50. So how do they begin this fight back?
They have to remain positive. You shouldn't allow, because you've lost 2 wickets, mean that they're going to go into a shell. You have to remain positive, still have the intent of scoring whenever the opportunity presents itself. Of course, they have to rebuild the innings, but not looking to score isn't the way to go. Still got to get 1s and 2s if possible, and if you get a loose delivery, you put it away. So you got to stay in a positive frame of mind.
Well, the benefit they do have is Puran, Yannick Carrier, Narain, Akil Hussain, all can be explosive but can bat. So if they need to go big in the last 10, they're more than capable and have the power to do so. But this has been a very consistent and persistent start by the Barbados Pride.
A very relaxed looking Red Force dressing room.
Have to hurry. Throw could have been a bit better from Jordan, but he gets there safely in the end. 17 for 2.
Just 2 overs of the power play remaining here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And it's fair to say it's been all Barbados Pride. Akeem Jordan, wickets coming in bunches after being quite unlucky in the tournament thus far. He's gone past the outside edge on numerous occasions, was even on for a hat-trick. It's been an absolute exhibition of new ball bowling here. I'm joined by the great, legendary Courtney Walsh. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Marian. As you say, Akeem Jordan on song at the moment.
Again going past that outside edge. Deja vu.
Another beauty. One of the things I'm surprised about, here the wickets of Jordan this morning. Excellent fast bowling. Had him fishing just by bowling a little bit fuller. He had us to go. And that one was just perfectly bowled as well. Nowhere got caught on the crease. What I'm surprised about, though, is that Barbados didn't go for the all-pace attack. especially after seeing Jordan first over.
Yeah, that's something we've seen numerous teams do here. Even when conditions have been quite pacer friendly, they've still opted for the spinner from the other end. It's been beneficial. It's proved to be quite a wise move numerous times. But I'll have to agree with that assessment. But Jordan here into his fifth, just gone for 3. It's all gone right for him here this afternoon, the young man.
Yes, it has gone right for him and his team. I think from Shea Hope won the toss and said they were going to bowl, you know that they wanted to try to get early wickets, and he has answered the call for them perfectly. But I just believe that with someone like Primus or a Springer in the attack, you could risk bowling them a couple of overs early. We saw good bounce, good pace, good carry. How long will that will last, we don't know. You try to utilize that once you recognize it's out there.
And I think also Curtin gives them that luxury of playing either the extra batter or the extra bowler. That's why they're so keen to have him bowl his overs. And I think Trinidad Red Force almost missed a trick in terms of losing those wickets, not being able to apply pressure back onto Curtin, which would then throw the Barbados plans into disarray. So it's been all Barbados here. Heavyweight clash on the cards. And that's beautifully hit, straight back over. It's gone for 6. Almost regal.
Yes, timed it well. And we know that what Django can do. You give him a bit of width or a chance to free up his arm, and he did it extremely well. It's 22 for 2.
And Amir Django, I always find him quite a strange player to assess. I've been watching him for the last few seasons. Here, he's played 2 seasons for the Leeward Islands, so I got to watch him quite closely. And on days, there are days where he looks $1 million, Courtney Walsh. You think of him in the 60 leading up to the CPL. He played a couple of fantastic innings. And then there are other days where it just looks quite ordinary. I think consistency is something which he needs to work on. He definitely has all the shots. Shot selection at times probably lets him down. Curtin to continue though.
Right, boys, you go that ball, Nick, that ball, Nick. Run out, fella, Javid, run out, fella, Javid. Going job. Sweet, Nicky. Sweet Nicky, that's all.
He's a single again. They're just picking off Curtin for the singles. He's in his 4th over, he's gone for 15. In his 5th over, he's gone for 15.
You can stay at home there.
The rate is still 2.57.
Love that.
But they look a lot more comfortable against him.
Catch it now.
Hasn't quite gone to hand. It's taken the outside edge from Bravo. So he's living quite dangerously here. Dot balls just accumulating. 7 from 20 now. But he wouldn't be too worried about that.
Catch it now. No. Sweet Brian.
Red Force need a partnership. That double strike has really set them back, especially in this power play, when they should be looking to apply pressure to the bowlers. It's been all Barbados.
And that was 2 deliveries ago.
Sweet Nicky.
Curtin bowling pretty decent.
He hasn't hit it as cleanly as I thought at first. It was in the air for a long time, but he's picked up 4 runs. The end of that Curtin over. Bravo's away now. 10 gone, 28 for 2.
Nicky, sweet Nicky.
And you can see from these Manhattans that scoring has been a struggle here for this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. 6 being the most conceded from any over thus far in this power play. Still got, actually it's the end of the power play. 10 overs gone. 28 for 2. Jordan to continue, 2 for 9 from his 5.
And this is the power play package. But we have for you that show the wickets. Wicket number 2 for Jordan. It was all Jordan this morning in the first session here. And then Bravo releasing. Jagos again. And this time Bravo just going over the top. So that's the action we've had for you so far this morning. But Barbados Pride dominating in terms of those 2 early wickets. Jordan is into his 6th over. He's gone 2 for 10. The main wicket taker. Well, the only wicket taker for the Barbados Pride.
And Cuddy Walsh, they're still attacking here. Still can afford to drop 2 more fielders out. Still got 2 on the boundary. Third man and fine leg. They're going to scamper through. If he hits, it would have been close. Not managing to get the direct hit there, Laycock.
Well, if he had hit that one, I think it would have been too close for comfort. He got there, head was down, did everything right, but just missed the stumps. Hit those stumps and you'd have to continue running. But Trinidad trying to ensure that they keep that rotational strike going. They need to get a partnership going. They have been prepared to take a bit of risk on that run.
And what do you make of Barbados still attacking here? Still got the 2 slips in. Akeem Jordan, ball's still moving around. He's almost taking the pitch out of the equation at times with his movement through the air.
Yes, he has. He has really bowled very, very well around the wicket, using the angle, getting the ball to leave the left-handers. Both some beauties went over to the right and they gave him 1 ball. But his control has been very, very good. Got some good pace, good carry. And also, as I said, but just by using the angle, going around the wicket and then getting that ball to leave the left-hander, they has to play. And he's been doing that. He's done that extremely well.
This one's been played quite nicely off the back foot by what seems he wants to be known now by Darren Bravo, Michael, as I see on the back of his shirt. That's the first time I've seen that. Apparently we've been told that is his middle name. So obviously he wants to differentiate himself, probably from DJ Bravo. Nicely played again by Django. Straight bat. Partnership growing nicely. 30 from 53 deliveries. Just the 1 ball remaining from Jordan. And that's why it's so important to watch the games as well, Courtney Walsh. You probably would have looked at Jordan's figures throughout this tournament and thought, oh, well, he's been ordinary. But if you watch the games, you've seen he's troubled most of the batters that he's bowled to. And on today's occasion, he's reaped the benefits of wickets.
Yeah, by being consistent and hitting the right areas, and he's been doing that all tournament.
Sweet drive there, can't find a gap. end of that Jordan over. 11 gone, 32 for 2.
And that's the Trinidad Tobago Red Force batting card. Utlig 1. Jungle still batting for 17. Mohammed, only one delivery. Did not score. And Bravo on 12 from 26. 32 for 2. And Curtin to continue. His ball is 5 for 19. I would have expected a bit more seam earlier, but that's not the case. They're sticking to their plans.
Sweet, Nicky. Backing up my dough.
Curtin would have bowled his full quarter of overs in the previous match against the West Indies Academy. 10 for 33, picking up the 1 wicket. Actually against the Leewards, sorry. This one's been played away down to the long on boundary for 1. But it was with the bat in which we've probably seen his most effective performance in that partnership of 103 off 76 deliveries that he shared with Shea Hope.
And that man on your screen there, I wonder how soon will he come into the attack.
Catch him now.
He's been bowling pretty well for them, and I just thought that they missed a trick today based on how the wicket played for the first couple of overs. Would have been good to probably have used him early.
Just the one.
This one's been cut away, but there's a man positioned on that cover boundary. Just 1.
Sweet, Mark.
Oh, very controllable stuff here by the Barbados Pride. They've got the Trinidad Red Force in check. Just 1 delivery remaining. This Curtin over has only gone for 2. So they'll be happy with the job he's been doing.
Yours.
And he finishes with a dot.
Dots, buddy.
12 gone, 34 for 2.
Jono. You do that one. Yeah, you stay.
And it looks like we're going to have a bowling change here from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Looks like it's going to be number 16, Kamari Boyce, the left-arm orthodox spinner, the youngest member of this Barbados Pride team. See his figures in the tournament thus far. What have you made of the young man, Cuddy Wash?
He hasn't done a lot of bowling in the competition. His best was 2 for 35. Econ rate is good, average is good. He's got something to build on. Now he'll be bowling to two left-handers, and they've still kept the slip in for him.
Stop him. I love this spin.
Wide down the leg side, but a bit of turn maybe there early. The man positioned on that deep mid-wicket boundary, especially for the left-handed Bravo.
Stop it, Worry.
Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. An extra cover, timed sweetly. Bravo now building into his innings.
Found the gap nicely. Bit of a loosener from boys, and Bravo latched onto it in a hurry. Found a gap, good timing. Always gonna be four.
Hey, that's unlucky. That should have been a dot, boys. See, that's unlucky. Don't worry.
This one he hasn't hit quite as, he hasn't timed quite as sweetly, but still gets one. Hit it well enough to beat that extra cover on the inside. And I think I have to agree with you, Cuddy Walsh, maybe just missing a trick here in terms of not going for the pace when the ball's still hard, still new. Swept away by Django, man, on the mid-wicket boundary, does the fielding. Especially here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, it tends to swing early with that new ball.
Yes, and the new ball was doing something. Not taking anything away from the spinners, but you got to try to utilize the conditions as they are. And even now, I thought you'd have brought in a fresh springer.
I think, to be fair, apart from Jordan, we've seen Hope use his paces in more of a defense, as a defensive option, as opposed to going for wickets.
Yeah, you're right with that. I think that's what they probably do, and that's probably part of the game plan, to have the seamers at the back end. But I think sometimes when you assess the wicket and see what's happening out there, you can then make that subtle adjustment.
You're right, one has to be able to think on their feet. But another good end there, just 7 actually from the first Boyce over. 13 gone now, 41 for 2. The 12th over by Boyce, proving to be the most expensive over of this match so far. Curtin starts with a single down through the onside. Springer comes in, does the fielding, and they'll be very happy with the job that Curtin's done. But if you think it probably what could be perceived weakness against Bravo, this short ball, got a few guys that can bang them in as well.
You got it.
Especially with the Trinidadians being known to be good players of spin. Definitely would have gotten a pace bowler in by now, I think, just to have a look.
Well, I would for sure. Definitely would have had a pace bowler still bowling. I would not be doing a 2-spin attack against them. And also, as you said, with Bravo being suspect against short pitch bowling for quite some time after being hit.
And if you look, this partnership now has grown to 43 from 70 deliveries. We've almost been allowed to just soak up pressure. Yes, the field has still been attacking at times, but you need to have the bowlers to exploit it. But Barbados will be happy with the job that Curtin's doing. Make no mistake.
Sweet Nicky, that's all right. Bowling, Nicky.
And it's not that I'm saying don't bowl spin, but they have, you have to use it according to the conditions. You've got Primus out there, you've got Carter, who can do a bit of seaming as well. So they're not short of seamers either. It's something they could have looked at doing. There we have him on the screen, ready to go.
And this one's been deposited over mid-wicket for 6 runs, so Curtin cannot escape out of his 7th. End of the 14th, 52 for 2.
Go down, go down, go down, go down. Which one?
Well, that six brought up a 50 partnership in only 73 balls by these two batters. And you can see that's a partnership that Trinidad Tobago Red Force needed and wanted, and they've got it. Now they want to try to build on that.
Yes, it's been a good partnership by Bravo and Django. But if you also think of the fact that Jordan was bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end with two left-handers in, onside being considered the big side of this ground, it would be a good short ball tactic to say a Darren Bravo. Will he take it on?
Still ball it, still
Spin
ball it,
cut
still
away
ball it,
nicely. Starting to time the ball quite nicely here. Bravo's very talented player, make no mistake. Will it be his day here today? He's been shorter runs, I would say, in the last year or so, but in this tournament, he's been very consistent. And he's off to a start again, 28 of 38.
Nice boy, nice boy, nice boy.
Ably supported by Django, 22 of 40. Hasn't been spectacular. Just put bat and ball, laying the foundations. We know what a powerhouse middle order this Trinidad Red Force have.
Being turned back there. Good call by Bravo. The one who taking a chance and gift a wicket away by the run-out route.
Stop it.
Not quite managing to stop that one, boys. Good effort by the young man. Got a good hand to it, but still got away for one. Run rate just climbing now, 3.71. That double strike from Jordan really set back the Red Force, but just laying the foundations now for themselves to then launch later on, possibly. Good finish from Boyce. Better over from the young man. This one just going for 3. 15 gone. 55 for 2.
After 15 overs, only 3 bowlers used by Barbados. 2 spinners, 1 seamer. The person doing the damage, Jordan, 2 for 13. Curtin look as if he's going to bowl all 10. He's to continue.
That one's been misfielded at extra cover. Django gets a run, and we've seen the benefits of having wickets in hand, especially for Barbados Pride in the last game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Kept those wickets in hand so they could launch towards the back end, and these two just arrested that slide after that double strike from Jordan. What a spell that was.
Catch it now.
Bit agricultural from Bravo there. Something we haven't grown accustomed to seeing from the young man. Still managing to pick up one though.
He went for power. Lost his shape a little bit. Was that enough bat on it to get that single?
It's another short delivery. That's been deposited to a straightish mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, 2 short from Curtin on that occasion. Django obliges.
A poor delivery from Curtin and got the treatment it deserved. Hit it, picked the spot. Couple of bounces into the boundary ropes.
So in the last 2 overs from Curtin, we've seen the 6-over mid-wicket from Bravo, and now Django that 4, the straight mid-wicket, just starting to put pressure back onto the young man. Misses out there.
And he's a bit disappointed with himself. It was short again, but just didn't find the gap.
Yes, man, boy, ball.
End of that Curtin over, his 8th. 6 coming from it. 16 gone, sorry, 61 for 2.
Bit of a repair job from Amir Django and Darren Bravo. It's going well. They've put on 59 after that great start by Barbados, which left them 2 for 2.
That's you. That is you. That is you all day.
But I suppose, Colin, that even so, Shea Hope will be fairly pleased with where they are, because the plan was to put TNT into bat. First time they've batted first in this competition. And also on a pitch they haven't batted on, and they've taken a bit of time to assess it, so the run rate isn't that great at the moment.
Well, good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon to our viewers everywhere. Yes, I think Barbados would be very pleased so far. They need another wicket.
Good dots, Mark. Keep bowling, buddy. Keep bowling,
But that
buddy.
looks like it was a dead ball. That's correct. The umpire is signaling dead ball. I think the correct. So a little bit of a distraction. Dropped the flannel, did young Mr. Boyce. But when you win the toss and elect to field first, in your first 10 overs, you're looking for 3 wickets. And they've gotten 2. Now this is a repair and consolidation. And so far, I've got to give Darren Bravo some credit. He's played with a lot of maturity. He looks like if he's ready this afternoon.
A little bit of turn for Boyce there. Yeah, he's been in good form as well, Darren Bravo, in this competition. Vastly experienced player. Averaging 57. But that is a good over by Kabari Boyce. It's a maiden. So he follows up a good second with a very good third. It's 61 for 2. There's one more ball, apparently. Still a maiden. Well, that was because there was a dead ball in there as well. 61 for 2.
I think so. I think it was simple.
Curtin might bowl out here.
Correct.
Bowling his 9th in a row from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Nice, boy.
A bit of an issue that might become more of an issue the more this game goes on is that Curtin's the only spinner spinning the ball away from left-handers that Barbados have.
Agreed, but I also think that if he could get a wicket or two before his spell is done, this is his 9th over, then I think that would be good for Barbados Pride.
Oh, yes, man.
The reason it might be an issue is that Kamari Boyce, Jamal Warrican and Javed Leacock spin the ball into the left-handers. By the looks of that, we might have 7 left-handers in the top 8 of TNT. So once Curtin's bowled out, they don't have any other options of spinning the ball away from the left-hander's bat, which might become a bit of an issue.
But then if the ball is coming back into the left-handers, then you could get driving, the ball passing between bat and pad, clipping the top of the off stump. Look at it positively from this Barbados perspective.
And Leacock can bowl a googly, so he's got that option as well to take the ball away from the left-handers. But you don't often see a top 8 so stacked with either right or left-handers.
Get it now.
Oh, big heave from Bravo. Quite unlike him. He's done that a couple of times. Just 1 off the over, so 1 off the previous 2 overs. 62 for 2.
Doing my boys, another mid in here, my boys.
But these two have done a good job. They had to repair things from 2 wickets to 1 at one stage. So really it was a situation where they've had to do a lot of repairs. 60 runs this partnership from 97 balls so far. They lost 2 very quick wickets, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So this partnership has really consolidated well without taking too many risks.
Kamari Boyce has bowled well though, hasn't he? He's come back into things. First over was... He's taken the pace of that one. Quick single. Chance. Oh, that might have been out. Have we had a direct hit there from Shea Hope?
Yeah, the running has been a little bit questionable. They've had a couple of iffy runs, and this one was. I think that Shea Hope was quick here. Had he hit this directly, that would have been gone. Oh, yes, he would have been dismissed. But because the bowler had to collect, then the batsman got there.
Into the gap. Well played, Darren Bravo. Just turning down the leg side. Very inviting. Key thing there, he placed it perfectly.
And no protection down in that backward square leg position. There's a man at wideish fine leg in the circle, and then short backward square leg. I think you've got to get a man protecting on that square leg boundary. The protection right now are on the mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep extra cover. I would actually bring the man from deep extra cover into the circle and then put the man at short square leg out, because that's a free hit. These are 2 left-handers, both of them a free hit for a left-hander. Now it's strange because he's just done that. He's pushed the man out down to backward square leg.
Full toss, not taken advantage of by Jangu. He's frustrated. 68 for 2, and it is thirsty work out there. I'd be hungry too. It is very, very hot here in Antigua today, so we're all going to pause and have a well-earned drink.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 19 overs, the players are going to have a short
LBW was so out.
Barbados and Akeem Jordan came out on fire in this first semi-final of the CG United Super 50 Cup. He took out Keorn Otley and then Jason Mohammed. First ball to leave T&T 2 for 2. They have since recovered though, courtesy of Amir Jangu and Darren Bravo, who've put on an unbroken 66.
First man to go was Keorn Otley. That was a slash. Shai Hope made no mistake at this. That was just a swipe. Outside off stump, the ball moving away from the left-hander. You like that. Nice catch from the wicketkeeper, but an easy one. And then this one, palpably out LBW. That was the very next ball. Absolutely magnificent in swinger. That would have hit middle and leg. I think the batsman was kerfuffled. Really well done. So I think at that stage, Barbados were in excellent shape at 2 for 2. But since then, we've had a good recovery. 3 bowlers used so far. Curtin has had 9, so I expect that he will bowl his final over. Jordan still has another 4 to come back. Maybe with the older ball, he will now get a couple of leg cutters. He have a lot of in-swingers and off-cutters this morning. And boys, not bad. None for 15 from 4.
What did you think of that opening spell of Akeem Jordan, Crofty? Was that the best burst we've seen from a seamer in this whole competition in Zone B?
The ball was swinging and cutting. Initially, there was some swing, and I was surprised because the wind is not that high. And then when he went around the wicket, the ball started to cut a little bit. Excellent spell. You know, people have been complaining that Akeem Jordan only got 1 wicket. Well, he started well today. He's got 2 more than that.
Catch it, no problem.
Well, that's in the air, but it's not going to carry to long off. It was hit well by Darren Bravo and flat.
Nice, Nick.
Taking his chances here is Darren Bravo. He's been batting well, but that is the problem with West Indian batsmen. They're impatient. 30s and 40s don't make it.
Well fielded by Cover. Short and pulled. Dropped, I think. It would have been a fantastic catch from Jamel Warrican. I think we'll need to have a look at the replay.
Yeah, I think that this one may have come off the lower part of the bat. Didn't hit it as well as he would have expected as Django, and I think this was airborne for a long time. Got his hand to it, Jamel Warrican. Couldn't keep it in.
Short again, this time it's Bravo.
Jeez, man.
Oh, and it's another half chance. More than that, perhaps. He got a hand to it.
Come on, boys, come back, please.
It's Ramon Simmons on as the 12th man.
Well, this is actually a brilliant effort because not only was he running, at the end he actually had to dive. Did get 1 hand to it, but that was always going to be very, very difficult to take. Again, Bravo living very dangerously. He started being a little bit careless in my mind, hitting the ball a lot in the air without conviction.
Well, Ramon Simmons is on as a specialist fielder. I think he'll be disappointed with this. I think once he got there, he did the hard work to get there. I think he could have got two hands to this. He just sticks out one, doesn't get the full dive out. I'm pretty sure he could have got two there, given himself a much better chance.
Well, the batsmen are definitely becoming a little bit more expansive, but we've had now 20 overs, 76 for 2.
Two early wickets initially stunted Trinidad and Tobago's progress, but they have got into their work after the first power play of 10 overs. A couple of big towers in terms of their run rate. There is protection now out behind square on the leg side. They've taken your advice, Crofty.
Well, they've got two left-handers who are starting to be a little bit expansive, but I think for Bravo, they're going to be bringing that man back into the short backward square leg position. Not altogether sure I like that. Maybe might be a miss hit and be caught at backward square leg, or the man there directly on the square leg line inside the circle. But I think that if you got the protection outside, they could run forward and take the catch or stop a 4.
Just saw Shamar Springer sitting with the rest of the Barbados players and subs. So he's the player that's off the field for Ramon Simmons. Dropped a few catches himself in the last game out on the boundary. Big open space, and he takes advantage again, Darren Bravo. They've got to plug that gap now, particularly if Boyce is going to bowl this line.
Yeah, I think Shea Hope is missing a trick here. These bowlers are not sufficiently good for them to control one line. Once you go onto the middle stump, a left-hander or any left-hander worth his salt is going to do this. Pull it through backward square leg. There's no protection out there. It's a free hit, literally. Even if you miss-hit it, it's 4. The man is now going to be posted out there. The square leg goes to short, fine leg, and the man at deep square leg is on the boundary. I should have been.
Hesitation and also a misfield, which might go all the way. Good bit of fielding.
Not sure what's happening to Barbados' pride here. Suddenly they're a little bit shaky. This partnership is taking on tremendous proportions. 82 from 114 deliveries. Just one ball to go here. But things are starting to shake loose for the Barbadian pride in the field.
It's dragged down again from Boyce. He's got his line wrong this over. It's only going to be 1 though, despite that misfield from Leacock. 86 for 2. Lots of batting to come for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defending champions. Next in, West Indies captain Nicholas Pooran, Yannick Karaya, Akil Hossain, Sunil Narain, Imran Khan. They can all bat.
Darren Bravo's had good form when they played in Trinidad and Tobago. He's showing it again here. Ahmed Jangu has had, I think, 1 good score down there. But I think this partnership, one of them has got to try to bat through this innings, at least deep into the 40s. 83 runs so far from 115 deliveries. Not bad, considering that they had to do a repair from 2 wickets for 2 balls. 2 wickets and 2 balls. The score was 2 for 2 then. New bowler is going to be operating from that southern end, Shamar Springer, coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Normally he bowls from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. I've seen him bowl from the northern end. This is going to be interesting to see how he shapes up against 2 left-handers already set. He's probably going to be bowling around the wicket. So he's going to be drifting across to the offside.
He's going to start over. And he starts with a wide long hop, which isn't put away.
Well, yes, he's started over. He's got the protection mostly on the leg side, though. He's got a fine leg on the boundary, a short backward square leg, a mid-wicket inside the circle, mid-on in the circle, and then a mid-wicket down on the boundary.
And I think the reason, Crofty, that he's bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end goes back to my point before about the spinners spinning the ball into the left-handed batsman. I don't think that Shai Hope wants to bowl too many spinners from the Sir Andy Roberts end with 2 left-handers in, because they'll be hitting towards the short boundary with the spin and the wind. Oh, this is not timed, but it's going to get over mid-on. Akeem Jordan, bit of luck there for Jangu. He was rushed.
Yeah, this ball got onto the batsman a little bit quicker than he expected. Ahmed Jangu just played this. I think he was trying to hit it through mid-wicket. Got to him quickly. There's the bat flaying towards mid-wicket. Hit the top of the bat just over that man who was at mid-on. 2 more. But good pace here from the bowler, Shamar Springer.
Same again. Oh, that would have been a brilliant caught and bowled. I think it carried. It came right off the cue end of Ahmed Jangu. Springer did really well to get down there. The ball would have come at a very different pace from what he was expecting. I think it carried.
I think Jangu is just taking his chances again. The bottom part of the bat. Yes, it did carry. He got it and then for a split second and then spilled it. Would have been a magnificent catch. Got back to him very, very slowly.
Jangu wants to get off strike here. He's struggling a little bit to come to terms with Springer.
I might even invest, since he's facing Jangu, take the man out of extra cover, put him a slip, because he's going to probably try a big shot if the ball is pitched up, and that might just induce an edge or 2. I would put a slip just for 1 or a couple of deliveries.
And the short ball again. Jangu doesn't want to let those go. He fancies taking on Springer here. This could be exciting. Something might be happening.
Well, had he hit this, I think this would have been 6, because that was bowled with a lot of pace. It bounced a lot. Now there's a man at fine leg and deep backward square leg for that hook shot. But I think had he hit that, that would have gone right over their heads.
It was a long way outside off stump, wasn't it? He could have tried to go up and over the offside, but there is a third man in place too. Short again, and he hits him this time. He is struggling to adapt to Springer's pace here. Good first over for him, 2 off it, 87 for 2.
Well, they're scoring at 3.95 runs per over. Well, I think they will want a lot more than that. 5 per over, 227 sounds at least gettable. 6 per over, 255. I'm thinking Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has got to get minimum 275 here. And if these two bat well, maybe we'll get 300. Javid Leacock, right arm leg break googly bowler. He's had 7 wickets, 4 for 48 is best, bowled well. Economy rate is not bad, 5.58. So let's see how these two left-handers deal with the ball coming into them. No slip. Not sure that's correct.
Starts with a very short delivery, but Shamar Springer does well to cut that off in the ring. Yeah, Leacock picked up 7 wickets in his last 2 games. His first list A wickets. He's certainly added something to the attack in the games that he's played in. The only wrist spinner in the side. Not afraid to bowl from behind the crease sometimes and change his angles. Clearly someone who thinks a lot about his bowling. Got a nice repeatable action. He's quite a short chap. Doesn't get a whole load of bounce, but we have seen some turn, and he does have a googly as well.
Oh yes, man.
There's a bit of turn.
Speed on.
We wondered whether this pitch would turn. We have seen a little bit so far.
Yeah, this one turned. I think Django was trying to get this through maybe third man. Actually, it's Bravo down to third man.
Cut through for 4. Darren Bravo gets to a 50. They've needed all of his experience, having been 2 for 2, and he has exuded a sense of calm. He's having a very good competition, averaging well over 50, and you don't want to bowl there to him.
Yeah, this was nicely played, nicely placed. Through that extra cover region for 4, brings up yet another 50. 60 balls, not bad, 7 4s and 1 6.
He's sent back. Django not interested in that. Probably a wise choice.
Correctly so. This is not a time to get yourself run out. He's been batting brilliantly. 51 from 61 deliveries now. Partnership 89 runs.
Late decision to dab that to the vacant short third area. It's going to pick up another 2.
Very intelligent batting. Just now he spanked one through extra cover for 4. This one's a little bit fuller, a little bit wider. Dab to third man, you get 2. You've already got 6 runs for the over.
Bowling, boy.
And that's gone fine too. He's going to get more runs here, maybe 2. It's just going to be 1. But Darren Bravo starting to look ominously good for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 94 for 2. Darren Bravo following up his 67 not out in the previous game, the must-win game against the Windward Islands in the final group round, with another very important 50. 54 not out off just 63 balls this time around. Having been 2 for 2, this innings is starting to look a lot different now. If you're wondering why he's got Michael on the back of his shirt, that's his middle name, and he just wanted to try something different, is what we're hearing. Wonder if he'll stick with it.
It's working. It's getting runs.
Oh, that's in the air. Straight to fine leg, who somehow holds on. Jamel Warrican, he juggled it, I think 3 times perhaps. Darren Bravo thought maybe I'm going to get away with it, but finally Barbados hold on to a catch.
Warrican is going to smile at this. He juggled this a little bit. Again, Springer short of a length, leg side. Bravo hits it well. 1, 2, 3. Boy, you should be in the circus. Excellently held eventually. And he celebrates, of course. There's going to be a smile. Disappointing dismissal for Darren Bravo. He's been doing so well. 54 he made, 94 for 3.
Captain of the West Indies, Nicholas Pooran, strides to the crease, having a fabulous tournament, averaging 223, strike rate 119, and he's fresh off a 99 not out against the Windward Islands. And he's here because Darren Bravo, having looked so good, has just given his wicket away by picking out fine leg Jamel Warrican. And have a look at this. I think it goes through his hands, hits him on the hands again, then hits him on the shoulder, and then somehow ends up in the hands again. Extraordinary.
Good wicket for the Barbados Pride to get, because both Bravo and Django were doing well.
Width, and it's gone through the fielder at cover. Wasn't a good first ball to bowl to Pooran, and it wasn't good fielding either.
But it's an interesting first shot because you've just come to the crease, and immediately, you know, he's not scared of the bowling or anything. Expansive drive through extra cover from your first shot. Maybe he's got a plan here. He's decided whatever happens, we have to continue attacking. It has been some good attack from Django and Bravo, but Bravo's just been dismissed. A good wicket for the Barbados Pride.
Width again, this time no timing from Pooran. It's been a dramatic few overs, hasn't it? Barbados dropped 3 catches, none of them easy, it must be said, all pretty tricky, but they dropped 3 in the previous 2 overs and then almost dropped another, which was a lot simpler. It was like a bar of soap that Jamel Warrican was trying to catch there. They'll be very relieved that he did hold on to that, with Bravo looking so dangerous. Pooran wants to hook as well. Now, I wonder if this pitch is a little too paced, Crofty. We've seen this a couple of times. Left-handers being late on the ball or early.
I actually think that Shamar Springer is quicker than they expect. That ball was short of a length. It got to him before the bat came around. There, see, he was hit. And therefore, he is late. The batsman, to me, was late then. So I think Shamar Springer is a little bit quicker than they expect.
Oh, bit of a nervy start this by Pooran. Not sure the length was right to play that shot. Could have easily chopped on.
It's an interesting start for the West Indies captain, of course, captain of Trinidad and Tobago. He's come in and every shot he's played so far has been with aggression. I am here, he's saying to the bowlers. Come, let me spank you. Or at least he's trying to.
He gets a bat on that one. Not quite a spanking, but he'll take a single. Dramatic over that by Shamar Springer. It is 97 for 3.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Semi-final number 1. It is win or go home for these two teams. They just got that wicket, the Barbados Pride. Javed Leacock. Has improved in terms of his consistency, Leacock. 7 wickets in the last 2 games. But now bowling to the West Indies captain and a well-set Amir Jangu. Good afternoon to the West Indies women's head coach and my co-commentator Courtney Walsh.
Yes, bowling, Javi.
Good afternoon, everyone. He's a single. Put them to 99 for 3 at the halfway stage. Leacock did well in his 2 previous games, and the prize will be open. That he can do the same here. Another easy single. The run rate is just over 4. They have lost 3 wickets, but the 100 is up for the Trinidad Red Force.
Came a long way across Amir Jangu. 100 comes up. Remember, this team was 28 for 2 after 10 overs. Look how quickly that second 50 has come. Just 63 deliveries. And that is what's made this lineup so explosive this season.
Bowling, boy. Top stuff, leggy. Top stuff, leggy.
And they still have some dangerous play to come. The captain's at the crease. He's in form.
Catch him now, okay?
Jangu has been happy to sweep. 100 coming up in that over, just the 4 singles from it. 101 for 3. Momentum has wrestled back and forth between these two teams. Probably the Red Force will be the happier of the two teams at the halfway stage. 25 overs left, 100 runs on the board. And Courtney Walsh, one man that helped them significantly get to this position was Darren Bravo, who got, what was his 3rd 50 of the season, and came out in that 3rd over, but just weathered the storm well. Went over the top a couple of times, hitting with the spin. And he did play extremely well. Just dug in. First 29 runs came in 49 balls, but then 25 scored from his last 15. Now, Sir Curtly had mentioned off air to us, Courtney, about getting Shamar Springer into the attack. I know you felt similar. He came into the attack the 24th over. And Bravo in his international career averages his lowest against pace. Do you think he could have been brought in a bit earlier?
He should have been brought in a bit earlier in my estimation. I've said it when I was on here earlier. I think that's where Barbados missed a trick. After seeing how the wicket played the first over, I am surprised that Curtin bowled all his 10 on the trot. They've got Primus as well, and you have Carter who can do a bit of seaming. So on that ground, I would have take my risk with Springer. We know that Bravo has been suspect against short bowling, and he ended up getting out caught hooking on the fine leg boundary. But I would have bowled Shamar Springer at him a lot earlier.
Yeah, I asked Sir Curtly about bringing Springer. Darren Bravo centre of screen. Another good innings from him. He's averaged 57 in the tournament coming into today and adds 54 to that. the way that the ball was moving from Akeem Jordan with that new ball got a lot laterally, but also off the seam. Springer has been the most aggressive of the Pride bowlers. He's averaged a wicket every 8 deliveries. I just wondered, could Hope have possibly gone to him with the new ball?
He could have. I mean, plus he has primers as well, but that would definitely have gone with Springer with the new ball, or even after Curtin bowled the first over. I haven't seen what Jordan was doing.
Gets through the man at point. That's good running from Amir Jangu. Comes back for 2. It's been a slow start for him, but probably exactly what's required. Strike rate just 51. But ensuring that they have wickets in hand going into the final 15 overs will be vital.
Yeah, he's playing the right role. The last 2 of the wickets, he was there. He has seen it all, and he's got to sort of play the anchor role in this innings. They've got a lot of explosive players around him. He's also explosive himself, but I think he's got to be there to bat at least 30, 35 overs. Try and get in a very solid position.
There was that deep backward square fielder, but won't get there. And really a highlight of how well Jangu's batted in this innings. Moves into the 40s. For 3.
Minister, please. Thank you.
And the training posse have their supporters here. See them with the flags flying, the colors. A trademark, wherever Trinidad plays, you normally see them. The Trinidad and Tobago crew always comes out to support. Even some of the cameramans and staff behind there here.
Stop it, sweet Hunchy.
Good work by Leacock. You'll need to get those googlies right to these 2 lefties. And it's an area where I think the Barbados Pride have a lack, but they've gotten away with it in terms of only having the one-off spinner and a part-time option in Curtin. But now you come up against a team who've got 4 left-handers in the top 5, and you've already used your full quota of that off-spin ball spinning away. 10 overs for Curtin completed.
Yeah, I was surprised at that as well. So clearly they're not seeing him as a wicket taker. They want to get him out. They want to get Curtin out the attack as quickly as they can. I think they'll probably see him as someone that if they can get his 10 for less than 50, that's a job well done.
Again, Jangu sweeping. There are 3 fielders on that deep leg side boundary. But he's been very happy to come across his stumps and score in that area, Jangu. I know the ball's spinning into Puran and Jangu, but I'm very surprised they've got this huge gap deep on the offside, Courtney, just long off in place. No fielder, no cover sweeper.
I think they're tempting the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters to look to go over the top on the offside.
Oh, yes, boy.
But the plane's very sensible, and they're not taking any chance or any risk because they've already lost 3 wickets. It's 112 for 3.
Well, from 2 for 2, they've recovered well, the Red Force. This rate, they get 208, but they'll be looking more for that 250. First time batting first in this tournament. He's picked that up well, Puran. The West Indies white ball captain. He gets his first boundary through the smaller onside.
Yes, he's taking him on. And Puran is out, going off a go. It's the shorter side. Got enough bat on it. Clear the boundary for 6. For 4, sorry, pardon me. 1 bounce, almost 6.
That northeast wind would have helped him as well. Just carry the ball, but those 2 fielders in the onside are behind square on the boundary. He wants 2. Wisely deciding against it. But he's very astute at rotation of strike, especially in this tournament. Nicholas Puran has had limited opportunities batting at 5. Darren Bravo, he's had a brilliant tournament though, average over 50. Remember, he was in that West Indies One international team earlier this year for the tour of India. That is class. Majestic from Amir Jangu. Couple of bounces into the boundary, and all of a sudden, the Red Force opening up nicely, scoring increasing.
The flag is flying, and this is the reason for it. Over pitch, and it's gone over the top. Couple of bounces over into the boundary ropes for another 4. That takes him to 49.
Mid-on goes back to long on, and fine leg comes up in the circle. Just looking to fish outside that off stump. Only averaged 21 in 41 list day games, Amir Jangu, but he has 5 half centuries, and he was really good for the Leeward Islands in that top order, providing that stability like he's doing now. Batted at 3 for them in 2 seasons.
Experienced player, he's been around for some time, doing the job very well.
Wants the quick single, he wants 50, Django, and he'll get it. 650 at the list day level, and he's weathered the storm well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, bringing up his first of the tournament and first real significant score in an important match.
Yes, it came off 82 deliveries. 3 4s and 1 6. And he'll be very pleased with himself.
A big over for Trinidad and Tobago. 11 from it. 1, 2, 3 for 3. Javid Lee caught the leg spinner. Courtney, Darren Bravo, we mentioned him in the last over 122 ODIs at the highest level. A season like this, where he's got 350s in now 6 games, 6 innings. Could he, someone with experience who was just in that West Indies team at the start of the year, could he be making a return, having a good season like this?
a player of his caliber and class who has been around, you want him to get some double figures. Triple figures, I mean, sorry. You want him to get hundreds, not just 50s. So once the form continues, it's heading in the right direction. And if he can continue in the semi-final, and if his team makes it beyond that and get a big one in the finals, yes, he'll be putting his hand up.
Well, his skipper, who's also the West Indies skipper, will be watching him closely. That one spun through the gap of Nicholas Pooran, and how did that not hit the off stump?
Nice, nice, nice.
That seems to have missed everything. Spun back, missed the stump, well, got some pad on it. Oh, well bowled, Leacock.
There are a couple of rough areas just outside the crease for the left-hander. I just wonder if Leacock may be trying to target those foot marks left by Shamar Springer.
Nice, nice.
It certainly looks as if he's aiming for them, and you can't blame him if they're there. You use it up. I remember saying earlier at the beginning that as the game progresses on this surface, it could become a lot more spin friendly.
Catch it. Down. Get back.
Indecision. Pooran wanted a single. Django apologizes. Just 3 runs from Leacock's 4th over. 1-2-6 for 3. And that man on screen, Amir Django, he's been very good, rescuing them from a bit of a tricky start. They lost 2 wickets very early, but he's taken the attack at times to this bowling attack. I think he's been situationally aggressive. And he's 51 out with a start, Courtney.
Yes, he's got to start, and you don't want to see him continue. And if he bats another 10, 15 overs, he could get to that magical 3 figures. It's a very good innings just combine and put together, because at the start of it, they were under pressure. And Jordan was all over the Red Force, but he's weathered that storm, and he's now as a platform to build on. There's a bowling change with Primus coming into the attack. He's got 5 wickets in 6 matches, average 31 econ rate of 6.91, best of 3 for 27. We do know he bowls a heavy ball, and every now and then he produces wicket-taking deliveries.
Another one that almost crashes into Pooran's stump. But just on Django, the last calendar year has been very good for him in the sense that he's been around a lot of teams and not gotten the opportunities. TKR, he spent years with them, never got the nod. This year he played in the CPL for the Tallowers and was an important piece to the puzzle, batting at number 3. And now, after Joshua De Silva's departure, getting the nod for the Red Force in the 50-over format. Plays in the red ball format consistently. He's got all of that, Pooran. Yeah, when he hits it, it stays hit. You don't want to let that man get away.
Well, that's his favorite shot. And once he latches onto it, it could go miles. And that one certainly did. Cleanly hit by Pooran just out of the stadium. That was a big blow.
Well, 250s in his last 2 games, Nicholas Pooran. And picking up right where he left off. Already a 6 and a 4. And if he gets going, along with Sunil Narayan, along with Akil Hussain to come, and then of course Yannick Carrier, they could easily be looking at 250 or more, the Red Force. What length do you bowl if you're Primus to Pooran?
I don't think the length is the only question. The line as well, you've got to bowl more off stump to him because he's very strong on the leg side. So the length has to be right, but you've got to give him just outside that off stump, 4th, 5th stump.
Yes.
Well, you look at the field that Primus is bowling with, mid-on and mid-off, both inside the circle. The 4 outside of the circle is a deep third and a point on the offside. And then on the leg side is deep backward square and a very straight fine leg. So it tells you he's going into the pitch. He likes to use those cutters and, as you said, heavy length.
But to pour on those heavy length has to be just outside off some, like the previous delivery. That length is not bad, but the line, I would still, based on the feel he has as well, I'd still like to see him bowling more off stump, just outside the off stump. Not giving them width to cut, but to bring those feelers that you have into play.
Looking to send mid-on back now. And bring fine leg up into the circle, so maybe want to be a bit more attacking, Primus. Deep third should keep that to 1. I think it speaks volumes, though, about the depth but capabilities of this Red Force side. A team that won the tournament in 2021. But after not batting first in the entire tournament, Courtney, and then being 28 for 2 after the first 10, the way they've recovered here shows that experience and responsibility.
They have recovered very, very well, and poor and winner is very dangerous. Yeah, with Puran being very dangerous, once he's at the crease, the Red Force will feel they're comfortable. It's 135 for 3. The projected score, if they go at 6 and over, is probably what the Red Force will be looking at. But don't rule out the 7 and over, 275. They've got a good platform. The dangerous Puran is still there. Django is going well. And they have enough batting in the shed to come to propel that total.
Haven't seen a lot of googlies out the hand of Javid Leacock, and it's why Django's been repetitive on that sweep shot. I think he's confident that he doesn't have too many in his arsenal as yet. Just his first Super 50.
I think one of the reasons why you haven't seen a lot of googlies is the feel that he has. He hasn't got anyone sweeping on the covers boundary, so he doesn't want to take a risk of bowling it too wide outside there.
But I think in years past where you had an Ashley Nurse to come and bowl for you in the middle, spin the ball away from left-handers, you miss him. Even a Roston Chase, who picked up 6 wickets before he departed for Test Shooty. Yeah, the Pride also had someone like a Shem Holder who's played at first class level for them. Bowls off spin and can be attacking. Could have gone to him as well. I think you have to rebowl that one. Leacock. No signal, so we have come off the bat.
Well, they were sure to catch it. But no one was in position to do so.
Batting well with Red Force. 136 for 3.
having had a very difficult start when they were 2 for 2. The defending champions, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, have now got a very good platform from which they can launch in these final 19 overs of this first semi-final against the Barbados Pride. Django's set, he's on 52. Puran 25 off 26, looking ominous. And they've needed their experienced batsman here to turn things around. Darren Bravo looked fantastic for his 54 off 64 balls. That partnership with Django was worth 92 to get them from 2 for 2 to 94 for 2. And then that good work has been continued by Puran, who's looking to extend his average of 223 in this competition. Oh, that's a big hoik to the leg side. He loves that area, and he's got 4 more.
A little bit on middle and leg from Primus. And Captain Nicholas Puran loves that area. He's not going to miss out too often. I reckon Primus needs to bowl a little bit more outside the off stump. There's a third man in place. There's a point on the boundary. Let him pierce the offside field. I reckon that's the way he should look to bowl, that line.
Edged. Fine. Third man will cut it off, though. They're going to come back for 2. It's going to be tight. Well run in the end. Better throw over the top of the stumps, and he might have been struggling there, Puran.
Not a very strong return. That's what saved Puran. Had that return was a bit stronger, would have been in trouble. But that's Leacock on the third man boundary. Hasn't got the strongest of arm. And Puran survives. Good fight back by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. At one point they were struggling at 2 for 2 very early.
Yeah, Shea Hope, though, now has got some thinking to do, hasn't he, in terms of his bowlers. We haven't seen Jamel Warrican yet, the senior left-arm spinner who's been very economical this tournament. Do you think that's purely to do with all the left-handers that are in the side? We've seen Kamari Boyce, but he hasn't brought Warrican on yet.
Speaking of Shea Hope, the skipper, was going to call a wide. Very, very harsh, I might say. But in terms of Shea Hope, Matt, I think that he, for me personally, think he made a bit of a blunder early on in the innings when he had the Red Force 2 for 2 with Jordan bowling so well. He brought in a couple of spinners for a long period of time and allow Bravo and Django to settle and put on a good partnership. I reckon a couple of fast bowlers, Primus, they got Springer, should have been in the attack a lot earlier. That didn't happen. And Bravo, who's a decent player of spin, got to a half century. I reckon the fast bowlers would have posed more problems for him.
Glorious cover drive. Should have been stopped, though. It's gone right through the hands of extra cover. 2 more runs that shouldn't have been scored. 146 for 3.
Bring the energy, boys.
One name stands out on that bowling card. Akeem Jordan was absolutely superb this morning. He found significant movement from around the wicket to the left-handers in particular. Picked up a couple of early strikes. 2 for 13 off his 6 overs, including the right-handed Jason Mohammed for a golden duck ball that swung in viciously to him. Since then, it's been a lot of spin, a little bit of seam, but no Jamal Warrican. He's still being held back by Shea Hope.
I don't know the reason why Warrican hasn't bowled as yet.
Catch it, no.
That has gone a long way. It's gone for 6. Came down the track, Pooran, and then decided because of the line, I'm going to swing this away to the leg side.
He certainly does favour the leg side. It wasn't the worst delivery from Leacock, but Pooran got to the pitch and swung to the longest part of the boundary over mid-wicket, and he's showing aggressive intent from the time he came to the crease. Captain Pooran. Pressure now on Leacock.
There's the googly in response. I think you're right there, Kirtley. I think he was kind of deceived in the length. Just 47 balls off the last 50. They are going now, these two. Deceived by the length, but then he just decided to change up his shot and hits the leg.
Yes, I'm keeper. Run you.
Nah, probably shouldn't be a single there, Springer. He's very deep on that ring.
Brilliant stuff, Job. Brilliant stuff, Jobs.
Pooran 39 from 33 deliveries. 2 4s, 2 6s. Striking at 118. Django, on the other hand, playing a more quiet role. 55 from 91. Strike rate of 60. And allowing Pooran, his captain, to be the aggressor, which isn't a bad plan.
Very full down the leg side. No damage in the end. Yeah, it's been a good partnership, hasn't it? Django's recognised that his captain's in fantastic touch, just giving him the strike and stuck in there. That's what they need, just keep wickets in hand. Rocks back and cuts through the offside. Hasn't got all of it. Can Springer haul it in? No, gives up the chase. So that's a good over for T&T. It has gone for 12, 158 for 3. $158 for 3 from 2 for 2. So 156 for 1 since the third over when Akeem Jordan struck twice. And he's going to come back into the attack. That's the response to this partnership. It'll be interesting to see whether he can get some kind of movement here, because we saw lavish movement with the new ball.
I reckon Captain Shea Hope is asking Jordan to get a wicket or two for him now. Good partnership building.
And the reason he's asking is because that first spell was unbelievable in some ways. We have not seen this kind of swing and seam the entire competition in this zone. That's like Jimmy Anderson bowling around the wicket to a left-hander. That was late swing that got the nick of Otley, who's in form. That was a magnificent delivery. First up to a right-handed batsman, stuck on the crease, tried to get his pad out of the line, but that was hit in line. And fantastic around the wicket to the left-handers.
Certainly got a lot of movements off the seam early on. So that only strengthens my point I was making a few moments ago, Matt, that why didn't Shea Hope, the skipper, bring another fast bowler in, whether it's Springer or Primus, just to follow up that good early spell from Jordan. He bowled spin for a long time, which surprised me. Hence the recovery from the Red Force.
Do you think it was a predetermined plan then to bowl Curtin out if they could against the two left-handers, and then instead of changing up when they saw the lavish movement, they just thought, well, we're going to stick with what we planned?
Nothing is wrong with having a plan, but at the same time, it depends on what's happening in the moment. Then they can change and switch things around. The skipper didn't do that.
That's into the gap as well. Sweeper comes around, does really well. And restricts them to just 2. Kamari Boyce out there.
Very, very good work. Covered a lot of ground. And was aware enough to prevent a 3rd run. Good work.
Well, not surprisingly, Jordan's not finding the same kind of movement in this spell. The ball's a lot older. But the fact that Hope's gone back to him, he's been reticent to go back to him in previous games. He's gone to Jonathan Carter at times before Jordan. Just shows that he's getting worried here. He's getting a bit desperate. Almost chopped on. Bit of luck for Amir Jangu. 4 off Jordan's 7th over. It's 162 for 3. With 7 wickets in hand, Trinidad and Tobago, you'd think, would be eyeing up at least 250 here, maybe more. Particularly if Nicholas Pooran bats for another 5 to 10 overs. The way he's scoring at the moment, they'll be in good shape.
And finally, Jamel Warrican is into the attack after 34 overs. Six wickets already in this tournament. Good economy rate. And he's going to be operating under a bit of pressure because of the way these two batsmen are going.
Oh yes, Jojo, yes, Jojo.
He has bowled towards the end of the innings before in this competition. Not afraid to use him at this stage is Shea Hope. That's 4 though. He rocked back very quickly there, Nicholas Pooran, and he had enough width. 52 for the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago captain. What a tournament he is having. He's only been out once so far, and he's averaging well over 200. Can he keep it up?
Good knock. Appreciated by his teammates and the coaching staff. It wasn't a bad delivery. It wasn't that short. But he made some room for himself, the skipper, Nicholas Purwan, and hit it away past point for 4. Pressure on Warwickon.
Picks up a single there. They pushed the fielder out onto the offside boundary. That delivery in response to that shot. It was amazing how quickly his feet moved. Really quick to get back on the cut, and as you said, he created the width himself by moving back a bit too. Really clever batting.
Oh yes, Mojo, Mojo.
He just needs to stay there for as long as possible. There's still 15 overs after this one. If he bats another 10, the way he's going, could be trouble for the Pride.
Tries to get a bit cute there. Let's have a look at his current average. It's up to 274 from 253 because he's only been out once. Strike rate's not bad either, is it? 119. So a decent first over of Warwickon from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view. They take 7 off it. It's 170 for 3. Barbados are in need of another strike, to be honest. They got 2 in the 3rd over. They got 1 in the 24th, but that's it. And this partnership now between Django and Purwan is 75 from 72. Akeem Jordan, can he do something for his side again? Having got them in a really good position with that brilliant opening burst. Do with another one right now. Wow, he's tried to hit that into next week, and he hasn't.
I do like the aggressive intent from skipper Purwan, but at the same time, you got to be a little bit more selective. Still a lot of overs to go. He's batting well. He's already on 52. You don't want to give it away now to get a new batsman in.
Now, sometimes confidence can be your downfall. Clearly, Nicholas Purwan is feeling in very good touch. So he's got to the point where I've got 50. I think I'm just going to try and hit almost every ball to the boundary.
I certainly hope that's not the way he's thinking.
Good bowling this from Akeem Jordan. He's been accurate and tight since he came back for his 2nd spell.
The Barbados Pride desperately need to break this partnership and then hopefully pick up another 1 or 2 as quickly as possible. It's been a very good comeback from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Nice, stump to stump from Jordan 4 dots in a row to start this over. Here's something about to happen in these final 2 deliveries. Change in field. Deep third coming up to short third. And they're pushing out mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket. So no one in the ring now on the leg side in front of square, but 3 players out on the boundary in front of square. And goes wide outside off stump, just a single. What have you made of the role Django's played so far?
I think he's playing a wonderful role. He's the one who they expect to bat out all the overs if possible, or as deep as they can, and the other power hitters will do their thing.
Then he, on cue, picks up another single. 171 for 3 off 36 overs. Good over though, that by Jordan. Just goes for 2. He's doing a very good job with the older ball as well as with the new ball. And the players will have a drink and a few oranges because, trust me, on a day like this, you need them. We'll see you in a few minutes. Barbados took the early bragging rights in this game with those 2 early Jordan strikes to get rid of Otley and Mohammed, but since then it's been all the champions. 3 half-centuries. Darren Bravo out for 54 off 64. Amir Django's still there though. He's batted through the innings. He's on 58. He's almost been caught by his captain Nicholas Pooran, who's on 53 and has continued his scintillating form, averaging well over 200, getting up towards 300. He's so good on the pull, swivels quickly, loves targeting that area behind square on the leg side, whatever the length, he can swing you away just like that. Don't want to bowl too straight to him. He can come down the track too. That was a big hit. That's the long side of the boundary. And there he rocked back very quickly. Twice he did it, in fact, to hit the spinner through the offside. Very difficult guy to bowl at when he's in this kind of form.
Akil Jordan, the standout bowler. 2 early strikes. A wicket for Springer. But nothing else for the bowlers. Apart from those 2 early strikes, all red force. But Jordan has been outstanding.
I think Nicholas Pooran would have definitely taken this position if offered it at the start of the day. They've got a really good base from which to launch here. And I think with the attacking batters they have in, they will think maybe we can get up to 270 or somewhere around there. They've got Yannick Correa to come, who's hit 5 first-class hundreds. Sinan Narain, we know, loves teeing off. He can score very quickly. Akil Hossein as well can definitely hold a bat and score quickly. All left-handers, all itching to come in. The question is, when will they come in? Will these two keep going and not give them much of a hit? Jamel Warrican to bowl his second over. Mid-off is up. There's space over cover as well if Jangu wants to target that. Oh, big appeal, got to be close. Did he get a bit of bat on it, maybe?
That looks close. Did he get a bat on it? Not sure. But the umpire decides it's not out.
Up and over the offside. Thought he might try to do that. That is a quality shot, inside out. Just checked his shot as well. Really good from Jangu.
Good shot. That was always on the cards, with a fielder position in the circle at mid-off.
Loud call a no. I've seen Jangu do that twice, actually. Once off Akeem Jordan when he was in the midst of his fantastic spell with the new ball for 6. That was arguably the shot of the day so far. Fired in down the leg side. Going to bowl that again. Oh, that one's flighted nicely. No slip in place.
A wry smile from Jangu. Was beaten and deceived in the flight, but checked his shot for a brief second. That's what saved him.
That was fairly straight, maybe drifting down leg, but don't often get those decisions as a bowler with the batsman well down the track. Seven off the over, 178 for 3. Nicholas Pooran and Amir Jangu have put on 84 from 85 balls. Time for them to really enjoy themselves in these last 13 overs if they can bat the lion's share of them. He's just struggling to get his timing right against Akeem Jordan. Pooran.
Still bowling very well, Jordan, from the very start of his first spell, and even now into his second spell. He just have kept things really, really tight. Runs are hard to come by off him. just need a wicket now. Need to break this partnership.
Well, what was really interesting, Curtly, when I did that interview with him when we played a round of golf, he's only played 3 first-class games. Earlier on this season, he made his debut, burst onto the scene with 12 wickets at 18. He said he much prefers bowling with a red ball than the white ball. And the way that he swung the ball today as well, and seamed it, I'm really keen to see what he can do with a red ball.
I'm really happy to hear that, because in recent times, most of these young players gravitate towards the white ball cricket without really playing enough red ball cricket to learn the basics of whether it's bowling or batting. So to hear that from Jordan is very refreshing, which means he wants to learn the basics, he wants to learn about fast bowling, and then he can branch out.
He's clearly adapting his white ball game as well. As you can see from this second spell, he's been very good, very tight, despite the fact there isn't any movement there for him. But if you can come around the wicket to a left-handed batsman and get that sort of movement, both in the air and off the seam, you've got something. Not many bowlers do that. I'm thinking Jimmy Anderson, not too many others.
He certainly has impressed throughout this tournament. He may not have a lot of wickets, but it's not from the lack of not bowling well. You know, sometimes you need that element of luck as well. But he has bowled superbly throughout. Same thing today again. Just finishing off his 9th over.
And an excellent one it is too. Goes for just 4. No, it doesn't. It goes for 5 because it goes through Hakeem Jordan. Still a decent one for his side, though. 12 overs to go, 182 for 3.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force now applying pressure to the Barbados Pride. This partnership 89 from 91 deliveries. Dangerous times here if you're a Pride supporter. I'm joined by Colin Croft. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to our viewers everywhere. Seatbelts on. I think something is going to happen here. Already we've seen Nicholas Pooran, 58 from 56, already more than 100%. Ahmed Jangu has done a good job here. The running has been iffy, but they've not really had too many problems. Jangu, I think, has played the exact innings that he needs to be playing here. 66, 102 deliveries, just 64% production, but excellent under the circumstances.
It's probably going to be a wide. Just what they would have needed in this circumstance, Crofty.
Keep going, Joy.
Actually, I think it's not going to be given wide. He probably took the legs on the way through.
Catch it, no.
He's gone straight. Has he gotten all of this one? Yes, he has. 6 runs. Pooran.
Well, I told you, I know Nicholas Pooran is just itching to get something. I think he's just going to swing his arms through everything now. That was given a lovely set of air by Jamal Warrican, and I don't think that Pooran took any second notice of it. Long handle. He elongated that, hit it right over long on. The man at long on was a little bit interested initially, boys, But that was another good 6 from Nicholas Puran. He is now starting to accelerate.
Good response by Warwican, and we haven't seen a score above 300 yet in this tournament at this ground. Is it on the cards here today?
But I called it when we were doing the introduction. I hope so.
Catch it, no.
It's gone again, but it's just peeled off into the offside. Didn't find the middle of the bat on that occasion. It's the end of that Warwican over. 192 for 3.
Nicholas Puran came out today with a lot of intentions. Right now they're scoring at 4.92, just about 5. That would bring it to about 240, 247. But I expect it will go out to maybe 260, 275 if they continue to bat this way. $275, I would have thought they would be looking for. 192 for 3. Another 11 overs to go. Maybe 80 runs at least. So I would look for 275. This has been a very, very good partnership. 98 runs so far, 97 deliveries. The only man who's really put a stop to this scoring is the man on your pitcher now. He's bowled excellently, Akeem Jordan. He's now going to be operating for his final over. 9 overs so far, 2 for 24. 2 maidens in there. And he's come back for this second spell. Impressive. We haven't seen him bowl too many second spells.
This one's been hacked across the line slightly by Puran, but still picks up one. Yes, a slightly different role for Jordan here, coming back and bowling maybe his full quarters. We haven't seen him bowl his full quarters throughout this tournament, but he's done a good job in restricting the batters.
Well, I've always maintained if you're playing 50 over cricket, you should be able to bowl 10 overs in a trot. I don't care if you bowl leg breaks, off spin, as fast as anybody, you have to be able to bowl 10 on a trot. And he has bowled in 2 spells, been very, very economical. He's still working up some pace. The bounce may have gone out a little bit of the pitch. The ball is older. But I think he's still working up some pace. Interesting feel he has too. He has the fine leg up, which I'm not altogether sure that's correct. Anything offline could be hit over that leg side region, square leg, fine leg.
This one's been hit quite firmly to the mid-wicket fielder, but it was the previous delivery that maybe just angled down the leg side. Django just missing out any contact there with that man in the circle. Possibly could have been 4.
Yeah, very strange feel because he's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. The ball starts about the leg stump, but he's bowling at a full length, so it could be a free hit on the leg side.
As well bowled, pace off that time. Going to be a chance, direct hit. Django looks like he's made it quite comfortably, but they're going to go upstairs.
Yeah, he looks as if he's comfortable. That was Django who was running to the danger end. He is the man who hit the ball. The ball is going out to mid-off, so it is his call. All that Puran could do is react. Well home. So it should not be too much of a problem to say not out. They've run very well, considering.
And that singles brought up the 100-run partnership between Django and Puran here. Fabulous partnership from a Red Force perspective. With outside the off stump, an area in which Puran finds, actually likes that area, throws the hands at it.
But only gets 1 because the man out there is posted. So they're still keeping a relatively conservative type of field. Now the man at short third man has gone back to deep third man. Fine leg has come into the circle.
Short, and that's the one you were talking about, Crofty. A free hit over the onside. Doesn't escape out of this over, Jordan. Goes for 4 off the final delivery. 40 gone, 199 for 3.
So this is the free hit I'm talking about. If you pitch the ball short, there's no deep backward square leg and there's no fine leg to save this. That's a free hit. You can't do that. That's the last delivery. He's upset with it, but that's a bad delivery. Good 4. So we've had 40, just 1 run short of 200. That signal tells you that there are another 10 overs to go. At this stage, 5 fieldsmen could be outside of the 30-yard circle. So let's see how Nicholas Pooran continues. He's really been good. 67 from 62. This is the power players breakdown. 14 fours and 4 sixes. 171 run. That's not bad. Only 1 wicket. That's important for the Red Force. And the run rate 5.7. They will probably try to get that run rate now to 6 and above for the last 10 overs. I would think maybe 8 even.
Wickets in hand. Pooran set, scoring at well above 100 here. And Django ably supporting his skipper, 71 off 106, like you said, playing the role that's exactly needed in this situation.
But he might change it. I think he might just change Django now because it's the last 10. If he could start manipulating the ball through the spaces, Pooran is going to be the man facing Jamal Warrican. Just a mid-off, backward point, short square leg, and mid-on in the circle.
He's gone high, high, and handsome. 6 runs over mid-wicket.
Seat belts, shoulder belts, and everything because Nicholas Pooran has decided this is the time to go. 10 overs to go. It brings up the 200 with this massive 6. He's hitting into the breeze. He couldn't be bothered. That's gone out to the ground. That's 6 more. This is a big assault here by Nicholas Pooran. A lot of people have been shouting like me in his runs. Well, he's done well in Trinidad and Tobago. First game here.
It's gone big again. That's going to be back-to-back 6s from Pooran. He's on the charge.
Well, the ball is coming into the left-hander from Jamal Warrican. His left arm orthodox coming over the wicket. So once it pitches in that arc off stump, the left-handed batsman is going to try to hit it hard over mid-wicket. Back-to-back 6s.
And it's going to be 6 more, straight back over long off, this time up into the double-decker stand. Wow, Nicholas Pooran leading from the front here.
Quicker delivery tried here by Warrican. No pulling across the line, hitting the ball according to his merit. Back over the bowler's head. 6 more.
Warrican under pressure. 18 from 3 deliveries. And you think 300s on the cards here, Crofty. We saw what happened the other evening with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in Barbados. Maybe Leeward Islands 30 or 40 runs short. Trinidad are going to need 300 runs here, I think, especially with Hope in the form that he's in. With Pooran at the crease, anything's possible. Flatter delivery from Warrican there. Low trajectory, just the 1 run.
Well, that was expected, and I'm sure that Pooran would have thought, well, had I played it down to backward of point, I may have gotten 4. Good comeback from Jamal Warrican. This is his 4th over, none for 42. Might be changed after this one. Expensive.
Django now takes him on, but will he? No, the fielder at long on can't get there. Nicholas Curtin running back from that straight mid-wicket position as well. Ball just fell into no man's land.
Well, I said Django's probably going to try to do his thing too. This was always going to be safe because there's a big space between the man they were mid-on and long on. And the ball dropped directly in the middle of that space.
Can't find that gap behind square though. End of a very expensive over from Warwican. 41 gone, 219 for 3.
20 from that. That last over, over number 41, 20 from it. Way above the rest of the mini skyscrapers. I think this is exactly what the Red Force are about. Nine overs to go. That last over yielded 20 runs. Another 15 to 20 from the last 9. Then you might get another 100 runs. Therefore, we might get past that 300 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium for the first time in this part of the competition. Batting now with 5.34 runs per over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Exactly how they should approach this innings. They batted through the consolidation overs at 4 to 5. It's going to be a change of bowling from that southern end, the Sir Andy Roberts end. Shamar Springer is going to come back. Has not bowled too badly. Got a wicket. He got Bravo out when Bravo might think that he should have hit it a little bit better. 4 overs, 1 for 24, Shamar Springer. But this is the time when he's going to have to really fire off because these guys are ready to blow the park open. There's a short backward square leg, fine leg, third man, backward point in a circle.
Gone outside the off stump there. Amir Django trying to open up that shorter boundary on the leg side. Can't make contact. Good bowling from Springer.
Slow delivery too. So I think he's also thinking, if I slow the deliveries down, it will be more difficult for the batsman to hit me out of the park. The ball might hit the top edge, get to a catching position. This is really a lot of thinking going on now.
Good bowling. The man, Roshan Primus, is... No, they get 2 runs. It's a big side, the big side of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Primus had a bit of work to do there getting round. 2 runs.
But I think Amit Django has also now changed his gear. He's been playing really circumspectly and correctly for the circumstance of the game. Now he's going to expand.
They're going to push for 2 again. Actually, no. Puran settled for 1. Springer, he's gone for 3 of his first 3 deliveries of this over.
There's a possibility here that both of these batsmen could get 100. Right now, Django 75 from 110, Puran 86 from 67. Puran has been the one who's been really destroying the bowling. Strike rate 128.36.
Wide Yorker there by Springer, but not wide enough in terms of for the umpire to call that a wide. Good bowling, well executed. 2 deliveries remaining. He's just gone for 3. It's been a good comeback based on what we saw in the previous over from Warwican, going for 20.
They can be pushing for 2 here. The man at whitish third man had to come around. So Puran just wide of the man at third man inside the circle. So there's 2 more. It looks very organized, Nicholas Puran today. He doesn't look winded. I don't think any batsman is winded when they're making runs and hitting the ball as crisply as he has been doing this afternoon. 88 from 69, 4 fours, 6 sixes. Strike rate well up at 127.54.
Pace off again. Wicket needed though by the Barbados Pride in this situation. The partnership 130 from 114 deliveries. The end of 42, 224 for 3.
After 2 very quick wickets for the Barbados Pride, they were 2 for 2 at one stage. Then a nice little partnership between Darren Bravo and Amit Jangu. Now Jangu and Puran putting on 130 runs. (130 runs from 115 deliveries for Amit Jangu and Nicholas Puran. Puran is really taking the bull by the horns, led his team. Nicholas Carter, sorry, Jonathan Carter. I said Nicholas Puran, of course, and Jonathan Carter coming in for his spell. Best of 5 for 30. The only man to have gotten a 5-wicket haul in this part of the tournament so far. That is truly amazing. That's the only way I could describe it. He's a batsman who got the only 5-wicket haul.
And we were lucky enough to witness that here. What was it, 2 games ago? Jonathan Carter. It's a bit short of runs, but he's been contributing with the ball.
Well, he said that today. He said, I'm a team man. And while I'm not getting a lot of runs, people were even suggesting that he should be swiping. But at least he's gotten 5 wickets in an innings, and he's bowled very useful medium. Let's see how he goes from this northern end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, bowling to Jangu and Puran.
He started a bit too wayward here on the pads of Django, and he's been swung away for 4 runs. Not a good start from the veteran.
Well, the man is in the circle, the fine leg position, just got over the top of him. Might just have been interested. Had he been maybe a step or 2 out of the circle, but he had to be in the circle for regulations. Wrong line. These guys are on the charge. So once you bowl short, they're going to try to hit you over backward square leg, mid-wicket.
Is this one straight? No, umpire's not interested. Possibly just going down the leg side.
Django said that he wanted to hit that, didn't hit it. Drifting down the leg, pitched outside leg. This is a big trial here for Carter. He has to know how he's going to bowl to these guys.
And that's a free hit again. 6 runs from Puran this time. Into the 90s now. 235 for 3.
Well, this is really a free hit because the man is at fine leg inside the circle. Once Puran in this mood, he would, even with an edge, will get it to the boundary. He hit that really well, timed it well. Backward square leg, 6. Another 6 for him. Puran has now hit 7 of them. 42 runs already out of that 94 and 6s. He is going great guns.
This one's been worked away quite nicely. He moves on to 95. This partnership approaching 150. Just 8 runs away from the 150-run partnership between this pair. Nicholas Pooran and Amir Jangu.
Jangu is now starting to accelerate himself.
Face off from Carter there, well bowled, good response, but it's been a poor start from the veteran. Not what Shea Hope would have been looking for when he called him into the attack, Crofty.
13 runs already from this over. And if Pooran has anything to do with it, it might be extended a little bit.
One to finish. Carter ends his over, 33 gone, 14 from it, 238 for 3.
Jordan, Hakeem Jordan, 2 for 31 from 10. Yeah, Jordan did bowl very well for that, 2 for 31 from 10. Curtin, not bad, 10 for 47. But the slog is on. Warrican, 10.75 from his 4. Carter, just 1 over for 13. Another 7 overs to be bowled. You would expect at this rate 50 to 70 more runs to be scored. Neither of these batsmen look too perturbed. Nicholas Pooran on 96 from 73 deliveries, 7 sixes, 4 fours.
Not sure what kind of shot he's looked to play there. But it's a good result for the Barbados Pride, a dot ball in this situation.
Yeah, this is the kind of delivery and the shot that could be on the edge onto the stump. The man at fine leg is in circle, so had he hit that and missed, it might have gone down to fine leg for 4. Then there's a mid wicket and a long on. That's all there is on the leg side.
Doesn't get it fine enough past Leacock, positioned at short third man. 2 men actually behind square here, behind the batter on the offside.
So the bowler must be bowling with instructions from his captain, Shea Hope, who's the wicket keeper. He's got a fine short third man and a wide short third man, and then backward point on the boundary. The resting field placing, extra cover and long off also in the boundary.
It's a good shot off the back foot by Jangu. Stepped across his stumps there. But Curtin well positioned at that extra cover boundary, deep extra.
So we've had 3 deliveries and just 2 runs. Something is wrong with this here. Normally we should be adding so many more. Poor Randos on 97.
This one, he's going to get at least, just 1. Thought maybe they'd push hard for 2, but wasn't to be. Approaching what would be his second list 100. Got to 99 not out in the previous match. So he'll be looking for 100 here, that's for sure. He's got all the time in the world. 2 overs remaining in this over from Springer.
Oh, this interesting. It could be a catch. It's actually taken. Very, very well taken there by Jordan. Really, really good catch by Akeem Jordan. He had to run around to his left. Django's long vigil comes to an end. I think he'll be disappointed with this dismissal because he was trying to aim it back over the batsman's, the bowler's head. But Akeem Jordan came around really nicely to take that catch. Django's gone for a well-made 81, 241 for 4.
Incoming batsman to the crease, Terence.
On to leg, please. Middle.
Terence Hines in for the Red Force. Can strike it a long way. Springer again adding another wicket to his tally. We have just passed over the stump. So dot ball, 3 from the over and a wicket. Excellent stuff from Shamar Springer on his return. Courtney Walsh alongside me. But that was a wicket that they needed, Courtney.
Yes, a much needed wicket. You can see him standing deep in the crease, Django, but didn't get enough bat on it. And a very good catch in the end. Be very happy with that. He's disappointed. And that's the name of this game, cricket. Played very well for his 81, Django. It's 241 for 4.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got 99, an unbeaten 99 in the last game, Nicholas Pooran. From 73 deliveries. Today's 98 from 76. Carter again. Gets it fine, and that will be the 100 for Nicholas Pooran. The Trinidad and Tobago skipper and the West Indies white ball skipper continuing to stand up with the bat in hand. Just his second list day 100 when it matters most in this semi-final.
There's his teammate applauding and celebrating. The helmet is off, the bat went up, he looks to the skies. He's a happy man. The flag has been flown in the stand for him as well. Look at them go, very happy bunch. Pooran a well-deserved 100 in only 77 deliveries.
Yeah, real dominant innings from the skipper. And he was trending in that direction. Wants 2 here, and was settled for the single. But you look at his tournament, 36, then 56, and then 99. Just got this one fine. And he's only been dismissed once in 5 innings, Nicholas Pooran. So he's batted at 5 very late in the order, but he's ensured that he capitalizes every time he's had an opportunity with the bat in hand. That's what you want from your West Indies players and, of course, West Indies captain.
Leading from the front, he has come back and he's dominated this competition and deserved the 100. Finally getting it here at the Sir Vivian Stadium. He'll remember this one as well. Yeah. His team was in trouble when he came out and he has responded well.
Yeah, and big partnerships has been what this Red Force team have done really well. In that last game, 165 runs put on by Pooran and Darren Bravo. And today, 147 by Pooran and Amir Django. Just ensuring they spend time at the crease and take the game away. from the opposition. They want 2 here. They'll settle on a single. Does Puran need to face the majority deliveries? They still have Hossein, still have Narain to come.
Yes, the more he faces, the better chance Trinidad of getting 270, 280, 290. They would like to get a run rate up to 6 to get to 300. And it's on the card because Puran is a very dangerous player. His average is 326. What the average to have? And the strike rate not bad either at 123.
Wants to again. And that right there, I think, is what's made him just so dominant at this level in this Super 50. Just 43% is dot ball percentage and just easy to rotate the strike, Courtney.
Yes, and he has done that. I mean, the 79 ball he has faced for 105 shows that he has dominated this innings.
Will retain the strike as the 250 comes up. 5 overs remaining in this one. 250 for 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 250 is up for the TNT Red Horse, covering 275.
Look at that 50. The last one on the 29 balls for wicket. The fourth 49, the third 47. So they're averaging around 40, but the last one is the best of the lot. And they only lost 1 wicket there. Now Puran has really dominated this 250. And with 5 overs to go, 300 is on the card.
Well, they haven't waited for the 40th over like other teams would. Since that 30th over, that run rate has gone up to 7.5. They've scored 115 runs from the last 15 and now can go big in the last 5. It's high and big and long and 6. Nicholas Puran is what he does best. 8th maximum of the day.
And with shots like those, you expect them to get closer to 300 if they don't get to that mark. They're happy in the stand because of this. Walked across the stump, used the pace of Springer, timed it well to the shorter side, but whether it was the long or the short side, it didn't matter. It went a long way. That's good clean hitting from Puran.
Barbados Pride have no answers at the moment. That has gone very high. It's another full toss and it should be taken. Is taken. And finally, the onslaught comes to an end for Captain Puran.
He's not happy. He was looking at the square leg. He was hoping to get a no ball. Shaking his head. Missed out on a full toss. Disappointment on his face. It wasn't high enough to be called a no ball. He could have probably hit that anyway, but chose to go onside. Picked out the field and Primus. Took a simple catch in the end. The shaker there tells it all. He's not a happy man. Didn't want to get out. He's checking on the umpires. They've asked for it. He's coming back. He's going. He's not sure. The umpires will have a chat. The umpires are going together now just to have a discussion. There they are. But from what I see, I don't think it was that high. What are your thoughts, Nickel?
They're checking the front foot. Yeah, I don't think that's high enough to be a no ball. He just got it high out of the bat, Nicholas Puran. Didn't quite time it the way he would have wanted. You see it turn in his hand. See Puran walking back to the middle. That's after he hits the ball. So the third umpire just having a long look to ensure that this is a legal delivery. This angle might tell us. Looks pretty safe to me, but the umpire's decision is final. Puran has got his helmet back on and he's out in the middle.
Well, he's in the crouch position. And on contact. Didn't look as if it was too high, and there goes the finger is up. He's got to go. I'll be very surprised if they let him remain with that, because he was in a crouch position and you could tell it wasn't above waistline. I think he's just disappointed because he wanted to be there at the end. He was looking for something close to 300. But he's only made 112 and he's got to go. 256 for 5.
They want to ensure they get a good finish here at the Red Force as Akil Hussain comes to the crease. West Indies left arm spinner, but has shown his prowess with the bat in hand in the last couple of years. The wicket again. Another full toss, second full toss that has got Shamar Springer a wicket. And it went high, but not long enough. Prime a safe pair of hands.
Midland leg. Thank you.
And the Barbados Pride will be happy to see the back of Puran. They would have loved to have had him earlier, but they know he could still be very destructive at the back end. With just a few overs left, Hussain has come to the crease and he's no mug with the bat as well as he has shown in a couple of games, T20s, ODIs. He can hit it as well.
Just be a single. But the Pride will know the importance of closing this innings out well, because in that last game against the West Indies Academy, they scored 79 from the last 5. So they want to, after taking those 2 quick wickets, keep the Red Force. If they can keep them to under 280, I think that's a big success from the position that they're in.
And I tend to agree with you with that for sure. And with 2 new batters in, you want to try to keep them down. Single, and they won't mind that at this stage. A couple dot balls, a couple singles. Keep them below 280. And another thing as well, Nikhil, I noticed that the ball curtain out. He's the only off spinner that played in today's game. And with the amount of left-handers that the Red Force had, you'd have thought that they probably would have kept them back a couple in the middle, especially if they expect wear and tear from the wicket. But their plan was to bowl this 10 straight out.
Short third in the circle, keeps it to a dot. But I definitely think Shai Hope will be looking at this opportunity now to restrict them to that 280 mark. Remember, they just chased in a crunch game to stay in the tournament. 271 inside of 47 overs. But Shai Hope and his top order will need to come good to get anywhere close against this Trinidad bowling lineup. He's hit that really well, Hussain. It's in the gap. Does well, Akeem Jordan. He's been everywhere today. 10 overs and now all over in the field. Keeps it to just 2. And they're going to come back for 3. That is not good cricket from the Barbados Pride. Trying to build pressure. Finally ends the over. 11 from it. 261 for 5. 261 on the board, 4 overs remaining. 24 legal deliveries for the Red Force to score against.
Thank you.
And Carter to continue. His 2 has gone for 22, so he's going at 11 at the moment. You'd want to try to bring that down with 2 new batters at the crease. All his experience will be required now.
He has hit that so well, so straight, and timed it brilliantly. Another boundary to the tally.
Well, the minute that came off the bat, you could tell it was 4. That's how well he has hit it. Once it had passed Carter, you knew it was going to be 4. It nearly did some damage to the umpire, but it traveled like a tracer bullet back to the boundary. That was very, very well struck.
Must say, I'm surprised he's not going to those cutters, Carter. Keeps going to that pace on delivery, Courtney, but he does have that off cutter. I hope he hasn't hurt his hand in the process, his bowling hand.
Well, that got fully struck on the follow through, and I wonder if he'll be able to finish the spell, but there'll be more concern about his batting as well. Now he's down, he's in pain. Don't normally see that from Jonathan Carter, because he's a fighter, he's a warrior, but that was well struck again. Hit on just on the tip of the finger, and that would be painful. That would be very painful. But it's good to see that he's going to continue.
And if you look at that hand very closely, the same hand that was hit, he has those fingers taped. So he has had difficulties with them in the past, but he's going to fight on. Carter, you can see the discomfort on his face though. It is not his bowling hand, importantly, but he will need it to bat for sure later on today. There's a man in the deep, Springer, but I think he may have just slipped. He was in the air for a while, Courtney.
Either bit of slip or a misjudgment, but remember that position he didn't take a couple of catches in a couple of games. Maybe the sighting for him down there is a little bit off because he did move a bit late. And it's also the twilight time, so he could be looking straight into the lights that has been turned on. We have to take that into consideration. So maybe he just misjudged it or lost sight of it a bit.
For Hossein, he's got that cover inside of the circle. He sends an extra man back on the leg side boundary. 4 of them deep on the leg side. This time goes into the pitch. I think a much better option on what has been a 2-pace surface.
And Hussein just rehearsing the cut or the pull, because he must realize that he's got 4 men on the leg side boundary. Fine leg, deep fine leg, mid wicket, and a long on.
Carter's not happy with that call. Akil Hussein can only laugh, but almost surprised him. He does have that ability, Carter, because you don't look at him and you don't think he's quick, but a couple of deliveries can just surprise you as a batter, and that one clearly surprised Hossein.
Would be interested to see if it was the cutter bouncer. Now he's been signaled 1 for the over, and he still can't believe that as well, because at first he didn't think it was that short or that wide, and then he was been won 1 for the over.
That is amazing awareness from Akil Hussein. Just creating room outside that off stump, no fielders back on the boundary, and this is why he's been sent in at 7.
Well, he had a plan to play the shot before, and it was premeditated. Gave himself room, left the stumps there, and said, hit him if you can. Carter going for that, and found the middle of Akil Hussein bat. Races away for another boundary.
I am surprised by that plan though, because it almost makes it predictable in terms of the line that you're going to bowl. So Hussein just created some room outside that off stump. And then it became very easy. Does it again, but this time he won't get the wide. Oh, he will. he will get the wide. So I thought that bouncer was just over him because he moved across, but second wide in the over. Courtney Walsh, tell me about that one.
Well, I think unless it's just the height he went on, because it can't be down the leg side. The batsman had given himself room. He tried to follow him, so maybe too much height.
This time goes for one of those cutters, and he will easily get to Akil Hussain, and ends a big over for the Red Force. The last couple have been very good for them. 14 runs from it, 275 now for 5. Eight options used for Shea Hope. Carter being very expensive. His last 3 have gone for 36 runs. I just wonder though, Courtney, Vasper Drakes and his team opted to go for the 2 left-arm spinners and the leg spin of Javed Leacock. The 3 of them combined conceded 97 runs in 15 overs today. Did they miss the trick not going for a Ramon Simmons or an extra seamer?
Another single to Hines. Yes, they might have missed a trick with that, to put a bit more variation into the attack. Also, I just believe that by bowling out Curtin all 10 up front, you have taken away someone who should be able to be taking the ball away from the left-handers and probably bowl a bit more into the wicket, as we expected a little bit more wear and tear as the game progressed. A lot on his mind at the moment, Shea Hope.
Slapped it again. But this time, oh no, they're going to come back for 2. Slight misfield from Roshan Primus. And it's a tough game, this. Fine margins.
The Red Force are going for everything. They're running well between the wicket. They're hitting good boundaries. They have really put this Barbados team under pressure since the recovery. And 280, we had said earlier, it's now close. I think they could get to 300 if they continue in this vein.
It's in the air and it's 6. Sublime striking from Akil Hussain. Boy, do the runs continue to come for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Another big blow. Hit it cleanly out the park, Hussain. This partnership is now 28 runs from just 15 balls. So they're going pretty well. 11 sixes, 24s. Hussain doing the job has been sent in to do. 284 for 5, and still has 2 overs after this one.
This time will be just a single, and I'm surprised that he didn't go to that wide Yorker early in the over, because he has the 2 fielders set deep on the offside. He went length, and Hussain said thank you very much. But this could be the first 300 total we have on the board in this zone, well, what was Zone B here in Antigua.
And once we looked at the track this morning, everyone was agreeing that it was going to be a good batting surface to start with. The big question now is that will Jew come into effect later on? We'll have to wait to see that, because that's something that I think the Barbados Pride was open for, to try to nullify the Trinidad Red Force attack. So we'll have to wait to see if the wind is very strong, if that will blow away, or if we'll have it. It's been a very humid day, so I expect a bit of dew. There's a bit of a breeze going with the flags. And we're hoping that that will blow it away.
Anticlimactic end to the over. But the runs continue to come for Trinidad and Tobago. 12 from the over, 287 for 5, 2 remain. You look at that yellow area, 88 runs have come in the last 8 overs. And they've taken anything apart. The Red Force, very close to that 6 runs per over mark. It'll be interesting to see if they go back to Carter, Courtney, because he's bowled 3 overs for 36 runs. Roshan Primus, who's in the team as a bowling all-rounder, has only bowled 2 overs for 19 runs, and I think he's going to be brought back in now. But I'm surprised that, given the plan from the Pride, we want to try to force the batters to hit into the bigger side, and also Square, he's a man that bowls that heavy length. I'm surprised Hope hasn't gone back to him sooner.
Well, this gone for 9.5 an over, maybe that's the reason why. But look at Boyce as well. Boyce's ball is 5 for 24. Could have been someone they look back at. But definitely, with this total, a lot of questions been asked, and Hope has been put under a little bit of pressure. He's gone to Primus. He's hoping to close this game out, trying to restrict them for less than 300. But I think they'll get 300 plus.
Starts with a dot. Dot balls at this stage are gold. If they keep them to under 300, do you think Shea Hope on this surface, which has, we think, got slightly better for batting as the day has gone on, think he fancies his team chasing that, given the fact that they've played their games right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Slapped. And McCaskey, who's quick, can't get there. It was only a matter of time before Hossain found the boundary again. He moves on to 29. This is some innings.
Well, this 29 is from 14 deliveries, and the partnership of 35 is from 20. And as the question you asked about if they restrict them, I think whatever score they get, it's not just going to be Shea Hope alone that has to contribute. They've played on the surface before. They know what is required. They've been getting some good partnership. Every batter in the team has to come to the fore tonight.
So Primus has 2 fielders short behind Square on the offside. Goes short and into the pitch again. And this is why I felt possibly could have been brought back into the attack a bit earlier.
Short into the pitch, but also pace off as well. That means he's thinking about what he wants to do. And he has always done that pretty well for Barbados. But I think in this game, because of how the runs are flowing, he's called upon late.
Oh my goodness, that has gone into the big side. It doesn't matter which side. Akil Hossain out of the top drawer. 297 now on the board.
Short. He was giving himself a bit of room and just helped it, showing some power. Akil Hossain. And that's the longer side of the boundary. But as I said, the way he's hitting them, it doesn't matter where. Another 6 for him. And the run rate has gone over 6 for the first time in this innings or in this tournament.
Gone again. Pummeled over long off for 6. Akil Hossain, 3 maximums for him. 300 up as well.
Well, that one went like a 303 rifle, all the way out the ground for 6. He's hitting them cleanly. He's raced to 41 in just 17. Maybe the cutter tried by Primus, but Akilo's equal to the task. He's in, it's a good surface, and he made no mistake. The partnership now 47 in only 23 deliveries.
Missed out. He feels he missed out there, Akilo saying, but this is some cameo he's playing. 41 from now 18. We're down to 6 balls remaining in this innings. 303 for 5.
Well, it's guaranteed that they'll be chasing 6 and over, regardless of what's the outcome of this over. But the difference could be 6 point how much? 300 is already on the board. So a lot of batting will be required from the Barbados Pride. Spring at the board the last, and they've got runs already. Easy 2.
I think Akilo is saying, though, the way he's gone about things in the last calendar year with the bat in hand, he's really performed well. And I actually think that's helped him maintain his place in the West Indies team. His contributions with the bat in hand. Oh no, Shamar Springer. No ball signal. That is not what you need. Already having to chase more than 300. It's going to be a free hit. And guess who's on strike? Hossein. Just going from bad to worse.
Definitely not what the Pride wants to be seen at this stage of the game. Rubbing salt into the wound. You have to bowl an extra delivery. And the man on strike, who is on 41 from 18, he's got a free hit. It's also the 5th partnership in 26 deliveries.
So for Hossein, he's got 2 extra fielders in the offside. Almost like a 45 in the circle and a cover on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Misses out, but he wants to. He wants the face. And they're going to settle for 1. Hines, who can hit the ball, was part of that TKR team in the CPL. He's been very quiet, just been happy to rotate and give it to Akil Hussain. But ever since that England series at the beginning of the year in Bridgetown, Barbados, Akil Hussain has really shown his prowess with the bat in hand, even at times batting in the middle order for the West Indies in the T20 format. A well-executed Yorker from Springer. So far, not a bad over, Courtney, just 6 runs from it. 3 deliveries to go.
Excellent over at the stage of the game from Springer. And I was expecting to see a little bit more of this from him because he's done it before in other games. Probably just lost his focus a little bit, but he has come back very well in this over so far.
Has he got it well enough? I don't think so. No, he hasn't. And it's taken a good running catch by Akeem Jordan. Had to watch it for a long time. But the damage is done. Akilo is saying, take a bow.
Well, with that catch as well, what makes it a little bit difficult was Primus was in his highlights as well. So at one stage, I wonder if there's going to be a collision. Here we can see Primus in his eye line, bubbled out just a little bit, but in the end, safely taken. And Hussain, wonderful innings of 42 in just 20 deliveries has come to an end. But he has done what was required by the Red Force. It's 309 for 6.
2-0 in the round.
Just 6 runs from the over and a wicket and brings Sunny on the Rhine to the crease. We know he can hit it a very long way. Springer's executed this over well. He's got 4 wickets today, Shamar Springer. Yeah, big swing and a miss from Narayan. He will go after it regardless, and rightfully so. Just 1 delivery now remaining, but 309. Again, went wide. And Hossein, I think, will be disappointed because the length was there.
Just didn't time it the way you wanted to. And a decent, good catch in the end because Primus was in his eye line and something fell from his waist as well.
Yeah, we'll have to rebowl that one. Shamar Springer. Can see the plan, though, trying to go to that wide Yorker. But this will be a mammoth total to chase for the Barbados Pride. Hasn't quite got it. He wants to, and they should get it quite easily. But carnage in that 50 overs of semi-final number 1. 312 on the board. And even after inserting the red force for the first time in this tournament to bat first, they still continue to produce with the bat.
A smile from the captain, sheer hope, with his bowlers, but he knows it's not going to be an easy chase. A lot rests on his shoulder. He's going to have to lead from the front again with the bat. Curtin, a bit puzzled one and what, thinking about it. He's got to come to the party as well. They all have got to come to the party with the bat to chase down this massive 312. Jordan started out very well for them, but Puran was the man who led from the front.
Well, 113 runs coming in the last 10 overs. And it was led by a big partnership, 147 runs put on between Amir Jangu and Nicholas Puran, who got a resounding second list day 100 from just 82 deliveries for his 112. And then excellently finished by Akil Hossein to carry them past 300. And it means then that the Pride will have their work cut out for them if they want to remain in this competition and want to progress to the final.
This is the bowling for the Barbados Pride. Carter very expensive, Warwick expensive, and 312 for 6. The pick of the bowling was Jordan and also Springer with 4 for 6 or 4. And now we can hear from Matt.
Thanks, Courtney. I've got the man who lit up the beginning of the innings with the ball, Akeem Jordan. We'll get on to your performance in a second, but what are your thoughts on 312 to chase?
I think it's a really good batting wicket. So I think 312 would be a decent chase. I believe that my team have the batting that we could chase it down.
Is that the best pitch you think you've seen for batting that we've seen here so far?
No. The other one we played on the other day, I think that was better, but this one is just a little bit slower than the other one, so you get time to adjust and stuff.
Right, talk us through that new ball burst. You were making that ball talk.
Yeah, actually Jonathan Carter, he came to me today and said to me, let him choose the ball. So I let him did it, and that ball just happened to be swinging today.
It can't just be the ball, Akeem. You seem to be really enjoying bowling around the wicket to left-handers. Is that something you've really worked on? And how do you get the ball to move so far away from them?
Actually, I prefer to bowl over the wicket, but my teammates asked me to bowl around, so it's just something that I've been working on because I know it could benefit the team and me in the long run. So, you know, I just need to try to keep working on it and getting better at it.
I think you should definitely stick with it, to be honest, from what we've seen today. You chased down 270 odd, didn't you, against the Leeward Islands. That's got to give your team a lot of confidence. I know it's a bigger score, but you know that you can chase down a big score.
Yeah, I believe that all the guys know what we have to go out there and do. We just have to bat. As long as we bat 50 overs, I believe that we stand a strong chance of chasing down these 300 runs.
Well, Bold, good luck with the bat if you get in.
Okay, thank you.
Well, carnage for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. First game here in Antigua. Doesn't matter the venue. They put the runs, whether they chase or they put them on the board. And the Pride will need 313. It'll be the biggest chase of this tournament, and they'll need it at just above 6 runs per over from the very onset. Don't go too far because this should be an exciting run chase. We'll have analysis after the break.
We're halfway through the first semi-final of this CG United Super 50 Cup, and we have just witnessed a special innings. It was a Nicholas Pooran blitz against the Barbados Pride bowlers today. He has taken the defending champions to a very, very imposing total. The first time we've seen 300 breached here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this competition. He finished with 112 off 82 balls The main partnership was between him and Amir Jangu. 147 for the 4th wicket. Jangu finished with his highest list day score of 81. Very useful knocks of 54 from Darren Bravo and a bright and breezy 42 from Akil Hossain as well, which enabled them to plunder 113 from the final 10 overs. 8 bowlers used by Shai Hope. Most of them took a bit of tap, but one name really stands out there. That is Akeem Jordan. He was brilliant with the new ball up top. They were 2 for 2 at one point, Trinidad and Tobago. He was swinging the ball around corners, but they recovered, and then at the back end really went after the likes of Primus, Warrican and even Springer to a certain degree. Man alongside me, Colin Croft, actually predicted that there would be a score over 300. You must be very happy with that.
I'm very, very pleased. I was saying 310. They made 312, but 112 by the captain, Nicholas Pooran. That was a really, really well-made 100. He came in immediately and started attacking. I don't even think he even played a forward defensive in this whole innings. He played as if he was possessed. He hit the ball everywhere, and you've got to believe that he came in here with a plan. 7 sixes, 5 fours. I mean, runs like sand. The guy played brilliantly. He hit the ball with a lot of authority, and I think he showed that, look, this is a spinning pitch, but if you bat properly, you could hit the ball over the boundaries. This is the best innings I've seen him play in his life, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's only, surprisingly, his 2nd list day century.
Correct.
And the other one was in an ODI, so it's his first one for TNT. And you say there he was batting like a man possessed. Was he batting like a man who was trying to get over the severe disappointment of missing out on the T20 World Cup?
Well, probably, because remember, he made a lot of runs when they were playing in Trinidad and Tobago too. And, you know, this is the wicket that he mishit and was caught down to the long on area. He was upset with this. A good catch eventually, but he was very upset with that. Look at that. The reaction is terrible because he knows he should have hit that for 6. Yes, he played well in Trinidad and Tobago also. I think his average is over 100. So he's been batting well. He got 99 not out in the last innings before he came to Antigua and Barbuda. Overall, Nicholas Pooran, as I said before, I have no problems with his wicket keeping. He has to make runs. The days of making and being a good wicket keeper, no runs, are long gone. This assured me that he thinks now, not only am I going to bat well and get hundreds and get big scores, but more particularly, I've got to show the rest of the teams what we need to do.
Well, actually, he's had a bad day because he started the day with an average of 223. It's now dropped down to just 167. Brilliant partnership with Amir Jangu. And does he deserve a lot of credit for playing the situation perfectly?
Played it perfectly. He lost 2 wickets very early and played with the kind of resolve that I think an opening batsman should play with. I was disappointed that he didn't get to his 100. He made 81, but he played also with, you did say this is his highest list day score, but more than that, he followed his captain, just accompanied his captain and played really, really, really well. I think the two of them put on 147 for that partnership. Really good batting by these two before he was dismissed for that 81. I think Amir Jangu, the only part of this I didn't like is that he got out before he actually could get to that 100.
Akeem Jordan took the catch to dismiss him. How about that opening spell from Akeem Jordan that left TNT 2 for 2? Was this the most eye-catching spell we've seen from any seamer in this competition?
Correct. He's gotten the ball to swing and to cut. He, primarily an off-spin, outswing and off-cut bowler. But what he's been doing, that one was palpably out LBW. The first one was a swing and an edge, but that second one was excellent. And he bowled well in 2 spells. We haven't seen him bowl in 2 spells before. So overall, I think today was his coming out. He bowled quickly, he got 2 wickets, he got 2 very big wickets, 2 for 2 they were, and he came back and bowled well in the end. But in the earlier part, he was swinging the ball, cutting the ball. All he needs to do now is get the outswinger to the right hand or the leg cutter, preferably. I was talking to him about that today, but he bowled well. I was very impressed with his spell.
He bowled very well. Just quickly, before we get to the break, does Shai Hope have to get a big score for Barbados to win this?
Yes, both Shai Hope and Kyle Hope, the Hopes will have to have big, big scores. I think without those, I don't think Barbados is going to get here. They're going to fight, but they're going to have to bat well to get to 313.
They're going to have to bat really well because Trinidad and Tobago have racked up a big, big score here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It hasn't been a high-scoring venue, well, it was today. 312 After the break, we'll show you how they got them.
Has he got bat on it? Expansive drive, and he's got to go. Early strike for Hakeem Jordan.
This time a bit fuller. A bit fuller. Went away slightly from the left-handed Otley.
How is that one? How is that one? It's gone. Hakeem Jordan is on fire.
What a dream start for Hakeem Jordan. Good decision, I reckon.
Opens up Bravo, and he'll just get it into the boundary. That will release some of the pressure that's been building on the Red Force.
And that's beautifully hit. Straight back over. He's gone for 6. Almost regal.
Yes, timed it well. And we know that's what Django can do.
He hasn't hit it as cleanly as I thought at first. It was in the air for a long time, but he's picked up 4 runs. The end of that curtain over.
Stop it, Worry.
Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. An extra cover, timed sweetly. Bravo now building into his innings. And this one's been deposited over mid-wicket for 6 runs, so Curtin cannot escape out of his 7th. It's another short delivery. That's been deposited to a straightish mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs.
Into the gap. Well played, Darren Bravo. Just turning down the leg side. Very inviting. Big open space, and he takes advantage again, Darren Bravo. They've got to plug that gap now, particularly if Boyce is going to bowl this line. Same again. Oh, that would have been a brilliant caught and bowled. I think it carried. It came right off the Q end of Amir Jangu. Springer did really well to get down there. Cut through for 4. Darren Bravo gets to a 50. They've needed all of his experience, having been 2 for 2. Oh, that's in the air. Straight to fine leg, who somehow holds on. Jamel Warrican, he juggled it, I think 3 times perhaps.
Warrican is going to smile at this. He juggled this a little bit. Again, Springer short of a length, leg side. Bravo hits it well. 1, 2, 3.
He's picked that up well, Pooran. The West Indies white ball captain. He gets his first boundary through the smaller onside. That is class. Majestic from Amir Jangu. Couple of bounces into the boundary, and all of a sudden, the Red Force opening up nicely, scoring increasing. Wants the quick single. He wants 50, Jangu, and he'll get it. 650 at the list day level, and he's weathered the storm well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He's got all of that, Pooran. Yeah, when he hits it, it stays hit. You don't want to let that man get away.
Well, that's his favorite shot.
Oh, that's a big hoik to the leg side. He loves that area, and he's got 4 more.
Catch it, no.
That has gone a long way. It's gone for 6.
Nice,
Came
nice
down
job,
the track,
nice job.
Pooran, and then decided because of the line, I'm going to swing this away to the leg side. Rocks back and cuts through the offside. Hasn't got all of it. Can Springer haul it in? No. Gives up the chase. So that's a good over for T&T. That's 4 though. He rocked back very quickly there, Nicholas Pooran, and he had enough width. 52 for the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago captain. What a tournament he is having. Up and over the offside, thought he might try to do that. That is a quality shot, inside out. Just checked his shot as well. Really good from Jangu.
Catch it, no.
He's gone straight. Has he gotten all of this one? Yes, he has. 6 runs, Pooran.
BBS again, Joey. BBS again, Joey.
Short, and that's the one you were talking about, Crofty. A free hit over the onside. He's gone high, high, and handsome. 6 runs over mid-wicket. He's gone big again. That's going to be back-to-back 6s from Pooran. He's on the charge.
Every time I hit boy, what?
And it's going to be 6 more. Straight back over long off, this time up into the double-decker stand. He started a bit too wayward here on the pads of Django, and he's been swung away for 4 runs. Not a good start from the veteran. And that's a free hit again. 6 runs from Pooran this time. Into the 90s now.
Oh, that's interesting. It could be a catch. It's actually taken. I think he'd be disappointed with this dismissal because he was trying to aim it back over the batsman's correction the bowler's head.
Gets it fine, and that will be the 100 for Nicholas Pooran, the Trinidad and Tobago skipper and the West Indies white ball skipper, continuing to stand up with the bat in hand. Just his second list day 100 when it matters most in this semi-final. It's high and big and long and 6. Nicholas Pooran is what he does best. 8th maximum of the day. That has gone very high. It's another full toss and it should be taken. Is taken.
Disappointment on his face. It wasn't high enough to be called a no ball. He could have probably hit that anyway, but chose to go onside. Picked out the fielder and Primus.
He has hit that so well, so straight, and timed it brilliantly. Another boundary to the tally. That is amazing awareness from Akil Hussain. Just creating room outside that off stump, no fielders back on the boundary. And this is why he's been sent in at 7. It's in the air and it's 6. Sublime striking from Akil Hussain. Oh my goodness, that has gone into the big side. It doesn't matter which side. Akil Hussain. Gone again. Pummeled over long off for 6. Akil Hussain, 3 maximums for him. Has he got it well enough? I don't think so. No, he hasn't. And it's taken. A good running catch by Akeem Jordan. Had to watch it for a long time.
Primus was in his highlights as well. So at one stage I wonder if there's going to be a collision. Here we can see Primus in his eye line.
Hasn't quite got it. He wants to, and they should get it quite easily. But carnage in that 50 overs of semi-final number 1. 312 on the board. And even after inserting the red force for the first time in this tournament to bat first, they still continue to produce with the bat.
A smile from the captain, Shea Hope, with his bowlers, but he knows it's not going to be an easy chase. A lot rests on his shoulder. He's going to have to lead from the front again with the bat.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Antigua and Barbuda. And in the next 50 overs, one of these teams, the Barbados Pride or the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, will be packing their bags and will be eliminated from this Siege United Super 50 Cup. The Red Force, 312 on the board, led by Amir Jangu with his 81. Bravo also got a 50, but Nicholas Puran, the skipper, 111 from 82 deliveries, and Akil Hussain finished the job off, 42 from 20. 312, the first 300 plus total we've had here in Antigua. And the pace taking all the wickets. Akeem Jordan was brilliant. 2 wickets in the 3rd over, just conceded the 31 runs. And Shamar Springer, in the circumstances, a very handy 4 for 64. But the left arm spin went the distance, much like Javed Leacock, the leg spinner, was decent, but wasn't able to get a wicket. So what does that mean? That Kyle Hope and the Barbados Pride will need to score at just above 6 runs per over if they're to get over the line. And now his 4th match, Kyle Hope. That score 69. 1/2 century in the tournament, average 35. Very experienced former test player and 1 international player. And Zachary McCasey, he's had a really good tournament. 2 half centuries, both against the West Indies Academy, and averaged a touch under 40. So they will have their work cut out for them. They will need a good start, and they have to face an international bowler in Akil Hussain. Just 9 wickets in the 7 matches, but we all know what he's capable of. Just out of that World Cup with the West Indies. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Sir Curtly, 313 on the board. Which camp do you rather be in right now?
None of the above. Akil Hussain, in his customary role of opening the bowling, here he goes.
Oh, straight away. That's the start they wanted. Runs for Kyle Hope. And should get an easy 2. Wants 3 actually, and he's coming back. But that could be the intensity we want to see in these first 10 power play overs, Sir Curtly.
It's going to be very important that Hope and McCaskey set a good platform for the others to come. This first 10 overs could be crucial. You don't want to fall too far behind the over rate, not the over rate, I beg your pardon, but the run rate, and have too much to make up in the end.
Oh,
You just need to score in a quick manner without taking too many chances. Just to stay in touching distance of the run rate.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, been the arm ball. Surprise Zachary McCaskey. And he's going to expect a lot of spin here tonight. Yeah, just continue with the arm.
Let's see him swing now, come on.
Hossein, Narain, Carrier, Imran Khan.
6 over already, Akil.
All spin options.
Oh, Akil! Good! Back me up there.
How important will it be, though, to get a good start in these first 10? Because they haven't really maximized the power play in this tournament.
Very, very important. Like I just mentioned a few moments ago, you don't want to fall too far behind and have too much to do in the middle and back end of the innings. The start is important.
Feels good here, Akil. Feels good here, Akil.
Long on in place for Kyle Hope.
Oh, lovely, Shannon. Where you going?
He's looking to rotate the strike. Hope 4 from the first over.
Put pressure on the spot now, right here, boys. Come on. Pressure on the spot now, yeah, boys. Come on. Pressure on the spot now to run this run here, boys, and get run out here, boys. Come on. 1-on-1. Wait, what? 1-on-1.
Just 4 on the board in the first over. They got 313 to get the Pride if they want to remain. Shannon Gabriel, 10 wickets in this tournament, and he's been at his best. Picked up 4 against Guyana for 42. Good economy as well, under 5. He's battled with fitness, but good to see him now bowling consistently for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He'll be having one eye on a West Indies return.
Only one eye?
Didn't carry. Don't think it carried through to Amir Jangu, but see that raw pace that I know Sir Curtly Ambrose loves.
That one kept very low. Hardly got up off the turf. I see Shannon Gabriel kind of flexing his side muscles like he's something, like he's feeling some sort of pain or something. But with his pace, needs to hit the ball into the pitch though.
Another flash.
That's a much better delivery. Hit the ball into the pitch on a good length, just short of a length. And with his pace, he could pose a couple of problems. That was a much better delivery.
They have got some inward movement off the pitch as well. Something we saw from Akeem Jordan when he bowled the new ball. Again attacking Gabriel. But Sir Curtly, in that last over I mentioned about starting well in the power play for the Barbados Pride. It's actually been their least productive phase of the game, overs 1 to 10. Their highest dot ball percentage of 66, which is surprising given only 2 fielders outside the circle.
Well, with Kyle Hope and McCaskey, top of the order, they're not generally big power hitters. That's the difference. They look to accumulate runs, take the time, lay a little platform before they get going.
Edged and gone. Simple from Shannon Gabriel, and look at what it means to him. Under the lights in semi-final 1. Gabriel strikes.
Good delivery. That's exactly what I was talking about. Hit the ball into the surface on a good length. He did just that. Easy catch. At first slip, celebration from Shannon Gabriel. And the Barbados Pride losing the first wicket. McCaskey is gone for 1, 4 for 1.
312 on the board, and then you lose an early wicket chasing. Shea Hope, Mr. Consistent for this Barbados Pride team. Walks to the middle, probably earlier than he would have wanted, but he's captain and he's got to stand up now for his team. And this is why he's here.
Easy catch at first slip by Sunil Narain. Right into the pouch, didn't have to move an inch. And those are the kind of catches slip fielders love. Straight at them. And a lot of pressure on Captain Shea Hope. But he's in good form. And the Barbados Pride will need him to stay there. 2 slips are now in place, putting some more pressure on the captain.
Well, he'll know Gabriel well. Two would have spent a lot of time in that West Indies test team together specifically. But you look at his last 4 innings, 350s, 88 from 67 in that last game, putting them in this position in the semi-final. But Sir Curly, this is a different challenge against this Trinidad bowling attack with a place in the final on the line.
Certainly will be a different challenge. And apart from losing an early wicket, you got to get to 313. First time we've seen 300 plus in this tournament. It's a big challenge, but can be done.
Almost got a touch on it outside that off stump, but he survives. Hope, maiden wicket for Shannon Gabriel. Dream start, 4 for 1.
LBW Hussein, LBW Hussein, every time I kill. Always hit that front part, I kill. Always hit that front part, I kill.
That early wicket won't help their cause, the Barbados Pride. And it will be Akil Hussein continuing. The Hope brothers at the crease of maximum importance now. Well, of course, for Shea Hope, opens the batting for the West Indies, leg by signaled. So this won't be unfamiliar territory for him coming in now in the second over. But I think he'll need to bat all 50 overs if they're to get past that 300 total.
Let's go for you, Akil. Come on. Come on, Akil. Come on, Akil. One here, boys. One in here, boys. Come on. Down.
Off the mark. So Curtly, you were here at this tournament a year ago where the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won it. What do they do so well that separates them from the other teams?
They had probably the strongest team for quite a number of years. Good easy single. And apart from having this probably the strongest team, they play some wonderful cricket. There weren't any 1 or 2 players who carried the weight. At different games, different players stepped up. And that's what made them successful. They didn't rely on 1 or 2 players.
Gets it through Shea Hope. And just picks up right where he left off from that last game against the Leeward Islands. First boundary for him, and he'll be hoping he can get many more of where that came from.
Very flat delivery from Hussein. Slightly outside off stump. And Shea Hope cashed in. He's in good form. And the Barbados Pride will need him to get a good score.
That pace there, I think that is when Akil was saying, when he's able to bowl that pace and get balls to grip in the surface and spin past the outside edge of right-handers, that is when I think he's at his best.
Get this wicket here and all hope gone, boys. Get this wicket here and that's it, boys. Down. Yeah. 21.
Single to end, 8 from the over. Much more like it for the Barbados Pride. 12 for 1. Gabriel continuing, wicket in his first over. Looking for that drive, so currently he's looking to be expressive, Shea Hope.
Very, very strong, flew the offside, Shea Hope. Not where he intended. A wry smile from Gabriel, probably saying that was close. Just need to pull that length back a little bit though.
Look at that delivery. Went Yorker and went for the stumps. And somehow Kyle Hope survives. The pace, though, is troubling the Pride at the moment.
Very, very good Yorker from Shannon Gabriel. Kyle Hope was beaten for pace. Had that been on the stumps, he would have been a goner.
This time he gets his man. They've had no answers for him, Shannon Gabriel. And when he's bowling at this pace, he's at his best.
Never really looked in control, Kyle Hope. Never got a chance to settle. Shannon Gabriel with that extra pace. Good delivery on a good length. And once again, Kyle Hope was late on his shot. And he's gone. He's looking up to the heavens, but it's too late. Kyle Hope is gone for 4. The Barbados Pride in some trouble at 13 for 2.
I want man to start fucking first ball. I got me.
Jonathan Carter out in the middle at number 4. 22 runs in now 6 innings. But today's his birthday, so currently, and he'll be hoping that that can help him get some runs on the board.
He's woefully short of work, not short of runs, I beg your pardon. And if the Barbados Pride ever needed him, is now. He needs to step up. in some shape or form to get some runs to help his team.
They're going to scamper through. Good awareness from Shea Hope to pick up on the fumble by Django and get to the other end. Shea Hope wants to face the music, but he signaled. This pace, though, from Shannon Gabriel. Haven't seen him go this quick in a long time.
Look at Kyle Hope, caught in the crease, in no man's land. Probably a bit worried about that extra pace from Shannon Gabriel. Clean him up.
That one may have just held in the pitch. It surprised Shea Hope or actually got in some extra bounce.
Have a look at this. 2 deliveries. Well, no, that was the last delivery. Touched the edge of Shea Hope, but fell well short of Nicholas Pooran at second slip. Let's have a look at this, Nickel. 2 balls go. How wide was that? And it wasn't called a wide, but yet still, when a batsman missed by an inch on the leg stump, you call a wide. How do you justify that?
Just gets it past Gabriel. Wants 2, but he'll settle for 1. Sir Kirtley's not a happy man. But another very successful over for Shannon Gabriel. 2 runs and 2 wickets in his first 2. 15 for 2. But the worrying thing for the Pride is their 2 openers have been dismissed. And it's really only Curtin, Primus, Springer, and Jordan, all-rounders to come. This pair, massively important.
Ball. Stand the stump tackle.
So far, Hossein supporting Gabriel well.
Stand the stump tackle.
Will bring Carter on strike. Left-hander to left-arm spinner. And Jonathan Carter got 56 against Trinidad and Tobago last year in 2021 Super 50 when he averaged 61. This season he's only averaged 4. If that is not a contrast, then I don't know what is.
Well, he really needs to come to the party. He hasn't up to this point. Woefully out of form. Probably thinking where his next run is coming from. He's much better than that, but he's really struggling. They need him.
Down, boys.
Love that piece of captaincy from Nicholas Pooran because he had a long on originally and then he brought him up into the circle knowing that Carter is under pressure, tempting him to go over that man. He just has the one deep backward square fielder outside of the circle. Too short and put away. And that will help the confidence of Jonathan Carter. Gets off the mark in style.
Short delivery from Akil Hussein. Slide the wide of off stump. And Jonathan Carter pounced on it. Is this going to be his night?
Yeah, backing you, Akil. Backing you for this one, Akil. Trust me, Akil. I'm backing you for this one.
Much fuller and much better from Hossein. Interestingly dropped the long on fielder back on the boundary. So deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. That's the two outside of the circle. 5 close in the offside.
Down.
They are scoring against Akil Hossein though. Another 6 runs from the over. 21 for 2. That tells you the story. Both teams losing 2 wickets very early, but the Pride are ahead at the moment. Remember though, the Red Force 113 runs in the last 10 overs. And the Pride have got this man to contend with. He's running hard and bowled extremely fast. Maybe the fastest we've seen in the tournament. Pat offside field. 2 slips, a wide gully, point, and a cover point. Well, he has caused serious problems to Curtly Ambrose, and he's 34 years old, Shannon Gabriel, but still able to extract this type of pace. Just look at some of the deliveries he's produced so far. That was the wicket of McCaskey. Then produced 2 scintillating Yorkers. One narrowly missing the stumps, and the next delivery attacked the stumps. 34 years old, but I tell you, bowling that pace, trouble.
Has got injury issues over the last couple of years. Seem to be back to full fitness now. Running in, looking like the Gabriel of old. Bowling with good pace on a slow surface.
No!
Good to see him back. Even though he's 34, still got a couple of years in the tank. As long as they can remain fit. Shannon Gabriel.
So Curtly, as you know, the West Indies are in Australia, getting ready for their test series, and that fast bowling attack with Jaden Seals, Azari Joseph has done well. But this man, he could be handy. 56 tests already. But even if they say in terms of fitness-wise, it's hard for him to play the longer format. 12 wickets now in this tournament. Do you see him possibly making a return to the one-day international side? Played 25 ODIs, picked up 33 wickets.
Even though he's bowling well, I'd much prefer to see him in the test team, the longer format, as opposed to ODIs.
Well, this has been a problem that he's faced, Shannon Gabriel. In all formats, that front foot overstepping, so he's going to need to rectify that. So Curtly, I've watched a lot of test matches, and Shannon Gabriel, he's gotten wickets on these no balls. It's painful. Good call by the umpire.
One of the worst feeling as a bowler, to get a wicket and as you're about to celebrate, you just hear, you know, no ball called. It's a sickening feeling. You don't want to hear that at all. Free hit. What can Jonathan Carter do against the pace of Shannon Gabriel?
Chased a wide one. Well executed again. Another wide Yorker. That length, he's been able to go to that fullish length at ease, Shannon Gabriel.
Well, touch and go. Look at that delivery. Touch and go there.
Well, it's humid out there. Holding that side and stretching that side now, Shannon Gabriel. He went off the field for a couple of minutes in the last over.
And that's exactly what I spoke about, Nickel. His very first over. Saw him stretching that side. Don't know if there's a little twinge or something, but the Red Force need him.
And that has been the only thing that has stopped Shannon Gabriel. Even in this tournament, the most overs he's bowled in one innings is 9, but he's picked up a wicket every single time he's bowled. It's just the fitness. And it's been a tough journey for him, but when he's been at his best, not many in the world have had answers for him.
Seem to be struggling just a little bit. Let's just hope it's nothing too serious.
Just over that man in the offside, and could have easily been a third for Gabriel, but instead is a single. Just 2 runs from the over. Shannon Gabriel causing problems. 23 for 2 after 6. Terrence Hines into the attack for the first time today. Decent average, 23 in the tournament. Hasn't had multiple opportunities. When he's been called upon, he's done well. Shannon Gabriel still struggling with that side and going off the field. Yeah, if he can just get that body right. I want to focus a bit on Shai Hope. We've spoken at length about Gabriel, who's been excellent in the tournament, Sir Curtly, but Shai Hope deserves his credit as well. The ability to produce when you know that the team is relying on you to the degree that the Pride are depending on him, I just find that so fascinating, and I think is a testament to the amount of skill he has.
Certainly is having a wonderful tournament. It's not the first time he have played well in his regional CG United Super 50. But he's a class player, Shai Hope. When he's batting well, so easy on the eyes, easy to watch. You could enjoy his batting when he's going well. And a bit of a field changing, a packed offside field for Jonathan Carter.
I must say it's interesting because you got Hope in his early stages of his innings and Carter, a left-hander who struggled. I'm very surprised Puran wasn't tempted to go to an over or 2 of Sunil Narayan, the off-spinner, with his deception, you know you want the wicket of Shea Hope.
Yeah. Thank you.
It seemed that Sunil Narayan hardly ever bowled in the first power play. Whether it's 50 overs or even T20s, he's always, or most of the time, comes on when the field can be spread a little bit. I don't know why.
They're going to bring an extra man from behind square at fine leg into a point in the offside. So Hines has got to be very persistent on that off stump line. Often you see a bowler bowling without a fine leg, Sir Curtly.
Yes, there's a deep backward square, a fielder at mid-on, one at short mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. That's the onside. No fielder at fine leg, which simply means the line of attack will have to be just outside off stump. And the other fielder outside the circle is the deep point, so it's an off stump line. Right there, beautiful delivery. Took skipper Shea Hope by surprise. How far was that from the stumps?
They have kept a touch low, actually. Into the pitch again. Brings you success on these two pace surfaces. I think Jamaica Scorpions and the Guyana Harp Eagles will be at home watching this game and planning around how this surface is played. Indecision. Direct hit could be interesting, but Hope gets home in time. All happening in the first 7 overs. 25 for 2.
Ask him he's thinking, right? Can't go there. Turn. Come on, Mystery. Come on, Mystery.
This innings by the Barbados Pride following a pretty similar pattern to what we saw early from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, losing 2 early wickets. A bit of a repair job on hand. These two have put on 12 from 22 deliveries. As we see the champion spinner, Sunil Narayan, being brought into the attack inside the power play. Still 3 overs remain in this first power play. He's just taken the 6 wickets, but he's been as economical as anyone in this tournament. I'm joined by one half of what I consider to be the greatest new ball opening partnership. Sir, not sir, but Mr. Courtney Walsh.
Thanks, Maddy. My partners run and left me. Sir Curtly Ambrose. Narayan into the attack. Straight away posing some problem, and he's probably been brought in a little bit earlier because Gabriel is off the field. Maybe not, but he's good enough to bowl in the power play. He has done it for numerous teams before, and here he's doing it again for the Red Force.
And yeah, Shannon Gabriel got us up off our seats in that spell, actually. His 3 overs. Picking up those 2 wickets. But he's back on the field, which is a good sign for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Maybe not too. That side muscle probably not causing him too many problems.
Down.
Indecision again. The previous over, we saw something similar. It hasn't come back to hurt the Pride just yet, but you just get the sense the pressure's building on this pair.
Yes, and this pair with their experience should be able to cope with the pressure.
Down. Oh, lovely, Michael.
Fabulous start from the man, Sunil Narain. Hasn't gone for a run yet. 4 deliveries, actually 5 deliveries gone in his first over. Just 1 remaining. What will happen here? Hope just covers up. Fair play, and you anticipate that they'll probably look to just play Sunil Narain out. Just 1 run from his first over. 8 overs gone, 26 for 2. Barbados Pride still need 287 runs to win this match. Just 8 overs gone. This run rate has just crept up slightly to just below 7. It's 6.83. It's going to be Hines, though, who bowled a pretty good first over to continue. Quite skiddy. He's been hitting the bat quite hard. He's bowled quite good lines. Obviously, he's feels very comfortable with where his bowling's at. At this point in time, he's bowling without a fine leg.
Yes, he's bowling without a fine leg. He's got a lot of fielders on the offside. A slip, short third man, deep point. He's got a deep mid wicket, but no fine leg.
Just drifted onto the legs there, but Hope doesn't make contact. Hines gets away with that one. He's been quite disciplined, but like I said, just straying down the leg side on that last delivery.
Yeah, doesn't want to be bowling there because of the feel that he has. So he probably got away with that one, but he looks to be very skiddy off the pitch. So probably just surprising them with a little bit of pace, that extra zip off the wicket.
This one's been hammered outside off stump. Hines presents width to Hope, and he takes it with both arms.
Yes, the form is in. You can't afford to give him a chance to free up the arm like that. It was there. Pick the spot. Even though they had a deep square. No third man. And it just races away for 4 runs.
With Shea Hope at the crease, the Pride will think they've got a chance to win this game for sure. The longer he bats, the more this game goes into the favor of the Barbados Pride. We saw that in the previous game, a must-win match against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Captain put his hands up. Good run in there.
Quick running. Captain Puran and call into action. With the experience that they have out the batting, Mali, they couldn't ask for a better player to be there now. A man for the crisis was proving himself on numerous occasions. Jonathan Carter hasn't come to the party as yet with the bat for the Barbados Pride. Now will be the best time for him to do so.
Do you think there would have been discussions in the Pride support staff, possibly in terms of Carter's place in the 11 this evening? You know, he's been very good with ball, but with bat, he just hasn't quite come to the party. Do you think they would have had discussions?
That man on screen there, Vasper Drakes, would have done so, I would have thought. But I think with his experience and with how he has done in previous competition, and this being a semi-final, they're banking on his experience.
End of Hines' second over, 5 coming from it. 9 gone, 31 for 2.
Keep working Narayan.
It's going to be Sunil Narayan to
this ball,
continue
this
from
ball,
the
PLR.
Sir Andy Roberts end. Oh. Has that gone through the gate, Courtney Walsh?
It looks a beauty from Narayan from here. Fair amount of turn, but not enough to take the outside edge. Just skid off the wicket a little bit.
This is going to be trouble at the store. No direct hit there, but we've seen a bit of indecision. Utley on that occasion doing the fielding, not affecting the direct hit. They would have been comfortable though. Good running from the skipper.
When they don't hesitate, these two run pretty well between the wicket. They seem to have a very good understanding. And they know they got to keep the scoreboard ticking, so singles are just as important as boundaries as well.
If we think back to that first innings, it was at this stage in which the Trinidad Red Force had lost 2 early wickets as well. And you got the impression that maybe the Barbados Pride didn't go for the jugular. They chose to employ 2 spinners. Are they going to come back for 2 here? It's going to be an easy 2 runs into the onside. But they chose to employ 2 spinners at a time when possibly they could have gone to their pace options. Here, Narayan being brought into the attack is an attacking option. Something different from what we saw. Yeah, something different from what we saw from Barbados in that first inning.
I just think that once you're getting wickets against a team, you have to try to keep getting wickets to put them under pressure. And that's where probably Barbados Pride just slow down a little bit. It's Narayan over completed. Just 3 from it. The 34 for 2.
And the umps there on the screen just making the signal the end of the first power play here, yielding some 34 runs, but the Barbados Pride losing 2 wickets to Shannon Gabriel as well. And we've seen pace actually dominate in terms of taking wickets on this wicket here today, something different that from what we've seen throughout the tournament. Courtney Walsh?
Yes, 8 of the wickets that has fall all to pace. Barbados, Jordan and Springer in the first innings, 4 and 2 between them. And now Gabriel the first 2 here. So all the wickets fall today has been to pace.
one's been hiked away by Shea Hope, wide past that straight mid-wicket. 4 runs. He moves on to 17. This partnership just building now.
Well, you just stand and deliver there, Shea Hope. Pick the length pretty early and just hit through the line, pick the spot, found the gap, and it's run away all the way to the boundary for 4.
Doesn't find the gap. Full toss. It's pretty disappointed to miss out on that one. You've got the power play here. Shannon Gabriel into the attack early and doing damage with that new ball. Once again, too much pace. Electric pace from the big man. Hope had to go. Carter joined his captain at the crease. And they've built quite nicely here. 25 from 42 deliveries. And looking for more. 4 deliveries remaining in this Hines over. With again. But the man's positioned quite adequately on that point boundary. And just to go back quickly, what's something you think maybe the Barbados Pride could have done differently, especially when they had a Bravo and Django in under pressure, 15 for 2?
Well, they should have still got hunting for wickets, I believe. And the seamer, I thought they would have brought in the seamer a little bit earlier to try to put a bit of pressure on Bravo. Bowl a couple of short ones at him to see how he played it. But they didn't do that, and they allowed him to settle in. And then once you get in, he's the type of player that, you know, you can take the game away from you.
It's well played by Jonathan Carter. He's just allowed that to come on to the bat. Run that down to third man. Third man's positioned a bit wide. He comes back for 2 runs. He moves on to 11 now. And the score is 41 for 2. 7 runs from this Hines over so far. 2 deliveries remaining. Slightly better start from Carter here than what we've seen from him previously.
Probably the best start he has had so far. Is 11 is off 22 deliveries. And he looks a little bit more fluent. And I think the Barbados Pride would be hoping for a lot more of that.
It's well played again, just showing his experience there. Just maneuvering the bat face to find that gap. Allowing the ball to come all the way onto him, playing it underneath his eyes. Showing all his experience here, Jonathan Carter. Today may be his day. Who knows? He's a man for the big occasion. Came up trumps last time for this Barbados Pride team. Last time they were in the CG United Super 50 Cup. But Shea Hope, 22 from 29, leading from the front. Looking for 2 here again. They've run very well. Like you said, whenever they haven't had that hesitation, the running has been seamless. But the end of that Hines over, 11 gone, 43 for 2. The 11th over bowled by the Trinidad Red Force, yielding the most for the Barbados Pride thus far. 9 runs. That run rate still below 4s. Trinidad will be very happy with the start that they've made here. Narayan to continue. 1 run to Hope. partnership 30 from 46 deliveries. Not too much turn and bounce from Sunil Narayan just yet, Cuddy.
No, we haven't seen any major turn, but we haven't seen that all day from any of the spinners. So as we suspected, it might get a bit better as the game goes on. But at this stage of the game as well, the Barbados Pride are ahead in terms of 44 for 2. The Trinidad and Red Force were 32 for 2.
Come on, Narayan.
Close or just going down. Umpire says no. Sunil Narayan seemed to be quite interested in that one. What do you see here?
With the angle, height and going down, difficult to give those when you're bowling around the wicket. So good decision by the umpire.
It was at this stage with Kamari Boyce, Nicholas Curtin on, Dwayne Bravo, Amir Django at the crease, run scoring became easier as these batters faced more and more deliveries. As we see a false stroke there from Carter, inside edge for one. But what's different here is that Sunil Narayan is the man with the ball in his hands. It's going to be difficult to take chances against such a spinner.
Definitely so, and they know that the Barbados Pride, and you can see by the way they're batting, both Shea Hope and Carter doesn't want the risk because he's a wicket taker and he can be a match winner for the Red Force. I think they'll be intent on just trying to see him out.
Oh, he's gone past the outside edge again. Sunil Narayan, almost a quicker delivery there.
Keep going, Narayan. Keep going, Narayan. If that one is spin, it's good.
That was like a leg spin in the end, the way it passes the bat. Just while it's on and drift away a little bit from Shea Hope. Wicketkeeper wasn't interested, but first slip was in Hussain.
Once again, has he taken the edge? Umpire says yes. And Shea Hope has to go. Sunil Narayan providing that wicket-taking delivery.
Yes, set up properly. You can see the same line, same length, just a touch fuller. And this time, Shea Hope got the nick on it. And you could see the celebration on Narayan's face. He's happy. The Red Force think they've got the match now because that's the one they wanted. Look at us here and celebrate. A disappointed Shea Hope has to go. He's played well, but not well enough on this occasion for his team. Someone else will have to take up the mantle. It's 45 for 3.
Massive wicket of Shea Hope, has brought Nicholas Curtin to the crease, the 24-year-old left-handed batsman. He set him up perfectly, didn't he, Courtney Walsh? We've seen him go past the outside edge on a few occasions. The previous delivery, missed it by miles. He just pitched this one a little closer and took that edge of Shea Hope.
7 over for 38 overs.
And it looks like it's going to be Imran Khan into the attack, affectionately known as Sharky. He's only played 2 matches so far in this tournament. Taken 4 wickets. He's a wicket taker, that's for sure. This is a man with well over 400 first-class wickets for Trinidad. So he brings that pedigree to this team whenever called upon, tends to put his hand up, be it with bat or ball. Wasn't asked to bat today, but he comes into the attack here from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end with his leg spinners. And he'll just look to run a few through, not look to turn the ball
Keep going, Sharky.
too big. Spore between wicket and wicket and challenge these batters on the front foot.
Nicky off, Sharky. Nicky off,
Carter
Sharky.
now, the responsibility grows. Shea Hope back in the hut.
A lot rests on that man's shoulder, Jonathan Carter, if the Pride are to get back into this game.
Oh, yes, Sharky. Yes, Sharky. Nicky
At this stage, it's all Red Force, 45 for 3 in 12 overs.
Sharky.
That wicket of Hope was a big one. And the Red Force still looking for wickets. That's why they've brought on Imran Khan.
Catch it.
Just a bit short there. Hit quite powerfully, but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket in Jason Mohammed. And you're right, Courtney Walsh. Still looking for wickets. If you think when Boyce and Curtin were on, they were probably just looking to be defensive. But Sunil Narayan being brought into the attack in the first power play, definitely an attacking move, and it's paid dividends so far. He's picked up the big wicket, the man in form.
Oh, that ball, Sharky. Get your head. Dead. Somebody dead. Somebody dead.
Nicholas Curtin is away from his first delivery.
Bit too late for this now, boys.
Got to start all over, build a partnership again.
We need some boundaries now.
He was very good in his partnership with the skipper in the previous game, a must-win match against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Played his part in a 103-run partnership. Short again from Khan, but the field's well set. He's hitting the ball into what we consider to be the bigger side of the field here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Keep working, Sharky. Keep working, Sharky.
He's just gone for 3 singles so far, 4 deliveries.
Oh, yes, Sharky. That's the ball. That's the ball, Sharky.
Looked like the googly there. Didn't see much of that from Leacock, but he's experienced. Khan, he knows what he wants to do. We'll always be asking good question. You expect him to be probably a little bit more expensive than the rest. But what he is, he's a wicket taker. And the Red Force trying to see if they can prize out another wicket or two.
Down.
A single to end a multitude of options at the Red Force's disposal. 5 runs from Khan's first over. 13 overs gone, 50 for 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 50 is up with the Barbados Pride. The 50 is up for the Barbados Pride, coming with 4 fours in 79 balls.
Let me move. We know the fields. We know the fields. Let me move. Hey, wait for him, boys. Keep going around. Keep going around. Take off your helmet, Inga sweep, Narayan. He took off your helmet, Inga sweep.
The run rate has crept up to just over 7.
1. Back up there. Bravo.
These two will have to put a partnership together. We know they've got some big hitters at the end, but they'll need to build that platform. And it's not going to be easy against the likes of Sunil Narayan.
Keep going, Narayan.
You're right, they're going to have to stay proactive, even against the Sunil Narayan. Can't afford to let this rate climb, keep climbing. It's going to be a tough proposition, that's for sure. What's an option to call upon here? It's well played from Curtin though. He's got the little ramp out. Something for Sunil to think about there.
Yes, you can't just allow him to bowl at you. You've got to try to counteract him, to try to be a step ahead of him if you want to keep scoring. And the challenge is that he's such a clever bowler, he'll be trying to outsmart you as well. Good contest in the making.
Yes, all the skills of Sunil Narayan were on show in that previous over against Shea Hope. How many times did he beat him on the outside edge? As an off spinner, that's something you don't see too often. He's just got that ability to get the ball to hold and go away at times. Close shot there again. It's probably going to be a leg by. Maybe just going down the leg side. But you get the feeling, actually, Courtney Walsh, every delivery, Sunil Narayan bowls, something's going to happen.
He's an action-packed bowler. So you can't take your eyes off the screen when he's bowling. If you're at the ground, you have to do the same as well.
Three runs from this over so far. Solidly played by Curtin. Showed good technique. He hasn't scored the runs he would have liked, but you definitely see the talent in this young man. It's fantastic in the field, bowls his off spinners, and if he can just get his batting right, be more consistent, he can definitely be a player for the future, or even the now. The end of that Narayan over though. 14 overs gone, it's 53 for 3.
Whoa. Whoa. Nicky off Sharky, Nicky off Sharky. Lego, man.
After 14 overs of this run chase in this first semi-final, it is very much advantage the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The defending champions at the moment, showing exactly why they are the champions. Brilliant with the bat. Highest score that we've seen in the competition.
Oh, yes, Sharky, yes, Sharky, yes.
And now they've been right on the money with the ball as well. They've got a very impressive bowling attack, including in the spin department. We've seen 3 high-quality spinners already so far. Imran Khan into his second over. That's loose, though, and it's put away by Jonathan Carter. Second time he's cut through the offside like that.
He needs a big score. Jonathan Carter, short and wide at that time from Khan, and was able to put away. Struggled through this tournament, Jonathan Carter. He needs a big score tonight if they are to get across that line. Not an easy task.
One. Oh, lovely.
More runs here. Just the one.
Great shot. Come on, Sharky.
Oh, the big man's in. Raheem Cornwall. Local lad, of course, from Antigua. He wishes he was playing. Up and over. There is protection out there on the offside, though. That skewed off the outside half of the bat.
Trust me.
Well flighted delivery.
Over mid off, no.
Curtin really didn't do very well with it.
Could be a chance at a catch. Just evades deep mid-wicket, but that didn't quite go where Jonathan Carter wanted it. I think that went a lot squarer than he was intending.
Carter, boy. Tell you turn up breeze, man. I tell you turn up breeze there.
Still was a good blow. nowhere near the fielder, who was sprinting around from a deep mid-wicket position.
Have a catch, DM.
Good aggressive intent being shown here by Jonathan Carter against Imran Khan.
That goes one bounce to Sunil Narayan behind square on the offside, but that's a good over for Barbados. Need a few more of those. 10 off it. It's 63 for 3.
Keep going, Narayan. Last two recognized batsmen here, Narayan. Last two recognized batsmen line up here, Narayan. Bowling around the circle.
Sunil Narayan showing he is still very much a force at this level. 1 for 8 of 4 overs. He is so economical these days.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, Narayan.
He's had a fascinating career, hasn't he, Curtly? Because he's had to adapt his bowling, really. When he first burst onto the scene, before he got called for his action, he used to give the ball a big rip both ways, used to deceive the batters frequently. He's had to alter his action, doesn't turn it as much anymore, but he's almost become more economical. Economy rate is the best in this tournament of anyone who's bowled 20 overs. Well under 3.
That's one of the reasons why they call him the mystery spinner when he came on the scene first. He was difficult to negotiate. Many a batsman struggled against him. Then he was called, had to remodel his action, called again.
Oh, that's gone past the inside edge.
He was called a couple of times, had to remodel his action. Ooh, lucky. Yes, that's right. It was that close. He doesn't give it the same kind of rip as we've seen a few years ago. But lots of batsmen are still weary of him.
And he can still bowl the other one that goes past the outside edge of the right hand, as we saw him with the Shea Hope dismissal. Just doesn't turn quite as much. And he can go past the outside edge of the left-hander too.
A wry smile from Jonathan Carter. Look at that. Spun quite a bit. He played straight enough.
Another really good over by Sunil Narayan, just 1 off it. Barbados having to rebuild here, having lost those 3 early wickets. A lot relying on Jonathan Carter and the rest of the batters. They're going to have a chance to have a think about what's to come and have a drink, as are the fielding side. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Barbados Pride have already lost 3 wickets as they attempt to hunt down 312 in this first semi-final of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Trinidad and Tobago will be very happy with where they are, having racked up the biggest score of the competition, 312, and then some serious fast bowling, Kirtley.
First to go, Shannon Gabriel getting an outside edge, and then Kyle Hope went soon after, late into position. Was a bit wary of the extra pace, and his son in Lorraine, the mystery man, got the prized wicket of Captain Shea Hope. And look at the celebration. They know that's a big one. Good take by the wicket keeper, Django. Look at that, Gabriel, 2 wickets for 4 runs in 3 overs. Narayan bowling very well, 1 wicket for 9 from 5. They're all really bowling well. Hussein, you can say, in the context of the game, is a little bit expensive.
Yeah, what's he doing? Terrible start by Akil Hussain. They've got an unbelievable bowling lineup, haven't they? TNT Red Force. It's the envy of a lot of teams, and that is the issue for Barbados Pride here. We've not even seen Carrier yet. Might see some off-spin and Jason Mohammed if they want to go that way against 2 left-handed batsmen. Still plenty of overs left for the likes of Narayan, Khan, Gabriel, Hossain. You've got to play spin well if you're going to beat Trinidad and Tobago. Acquired rate, 7.32 already.
It's an uphill task for the Barbados Pride. Looking to get a mammoth total of 313.
Down.
And with 3 wickets already back in the hut, 1 or 2 guys have to step up now. Carter is there. He's playing okay.
Keep going, Sharks.
Could this be his night? Up to this point, he's had a terrible time in this CG United Super 50 tournament.
Oh, that's beautiful, Sharky. That's beautiful.
Finds some nice drift, doesn't he, Imran Khan? Just slightly away from the left-handed batsman.
Sharky. Absolutely beautiful from you, Sharky.
Turned anyone big yet, but his control has been pretty good.
Oh, loving.
Missed an opportunity there of at least 1.
Keep going, Sharks. Keep going, Sharks.
That shot's working well. Carter definitely looks like he's feeling better today. He's found the middle of the bat a couple of times. Sometimes that's all it takes, just 1 shot, and suddenly you're back, having not scored a run all tournament.
They're backing the trees, they're backing the trees, Sharky. Down there. Love that tree. I love that tree now, Sharky. I love that tree.
So 3 singles picked off in that over, 67 for 3.
Going, boys. Here we go. They wait for King, boys. They wait for King, boys. 17, boys. Doc will do this 131, boys. Doc will do this 131, boys. Keep going in the Ryan. Keep going in the Ryan. Middle play.
It's already looking a tall order for the Pride. Need to get a good partnership together here.
Stay. Now I know. Back up.
Come, TJ, good one. Come on. Keep going, Alar. Keep going, Alar.
Keep going around. Go, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep working around. Keep working around.
Oh, a little under edge, which is nutmegged Amit Jangu. It's got to go all the way. Jonathan Carter will take them however they come today.
He certainly will. A bit of a inside edge went through the legs of the wicketkeeper Jangu. Jonathan Carter struggled throughout this tournament. He's now moved to 31. This innings, Matt, he scored more runs in this innings than he did the whole tournament.
He has. He was averaging 3.5 at one point in this competition. Having been the top scorer for Barbados last year, comfortably, over 300 runs. Skidded on, he's got an under edge, I think. There was a sound. Umpire didn't think so.
Wicketkeeper Jangu, the bowler, Sunil Narayan, and many other of the close-in fielders were very confident that they had him. Carter didn't move. They went up straight away. But the most important man in the picture, the umpire, decided against it.
Well, there definitely seemed to be two noises in the stump mic there. The only thing I can think of was, did he brush his pad? Or was it an under edge?
On the right. One.
But as you say, Curly, doesn't matter. Because the man who matters said not out. Jonathan Carter lives to fight another day. 73 for 3.
Come on, Sharky. Come on, Sharky.
Well, he's had a rough tournament with the bat. Jonathan Carter probably deserves a bit of luck.
Lovely, Sharky.
Could be 2 here. Comfortably run. Yeah, good between the wickets, these two. Is he lucky to be there, though? Let's have a look at this replay again. Hard to tell any deviation, but there is 2 noises there. Everyone was convinced, including Sunil Narayan in between overs. I think he's just said, you got away with one there, mate, I think he said. Big smile from Jonathan Carter as well, and Imran Khan had a word.
I reckon it's all smiles from the Red Force because they're way ahead of the 8 ball, in no danger. I reckon if it was a closer game, the reaction would have been different.
You going, Sharks. You working, Sharks.
No edge on that one, just skidded through.
You're bowling well now. You're bowling well now, Sharks. Down, Puran. Oh, 1-1-1. Back up there. Back me up. Back me up.
Noticed he was just wringing his hand earlier. Jonathan Carter, his left hand. I think that was from when he was fielding off his own bowling. Tried to stop a ball that was smashed back hard at him and hit him right on the tip of the finger.
Oh.
Good running in this over. Couple of singles and a 2.
Keep going, boys.
Yeah, that was a painful blow.
Bull Sharks.
That ball was struck with a lot of power.
No, boys. They don't need 4 over here. They don't need 4 over here, boys. Gotta get bouncy this ball.
But it hasn't affected his batting.
Right, Sharky.
He moves on to 36. The score moves on to 78 for 3.
Only 30 more after this, boys. Run rate climbing, boys. Run rate climbing. Go on, Ryan. Come on, Ryan. No, sweet Ryan. Sweet Ryan.
Let's start the touch this way.
Narayan v Carter continues.
Let me go, boys.
Good battle this. Narayan again, so economical. 2.43 is going out at the moment.
Nah, you good there. Shannon have a rocket. You don't have a rocket. Setting them up big, Gable.
And when you have 312 on the board, someone who can give you 10 overs for around about 24, 25 is like gold dust. Just puts a lot of pressure on the batsman to score off the other bowlers.
Oh, yes, never, never. Oh.
The running between the wickets of these two have been really, really good. Every opportunity to get a single or even two, they really look the part. They're showing a lot of urgency.
Oh, Sunai!
Not a lot of boundaries have been scored so far. 7 fours, no 6s, that's all. So that's why it is so important for the 1s and 2s to add to the score. And both of these batters are doing that very well.
Oh, inside edge. Defeated again in the flight by Narayan. So good at how he varies his pace.
Hit Jumbo, he said Brian Charles, he hit all the off-spinners over the top, Narayan.
Ooh, that was close. Yes, not close enough, Sunil.
Not going after you, Narayan. He's not going after you, Narayan.
Jonathan Carter playing with real caution.
Down one, 1-1. Back me up there, bro, Michael.
Push it for 2.
Well, they are rebuilding here, which is what they need to do. Partnership is up to 36 of 48 balls, 20 overs gone, 81 for 3.
Going, Karaya. Keep working, Karaya. Keep working, Karaya. 7.7, boys. 7.7, boys.
We're going to see some more leg spin. One leg spin replaced by another at the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. First glimpse of Yannick Carrier. Surprise inclusion in the West Indian T20 World Cup squad. Having only played 4 T20s. He was picked. Didn't play though. That's a good record in list A cricket. He's done well in this tournament. Joint top wicket taker for Trinidad with 10. And he's a different type of leg spinner to Imran Khan.
Start at your best, Lara. Start at your best, Lara.
The only thing they both have in common is that they're leg spinners.
That's very good face, Lara.
Yeah, one thing's the hairstyles, that's for sure. Carrier's got a nice little pattern on his
Keep going, Lara. Keep going, Lara.
head. Apart from that, it goes to a similar barber to me.
Back me up, back me up.
Whereas Imran Khan's got a lovely lot of hair on top of his head. I'm very jealous.
Keep going, Karaya. Keep going, Karaya. It's gone. It's gone.
The Red Force bowlers are making it really, really difficult for the Pride batsmen to score. Only 7 boundaries hit so far, and this is over number 21. So they're really choking them off.
Hit hard, straight off the back foot. That is some shot from Nicholas Curtin. Almost went all the way.
Very strange looking shot, but very effective. Off the back foot. One bounce into the fence. Look for a moment that you want to hit it through the onside. But very effective.
It's brought some good energy to the crease, Curtin. Run a ball for his first 15.
Oh, you got that pitch. Oh.
And then they take a single. Good over for Barbados. 8 off it. It's 89 for 3.
The Barbados Pride, in reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, is 312 for 6, are 89 for 3, having lost 2 wickets early, and Shea Hope as well. This partnership of 44 from 54 has just gone about repairing, doing a bit of a repair job, as it looks like big Shannon Gabriel is going to come back into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. What a spell it was from him first up, Crofty.
Good evening. Yeah, Shannon Gabriel is going to come back from that southern end, Sandy Roberts end. He's going to push in here. The big boy, he's going to slip. And a wide gully, maybe backward point. But he's bowled well in his first spell. There was maybe a little question mark about his fitness. But so far, so good. He had 10 wickets coming in from the game that they played in Trinidad and Tobago. Got 2 today. Looked as if he's a little bit smaller. He looks as if he's been working out. I was teasing him today. I said, Ambrose, Walsh, myself, King, we don't want you in our midst yet. Keep going. He said, no, I have no plans to be there for 10 years. That's a good thing.
You're right, he's looking fitter, that's for sure. Just a little more lean. Not quite as bulky as we've seen from him. He's getting into the crease a bit easier as well. And he's definitely excited us with the pace that he's delivered at.
Good run. This has been not a bad partnership. It's just gotten to now 44. Actually 45 now, I think. From 56 deliveries. It's been a good repair job being done here, as was done when Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batted.
And coming into this match, he would have bowled some 32 overs, Crofty. And like you said, picking up 10 wickets, just showing you that maybe we're seeing a bit of consistency in terms of his fitness and conditioning.
Well, 32 overs, they played what? 6 games in Trinidad, 5 games down in Trinidad and Tobago. That's not a lot. That's average. Yeah, 6, so that's not fantastic. He's a frontline bowler. He should be bowling 8 and 10 every time.
Pace.
But I also understand that Trinidad and Tobago have got so many spinners. Akil Hussain, Sunil Narayan, Imran Khan, Yanak Correa. So they specialize in the spin. A good little fast bowling here and there would not be too bad. But yes, he does look really organized. There's Shannon Gabriel. He looks much, much small. He says he's been training hard. Well, the consistency has been good.
Bit of pace there, beating the outside edge of Carter. But in terms of the consistency, just to be available for 5 consecutive games from Gabriel. Bit of pace and bounce there, Carter wanting no part of that one.
Wonder why they took away the slip. Just strange. I mean, nothing has happened onward. We've had just 1 run from this over. Why move the slip?
End of that Gabriel over. I have to agree with you, Crofty. You're still in a position of dominance, but only 1 run coming from it. End of 22, 90 for 3.
Hussain opened the bowling, none for 17. Channel Gabriel only in his 4 overs completed, 2 for 5. Really bowled well. Sunil Narayan confused the batsmen. 7, 1 for 17.
Come on, Correa. Come on, Correa. Go, Correa.
That economy rate of Gabriel's 1.25 jumps out at me. Not known as being the most economical, but it's going to be Correa to continue. A little ramp again from Curtin. Shot he seems to like. Bit of a get off strike option. Well played, 17 of 18 now.
Good partnership, 47 now from 61. Repairing the damage done when it was 4 for 1 and then 13 for 2.
He's gone aerial again. 1 bounce. It's probably going to be 4 just inside that boundary. Probably the best innings we're seeing from Curtin here.
Very necessary. Probably a top spinner. He might have picked it because he hit it straight. He didn't try to hit across the line. Just inside of the boundary. Gets 4. Brings up the 50 partnership. This innings has had 9 4s, no 6s. But this partnership has really repaired the damage for the Barbados Pride. 51 from 62 and ongoing. Excellent so far.
Good batting this. He's going to push hard for 2. He's going to come back. It's going to be close. He's gone to the wrong end. 2 runs added to this total. That partnership grows now to 53. Good batting from this pair.
Would have been interesting to see if Darren Bravo had returned to the wicketkeeper's end. If Jonathan Carter would have gotten there because he was struggling. But I think Bravo threw that ball to the non-strikers end, allowed more time, and the batsman got back.
Very good running. And they're going to come back for 2. So good phase of play here for the Barbados Pride. These two just running the Trinidad Red Force a little ragged.
Just goes to show what you do when you get your first run. The first run should always be quick, just in case an error happens in the outfield, as was just done. He's probably not yet worried, but probably saying to his guys, look, we got to tighten up a little bit.
Good footwork there from Curtin again, just using the depth of the crease quite nicely. 1 delivery remaining in this Karaya over. He's just struggled since he's come on to stop these Barbados Pride batters from scoring freely.
As did Inram Khan. Inram Khan 4, none for 23. He's also been expensive. Very different to Sunil Narayan.
It's going to take a big innings from one of these two, if not both of them, but just a single to end. 12 runs from that Karaya over, 23 gone, the 100 comes up, 102 for 3.
"23 overs completed, 102 for 3. Target is 303, correction 313. 2:11 to go. .81 runs required. That equation is extending itself, as this big boy is going to extend himself now.
And this one, hard, straight back past Shannon Gabriel. Jonathan Carter making a statement with that shot.
Well, you're the one who said maybe today's his day, so maybe it is. And that is pugnacious, ambitious, dismissive, right over the long on for 4. Well, is this the day for Jonathan Carter? I think he made 22 in 5 innings before this. So he's already doubled his maximum from 5 innings. He's at 44 from 70. He's got to bat a long time if they're going to get close to that 313.
He's done it before. That's why he's in this 11. He's coming to the party. Better late than never, that's for sure. 44 from 70. Good batting again, just opening the face, using the pace of Gabriel.
But while we laud the spinners from Trinidad and Tobago, I think they have a little bit of a problem here. Gabriel has bowled well. He's in his 5th over, 2 for 10 so far. Hussain, not bad. None for 17 from 3. Narayan has been excellent. 1 for 17 from 7. So he has 3 left. But Inram Khan and Yannick Correa, they have not bowled well, so they might have a worry. They need a wicket here.
Good pace again from Gabriel. They've run that first one hard, worked away by Curtin to a wide fine leg position. Do you think we'll possibly see Nicholas Pooran with the ball this evening?
Why not? If you need a wicket, you know, your father used to do that for us. Larry Gomes, try something, a non-bowler, just give him a chance. Pooran, I think, bowls leg breaks. Offspring, right. And he got a couple of wickets against England. Why not? He's not wicket keeping. He might be playing as an all-rounder. Batting all-rounder, that is.
Seems to really fancies those off spinners of his, that's for sure.
But I must say Jonathan Carter has looked really organized today, especially when he lost Shea Hope. Kyle Hope was dismissed by Gabriel. He was the second man out, bowled. And McCaskey, I think, has also beaten for pace, a good leg cutter, outswinger, more than anything else. Caught it still in a line at slip. So from 13 for 2, they've brought the equation up nicely. 45 for 3, and now this partnership 63.
Pace off from Gabriel. It's just showing you the evolution in his skills. Haven't seen too many slow deliveries from the big man.
Well, he's been playing a long time. He's got to learn something. Actually, he actually rolled his hand across the ball as if he's going to bowl a leg break and then bowl a top spinner. And he smiles. Well, he's been around a long time. I'm sure he's practiced that a lot in the nets.
Never too old to learn and develop new skills, that's for sure. That one's been cut away. Has it carried? It has comfortably. Jason Mohammed takes the catch. Jonathan Carter falls 5 short of what would have been a brilliant half century. Do the Barbados Pride's chances go along with him?
Well, definitely a little bit more of a nail in the coffin, because this was short and probably should have been spanked, but it got a little bit big on him. It bounced a little bit more than he expected. Jason Mohammed takes a very, very nice catch down in that backward point position, and he knows it was a mistake. He could have hit that a little bit harder, a little bit finer, but he's gone for 45 is Jonathan Carter. Nicely caught by Mohammed. Gabriel gets another wicket, 108 for 4.
The Barbados Pride, 108 for 4.
That brilliant catch from Jason Mohammed has brought Shamar Springer to the crease. That strike rate of 134 jumps out at you. It's 41 of 17 deliveries, his best in this tournament. But that was the wicket, Crofty.
Big, big wicket. Shannon Gabriel, I think, would have realized that he bowled a little bit too short and wide, but the ball did get heavy on Carter, bounced a little bit more than he expected. Good catch by Jason Mohammed. He celebrates his third, and more particularly a man dismissed who could have been a block for the Red Force.
Upon looking at that for the second time, probably should have hit up on that one. It was quite high to try and keep down. Just lost control. Araya again starts with another single, and that's something Nicholas Curtin has done so well. Just rotated that strike. Really caused problems for all the spinners apart from Sunil Narayan.
Barbados shouts and they tout that all of their bowlers are all-rounders. This is the time to show it. All of the big boys are gone. Kyle Hope is gone. Shea Hope is gone. Jonathan Carter is gone. It's time for the all-rounders to show their mettle. They have it on paper. We've heard about it all over the world. Barbados has got a lot of all-rounders. This is the time to show it. You got to get to 313.
Long way to go, that's for sure, Crofty.
T10 pads, Larry. Not
Roshan Primus as well, one of those all-rounders that you speak of. A lot of batting still to be done. Shamar Springer to face up to his first delivery.
Oh, Larry! Oh, Larry!
It's a good start, and Correa will be happy to see the new batter. He'll probably feel that this is his opportunity to bowl a few deliveries, bowl a few dots to the new man.
Well, Puran has allowed a little bit more of an aggressive thought. He's got the slip, backward point, cover point. He himself is at that short extra cover position.
That's what you call a Jaffa. Just spun past the outside edge there. Spun from the straight.
That's a genuinely good leg break. But look at the batsman's position. He's not even behind the ball. He's down the leg side.
Saw that a couple of times from Hope earlier to Narayan, just being beat outside that off stump. Playing inside the line, maybe for spin that wasn't there.
But if the ball initially is a leg break, the first thing you should be thinking about, save that off stump. You play across, not down the leg stump.
They're going to come back for two here. Well paced stroke by Shamar Springer. Good running from Curtin. In particular, he showed good fitness as well, the way he's pushed his partners to come back for twos. It's on 30 from 25 deliveries now. He's got to start. But they need more than just a start, Barbados Pride. One delivery remaining, just 3 from the over so far. Bit of turn there again. Almost squared up Shamar Springer, but he keeps it out. 3 runs from that Correa over 25. Gone halfway through, 111 for 4.
Jonathan Carter did make 45, but his presence at the crease has been curtailed. Now it means that Nicholas Curtin will have to take up the mantle. Barbados Pride a little bit behind this game though, requiring 8.08 runs per over. 25 overs to go, 202 runs to get. Still possible, but not probable, I wouldn't have thought. You have to have a fantastic innings from the last 25 overs of Barbados to win this.
But it's going to be Terrence Hines into the attack. And from a Barbados Pride perspective, they probably see this as an opportunity. A man still quite inexperienced at this level. Good single again. Quite slingy action, Hines.
But if he bowls at that pace and at that length, it would be very difficult to hit him. There's a man at backward point in the boundary. If you open the face, and then you also have a wide third man, that might be the space to get 4s in. If you pull him across the line, you may not get the right purchase, and therefore you might hold out to the man at mid-wicket or wideish fine leg. So if he bowls at that length, he's not a fast bowler, it will be very difficult to hit him across the line and get runs.
Especially with that skiddy action. Got to play straight. It's good batting. Singles are available. That's for sure. Nicholas Curtin once again coming through with his partner Shamar Springer. Early days in this partnership, just 5 from 8 deliveries. But you probably think now that the Barbados' pride's chances are in this man on strike's hands. Nicholas Curtin, 31 from 26 now.
I think his eyes lit up when he saw that sliding half volley outside off stump. The man at third man is inside the circle. They actually have 2 third men, a very fine one, and the one wide, both inside the circle, and then a backward point on the boundary for the left-hander.
Looks like fine leg is going to come up into the circle now. And third man's going to go back, especially with that wide line and that length. It's gone for pace off though. Good stuff from the young man.
Good bowling. The delivery before was quicker, wider. The circle ball, the wide half volley, and now he slowed the ball down a little bit. Of a fuller length, the batsman is probably looking for pace. The ball is slowed down, in position early, therefore no run. Well bowled.
Yeah, he's showing good skills. He's 30 years old now, actually, Hines. Once again, just a bit wide and typical of a left-hander, seeing that width and just throwing the hands at it.
Yeah, but this one was wide and full and going further there. Of course, he's going to throw his hand at it. But the protection is now there. They've got a backward point to the boundary and a wide third man.
We think back to that game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the Barbados Pride. Colin Archibald bowling. Third man was up in the circle with a similar line of attack. That came back to haunt the Hurricanes. This one's, he's gone straight and he's connected. And it's going to be 4 more to Nicholas Curtin, presented with the length that he likes in his area, and he cashes in. End of that Hines over though. 26 gone, 117 for 4.
A little bit overpitched, but he didn't try to hit it out the offside that hard. He just hit it back where it came, which is the right purpose. Hit the middle of the bat. He knows that he bowled the wrong length. The line was good. The length was wrong. Capitalized by Springer. By Curtin, sorry.
Raya again. They're going to push for 2. It's going to be Curtin. He got down there quickly. Was pushing Springer to come back for 2, but Springer had no interest. Partnership now 10 from 13 deliveries.
Well, Springer's just come to the crease. He was ball watching then. That might have been 2. You got to be quick. Look at your partner. Listen, turn.
The reverse, and he perishes. Once again, Nicholas Curtin looking to manufacture something that wasn't there, and we've seen batters get in trouble every time they've done that here.
This is a dismissal that is absolutely not necessary. Why is that necessary? Play the ball according to its merit, through the spaces. He's going to go in there and regret it, but he's gone for 35, 118 for 5.
Nicholas Curtin has been hit for 35, caught by the Barbados Pride 185, and with that wicket, brings your Sean Primus to the wicket.
That enterprising innings from Curtin ends. Chose the wrong option there.
The Russian Primus comes to the crease, another all-rounder. Because of this really unnecessary reverse sweep, nobody has conquered this shot for this entire tournament. An excellent catch by Cylinder Ryan. The batsman now regrets it. Why do it in the first place? Really a waste of a wicket, and a partnership was just getting some dividends for Barbados Pride. At 118 for 5 now, really looking down the barrel of defeat here. They've got to come good to come back out of this.
Oh, is that just going down? Umpire not interested. Here's another one of these all-rounders that you speak of, Crofty.
No, I didn't. I was told that they're all-rounders. That was missing the leg stump. I was told that Barbados has 8 all-rounders. I actually was told that. Well, I hope I see them. Haven't seen them yet. But this is a good opportunity. 118 for 5.
Primus, the burly bowling all-rounder, making his return to the Barbados Pride team after a few seasons. Massive innings expected from him here. 118 for 5. Oh, he starts with a big stride outside that off stump. A little bit of turn and bounce from Karaya now, maybe just growing in confidence, picking up his first wicket.
Jordan.
He is getting the ball to turn. He's kind of rushing on a little bit to the bat. Top spinners, but that one another leg break.
Arms in light.
Was one of the team for the West Indies World T20 just concluded in Australia. Didn't play any games, but the experience would have been good for him. So let's see what he does here. Right now, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force definitely in the driver's seat of this game.
Turn and bounce there again. Maybe just started a little wide. Springer offers no stroke. Just 2 runs and a wicket coming from that Karaya over. 27 gone. 119 for 5.
Hope, McCaskey and Hope. Sounds like a lawyer firm. Between them today they made 29.
Ladies and gentlemen, changing bowling yet again. Officer Andrew Robertson.
Akil Hussain is now back on. His first couple of overs were not too bad. A little bit more than 5. Now he has to tighten that up. 3 for 17. It's a dangerous time for him to be bowling because the batting will probably try to manipulate the bowling around. Primus is known for hitting the ball. They could be running 2 here. Easily done. But Primus is known for being able to hit the ball around. But I think this is also intelligent captaincy by
Partnership here.
Nicholas Puran. He's bringing in not
Partnership here,
Sunil
boys.
Narayan,
Partnership here, boys.
but his supposedly lesser bowlers to tease and entice the batsmen. Sunil Narayan is the one who's the strangler. He comes on to get you out and you can't score, so he's allowing the other bowlers here to operate.
Akil Hussain isn't bowling in the power play, so he's got the added luxury of having those extra boundary riders. He's got them at long on, long off, deep square, and at deep point. Didn't get it past the short third man, who is quite wide.
These shots are very interesting. I can't understand adapt the third man and a reverse sweep. I really can't. The only thing you could get there is caught behind or run out.
Down there on time.
Interesting options being employed by the Barbados Pride batters, and it's probably because of the pressure being applied by the Red Force bowlers. It's been a very disciplined job so far.
How is that? How is that?
This could be interesting to see what the umpire signals here. I don't think the batsman touched it. Or did he? The umpire is saying that he hit it, which means that's a chance. That's a very interesting circumstance. Looked to me like it hit the pad and the hip. Anyway, he said runs.
Good LBW shout, that's for sure. If it didn't take the bat, oh, probably just bouncing though. Maybe height an issue, but looked pretty adjacent, to be fair. One delivery remaining, 4 runs from it so far. Beautiful shot by Primus, just rocks back onto the back foot, through that cover area. 4 runs, he's away. The end of that Hussain over, 28 gone, 127 for 5.
Looks a long road to the final from here for the Barbados Pride. 186 from the final 22 overs. And you'd have to say their hopes really do rest with these two, Springer and Primus, who whacked them to victory in that crucial run chase against the Leeward Islands here in the final group game to make sure that they got through to the semi-finals. Springer as well. In the innings before that, a very useful cameo of 41 not out of 17. So they can definitely score quickly. And after that, you've got Akeem Jordan, who can hit a long ball, and then very much the bowlers. So they need something from these two, just to give Trinidad and Tobago something to think about, get them on the back foot again. Because at the moment, they've been very comfortable from the moment they took the first couple of early wickets. That's hit well, all the way. There's a man out on the boundary there at deep mid-wicket. He was a few yards in, but it didn't matter if he'd been right on the boundary. That was well over his head.
Yes, Primus getting in on the act. Lost the blow. Sweeping it and clearing the boundary. You've got to have some power to play that shot. He certainly does.
Get Easy top edge.
He's a
Top
big
edge,
unit.
Zara.
When he does hit the ball, it stays hit.
Easy top edge, Zara.
What's going to be the response from Carrier? Well, first of all, he's put deep mid-wicket right onto the fence.
Working, Zara. Keep working, Zara. Down.
He goes again, this time flatter and in the gap. It's going to be 4 more. Good counter-attack from Rushan Primus this. He's raced to 19.
Yes, he's decided to take up the challenge, and they're going to need a lot more of that if they're going to get to this total. And as you said earlier, Floyd, this partnership is going to be crucial and vital. We know Primus got the power. He's shown it here before.
Keep going, Karaya. Keep going, Karaya.
But he's got to keep going at that. It can't be just a one over. He's got to maintain this momentum, try and bring that rate down. But important, not to lose wicket. And with the rag coming out, you can tell it's getting a bit damp out there. The dews now probably coming into effect, and this would suit them a lot more, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah, something to hold on to. If there is a bit of dew out there now, that should definitely help the batsman. Ball should skid on a bit more, maybe turn a bit less. He's got a long way outside the off stump there. There's a big open space behind square on the leg side. I'm not sure that's his best shot, maybe. Bit of touch from Primus.
I'd have loved to have seen him gone over the top over extra cover with that one. Then it would have confused the bowler a lot more.
Finish good, Karaya. Finish good, Karaya.
He does have the option of going up and over the offside. There's no sweeper on the offside. Does he want to take that option?
Oh.
No, he goes for the dab again. That's a closer appeal. See if what the umpire gives here. I think he's got some glove on that. So he keeps the strike, Primus. 139 for 5. Plenty of options for Nicholas Pooran. Akhil Hussein's got 6 left. Shannon Gabriel's got 5 left. 3 for Narain. And the 2 leg spinners at the bottom have also got between them 11 left. Imran Khan's back into the attack. Was a little bit expensive in his first 4 overs. Went for 23. But he is someone that picks up wickets for you. Just played 1 game in this competition. He picked up a 4-fer. That just shows you the depth of this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. Brings someone as vastly experienced as Imran Khan in for a game like this.
Here you go, Imran. Come on, Imran. Hey, make it for ourselves, boys. Hey, make it for ourselves here, boys. Come on. Going, boys. Keep going, boys. I just stay in it here, boys. Come on.
Up and over the offside. That is a classy shot off the packed foot. It's gone miles. Wow.
Well, he's shown us that he's got it. That's what we're talking about. Inside out over extra cover. And he's played it well. It's gone all the way. Beautiful timing. He's got the power. Got the timing in that one. Stayed in the shot. Went all the way for 6.
I reckon that's the shot of the day. Such a hard shot to play. Well, that's close. That's skidded on. Chance at a run out as well. It's all happening. Primus gets home. Oh, I want to see that again, Courtney. I think that was close.
Well, I can't remember seeing the umpire signal. So maybe he thought he got something on it. Let's have a look. Ooh, if he didn't get anything on it, it would have been a close one. safe with the run out, but with that LB shout was really worth a shout.
Come on, Sharks. Come on, Shark, hey.
Given his runs.
All right there, buddy.
So the umpire thinks he's got a little nick on that. I'm not sure there was.
Oh, we missed
Oh, that's close too. That's gone. Just a bit of grip for Imran Khan. He almost had 2 in 2, but he'll take 1. Springer goes.
Well, this one, I would want to have a look at it again because it looked as if it bounced a little bit as well. Oh, yes. Plum in front. Imran celebrates. The umpire fingers support him. And Springer has to go. He's gone for 5 from 10. It's 146 for 6.
Scarface.
Hey, where Akil? Am I out tonight? What tonight? In your hand alone.
A man who stood out with the ball earlier today is now hoping to stand out with the bat. Averaging 13 at the moment in this competition. And he's here because Shamar Springer has been given out OBW. Maybe a slight issue with height there. But it may also have been clipping the top of the stumps. It was one of those close ones. Imran Khan will feel he should have had Rashawn Primus the ball before. Maybe there was a slight inside edge that saved him. But he's picked up his first wicket.
Fucking Sharks. No, he's doing plenty batting these days.
He's off the mark already. With a new batter in, I thought I'd have seen a slip in place just to create that bit more pressure. But at this stage, Matt, the Barbados Pride are still ahead in runs, but they've lost 3 wickets more.
Go on, Sharky. Come on, Sharky.
Yeah, 14 runs ahead, astonishingly. Up and over the offside again, off the front foot this time. And all the way. Rashawn Primus is not just about swiping to the leg side, is he?
Well, he's not going down without a fight. Giving some lusty blows. Inside out again, a beautiful cricket shot. Well executed. Another 6 runs.
Going, keep going,
Shots of a proper batsman, those last 2 sixes.
Go on the arms. Come on, Sharks. Come on, Sharks. Catch it, Sharky.
Oh, chipped just over the top of the bowler's head. And the end result pretty good for Barbados because Primus will keep the strike. Wicket in that over, but it also went for 15. It's 154 for 6. Amazing, really, isn't it, that the Barbados Pride are 21 runs ahead of where the Red Force were at this stage. But the Red Force had wickets in hand, and that told in the final 20 overs. It's the 6 wickets that is damaging for the Pride here. Very hard to finish like T&T did if you're 6 down and all the frontline batsmen are back in the hutch. And you've got to chuck in there the bowling you're facing as well. This is a high-quality Trinidad and Tobago attack. Full of high-quality spin. Plenty of overs left.
Lots of overs left. Osina's got 6, Narayan 3, Cancillas 5, and Carrier 5 as well. So a lot of spin to come. Gabriel, the pick of the bowlers today, is still got 5. So they're not spoiled for choices, and Hines has got 4.
They're obviously a quality outfit, Courtney. Very good batting, excellent all-round. They've got the pace of Gabriel. But do you think the thing that really sets them apart from the other teams at the moment is the spin attack? They've got so much variety and so much quality.
Yes, lots of quality in the spinners that they have here.
Come on, Akil. Come on, Akil. Come on, Akil.
And I think that's given them the edge.
Man have plenty form. This man have plenty form, Akil. Oh, Akil, I'm looking to nick off these men.
Look at that goes. It's just starting to turn a little bit more now, even though the ball is damp with some dew. Hussein top spinner, Narayan,
Akil looking to nick
Carrier,
off these men.
Khan. They haven't bowled Mohammed yet either.
Down.
Right on the money. Well run in the end. I think the fielder cover point was on his heels a little bit, enabled Primus to come through. It just seems like they've got all bases covered. They've got a bit of mystery, quite a lot of mystery actually. They've got bowlers who can spin the ball both ways, which is a real key. Barbados maybe didn't quite have that today. They had one leg spin and that was it.
Down, oh, three, they have.
Yeah, just the one leg spinner who bowled to a lot of left-handers. So I think Barbados got it wrong as well by bowling out Curtin so early. They had no one to take the ball away from the bat to the left-handers.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's obviously a plan for Curtin to bowl as many as he could first up, but if he's the only spinner who spins the ball away from the left-hander, and on paper they had 7 left-handers in their top 8, was it a good decision to keep him on all the way through? He wasn't even bowling that economically. He went for 47 in his 10 overs. It just left Shea Hope with not too many options at the back end of the innings in terms of the spin department. Got 19 overs left, and the required rate is 8.21. Trinidad will enjoy those drinks more than Barbados, but we've still got a bit of time to go. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. The Barbados Pride needs someone to step up and be a hero tonight if they're going to get through to the final of the CG United Super 50 Cup. They've got a long way to go. 156 needed. They've only got 4 wickets in hand, and they're going to have to go at 8.21 runs per over to overhaul the TNT Red Force's 312. And they had one clear hero The Red Force today was their skipper, captain of the West Indies, Nicholas Pooran, who smashed 8 sixes today on his way to a lightning, a blistering 111. He looks in absolutely top nick. He came into the game averaging 223 in this tournament, and he got out. So his average has dropped a little bit to 167, but he is looking really good right now. Immense power. He targets the leg side a lot. He can go straight if he needs to, or front and back foot. He's one of the most talented one-day batsmen in the world when he's on form. And don't bowl down leg side, because he will just deposit you behind square on the leg side. He loves targeting that area. Hit most of his sixes there today. Actually, he's only second list A 100, strangely, and first for Trinidad and Tobago. The other one was in an ODI for the West Indies. I suspect he's going to get quite a few more. At the moment, he's just concerned about making sure his side defend this score, and it's a good time to bring Narayan back on. This could be a crucial period, this.
Very crucial period. And what I like about Pooran in this one, he's looking for wickets still. He's not taking anything for granted. He's not waiting too long. Narayan has 3 overs left, but he reckons if he can pick up another wicket or 2 here, then the game will be over earlier. So he's banking on Narayan, getting him a wicket here.
Yeah, they can't afford to have 3 quiet overs from Narayan here, Barbados. They're going to need to go after him a little bit, and that's when he comes into play. So hard to get him away.
Come on, Alar, come on, Alar.
Right in front, right in front.
Wonder if Primus is going to try and pick the one that goes the other way and go up and over cover again. Really good shots, those last 2.
Oh, you going Alar.
Or maybe he might tell himself that if I can see Narayan off, I can double the score against the others. Still have to be looking to get the singles and be positive.
Come on, Narayan, come on, Narayan! Down. Oh, yeah, to carry.
Confusion. Hakeem Jordan wanted the single, got sent back.
Quite rightly so too. The smile on Hakeem's face tells you would have been a run out or a chance of a run out.
Oh, lovely creature, quick reach.
Quick to the sides, quick to the sides.
Working Narayan, keep working Narayan.
This is who Narayan will fancy bowling at now. Jordan. New at the crease. And he'll fancy his chances here.
These men, Narayan.
Come on, Alar.
Oh, what a ball. That's the one that goes the other way, just ever so slightly. He doesn't turn it as much as he used to, but it's just enough, isn't it? Either way, just a little bit of a deviation. And as any fast bowler, like Courtney will tell you, just needs to move enough to take the edge. And again, what a clinic this is.
Well, I told you, this is what he fancies. And he's going to bring out all the magic and mystery now, because he'll back himself to get Jordan out, who's just come to the crease. And another beauty. Playing down the wrong line. And that's what he possessed, the mystery in the man.
One. Back up.
Just a bit shorter this time, enables Jordan to get on the back foot. He'll be relieved that that Narayan over is over. Just 2 off it. It's 159 for 6.
Hakeem Jordan, for sure, right?
Come on, Akil, come on, Akil.
The worms are converging a little bit. that yellow worm of the Pride, heading towards the white worm of the Red Force. And you can see at the end of the Red Force innings as well, that worm really started going upwards. Got 113 off the final 10 overs.
Oh, lovely.
Single again to Jordan. So he's doing the right thing. Getting off strike, keep rotating the strike. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. Primus has to be very selective with his shot play. Still look for the odd boundary here and there, but keep that momentum of the rotation of strike going.
Keep working, Akil.
Bit of a change in field. They put someone on the 45 to try and prevent that dab shot that he's tried to play a couple of times.
No.
That's fine.
Well run.
That's okay. Keep working.
Certainly keeping the fielders on the toes with that single. And you have to continue doing that. And when a couple of boundaries and you're still in the game, the disadvantage that they've lost 6 wickets.
Down, Akil. Sweet Akil. See him doing a lot of batting, Akil. Only bowlers
Akil Hossain's having a pretty decent season for TNT this year. Hasn't been their leading wicket taker, but he's taken 9 at an average of 29, economy 4.47. That is heading into this game. Opportunity to get into double figures here.
Only 2 in this over, boys. 9 to come after. Only 2 in this over, 9 to come after, boys. Soxy para come with Akil. Oh, you gotta get.
And we're seeing the sort of consistency at the moment that has led him to become the West Indies frontline spinner in white ball cricket. Ever since he made his debut just last year, he's been a permanent fixture pretty much. 29 ODIs and 32 T20 internationals in just over a year. Excellent from Hossain. He finishes with 4 dots, 161 for 6. Saw some raw pace earlier today. Shannon Gabriel, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 11.
Come on, Ryan.
Without doubt, the quickest bowler we've seen so far in this tournament from the games that we've seen played here. Really rushed all of the batters, and for all of their spinners, it's the seam bowler, fast bowler, who's taken the most wickets.
Look like they're gonna block you out, Narayan. Keep going, Narayan.
Oh, might be 2. Well run. That was perfectly weighted, that just to the ring. Just dropped on the ring so they could run 2. There's a big boundary out there. There's Shannon. He's probably itching to get back in. He's got 5 overs left. Normally can be a little bit expensive, but is a wicket taker, whereas today he combined both. Really economical and incisive. Come on, Courtney, you must have enjoyed that spell.
I did enjoy it. He looked in control, was in good rhythm. And I liked the way he was cutting the crease as well. He wasn't falling away like he normally does, which tells me he was doing some work while he was away. And he really ran in and exploded. Some very quick deliveries.
Again, there might be two here. They've run the first hard, and they're coming back. This will be tighter.
Yes, man.
I think they might send this upstairs, but Jordan's pretty quick. I think he got back.
Well, by Narayan reaction, you would have probably think so, because he then threw quickly to the next end. But he did the right thing first, took the bails off, and then threw at the other end. So we'll have a second look at it now. Look as if he's out the picture. Does he get back in the picture? Here he comes, and I think from this angle he looks home. Then Narayan went for the other end. He was also home.
After the spell done, the red go up over
So they're going to look at a different angle. He's home. Well run, Jordan.
Going around.
Yeah, needed a direct hit. Direct hit, he was gone. But pretty hard to hit the stumps from about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Oh, he's lucky to get a bat on that. I think he's been hit somewhere he doesn't want to get hit. It might have been his bat, actually, hitting himself. That was almost LBW. Narayan's thinking, how on earth did I not get a wicket? And how on earth did he injure himself? I'm thinking the same, to be honest.
Well, he's down for the count like a boxer. So he probably got hit where he didn't expect it to be. Making sure that he can still breathe. And Narayan thought he might have had a wicket. But in the end, it all falls for nothing. And just Primus being down for a bit. All's well that ends well. He's back up and ready to go again.
Just content to knock Narayan around at the moment. He's only got 1 over left. They take 5 off that one. It's 166 for 6.
Ten boys. Yeah. I'm in wicket. Yeah. Primus on strike? Yeah. Yeah, no me wicket. Creature go. Shaki go. Somebody go there, Shaki go there. Long off.
Go ahead, come on, Akil. Gotta take a dip at you, Akil. 9.2 boys.
Akil
9.2
on
boys.
for his 7th over. Hasn't taken a wicket yet. He's gone at 5 and over.
Catch it now.
And the problem that Barbados have here is that you can't really sit on both Narayan and Akil Hossain, because the required rate will get too out of control. You got to try and go after one of them. So maybe Akil Hossain is the one they'll feel that they can score more freely off.
Yes, that rate keeps climbing. It's now 9.22. And you don't want to get to 10s and 11s. Then it becomes a bigger challenge.
Hold on.
It's like the lesser of two evils, isn't it? Pick your poison. We've got to either go after Narayan or go after the current West Indies frontline spinner in white ball cricket, Akil Hossain. Not great options you have there.
Down there, Shaki.
Remember the last 2 balls, the last ball, right?
Sweet.
Or maybe they're both telling themselves that we'll see these 2 off and then just have a go at the others. But something has to give soon.
Get him!
There's no one out there. That's come off the top edge. It's going to pitch and go over the boundary. Played golf with Hakeem Jordan earlier. That was like a pitching wedge from him.
Well, he picked his spot. There was no fielder there, so it wasn't risky. It just helps along the way. You're a golf with him, you say? It might be one of his golf speciality. A couple bounces, went over the rope, and a welcome boundary for the Barbados Pride.
That was definitely better than any shot he played on the golf course, I can tell you. No, he hits a long ball. He's a big, strong guy. Showed us his power with bat in hand as well at times.
Head on. Jackie.
Sweet kill.
Someone's gone out now on the leg side boundary behind square, and Imran Khan is being sent around to 45 to try and cut off that sweep shot. Finishes with a dot, 5 off that over. We've got 15 left. 171 for 6.
An uphill task for the Barbados Pride in their reply to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Forces. 312 for 6. They are 171 for 6. Jonathan Carter top scoring so far, 45 from 74. Roshan Primus has come to the party though, 44 from 32, showing his batting ability here.
Yeah, definitely an all-rounder now. He's bowled fairly well in this tournament. His first big score in the tournament. Imran Khan comes in now from that southern end. It's Andy Roberts' end. Hasn't bowled badly.
Oi, down, Shango.
Single there, Sharky.
Do you reckon Crofty is going to take Primus to play a similar innings to what we saw from Nicholas Pooran? Do you think he can do it?
Well, he's got 44. He's seen most of the bowlers so far. I don't think he's faced Shannon Gabriel yet, but he's faced all of the other bowlers. So once he could stick around and bat out the innings with a few clouds here and there, 4s, maybe a few 6s, it's possible.
Back in your hair, back in your hair.
But he will have to be not out.
Oh, like that.
Fair to say he's looked pretty good though since he stepped to the crease. He's been aggressive, looked to take on the spinners, and so far it's worked out. A single there to Jordan. He's also shown some batting ability in this tournament, so all the hopes of the Barbados Pride not gone just yet, but it's looking unlikely, that's for sure.
Ruston Chase was the number 8, well, the number 1 all-rounder, but he's one of the 8 I was told, so 7 are left. Primus showing at least that he is an all-rounder.
Big breeze, Sharky.
Best innings he's played this series.
Short delivery, hammered to the mid-wicket boundary. Jason Mohammed had no chance there.
Yeah.
Well, this is an interesting shot because the ball was so short, it was outside off stump in the end, but he still hacked it across the line and beat the man at mid-wicket and long on. Big space out there. He's on 49.
Catch it. Both socks.
And that's his 50. That's the first 50 he's made in this tournament. Well, definitely making sure that his name as an all-rounder is noted. 36 deliveries, 3 4s, 3 6s. Very aggressive with that 50. 138.
Down there, Ryan. Only one. Good 6 shots.
So Roshan Primus gets his second 50s, 179 for 6. A long way to go here. 14 overs still to get to 313. Yeah. 14 overs to get to 313. A lot of runs to be had. 9.57 runs required now. At this stage, Barbados Prime are actually ahead of Trinidad and Tobago. They were 171 for 3 here.
Those wickets, though. We've lost 6 wickets here. The main batters back in the hutch for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They had frontline batters batting throughout their innings. Didn't really get into the lower order. If you want to consider Hussein the lower order, but we know what batting ability he's got as well.
Well, he's open the batting sometimes, so he's considered an all-rounder. The man operating now from the northern end.
Yeah, he's a man with a first-class 100, and I would know all about that 100 because he scored it against us, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I think that was in 2014. But he's here with the ball. He hasn't picked up a wicket yet this evening into his 8th over. He's been steady without being spectacular. But we know he's got another level that he can definitely go to. They'll hope he'll find it possibly in the final. Primus goes big again, but has he gone long enough? Oh, not long enough, but safe enough. It's gone for 4, 1 bounce 4, wide mid-on area.
Yeah, I think when he hit this, he thought he might just have not hit it sufficiently well for it to cross the boundary. Well, it didn't, but it was just away from the man who was at that wide, long-on position. There's also a man at a straightish mid-wicket, just between them, 4 more.
Looking to advance there, Primus. Was beaten in the flight, but was good enough to just readjust. 1 delivery remaining in this Hussein over. 5 from it. Is Primus going to take him on here?
Down there, Narayan.
He does, but he doesn't find a gap. Finds Sunil Narayan at the extra cover position on the circle. End of the 37th over. It's 184 for 6.
Our Russian Primus has got this reputation of being somebody who could hit the ball very hard. That was a nice shot through extra cover on the back foot. This one was slammed over mid-wicket for 6. And this one, as if that was not right, this for the 1-2, same position. This shot I like. Inside out over extra cover for 6. And then another one in that position. That one, he did well to collect that, but he got 4 more. That's not a bad 50 he's played. He played very well.
I think you got what you asked for, Crofty. You're going to see Gabriel possibly to Primus.
Well, I said that he's played well so far. Primus 54 from 39 deliveries, but he's not faced Shannon Gabriel yet. So let's see how he handles the absolute pace.
Solid from Jordan. And he's someone that can possibly evolve into more of an all-round cricketer. We see he's got good batting ability, good technique. Had a couple cameos in this tournament.
Well, they've put a man at fine leg. He might be brought into the circle because mid-on has gone out to long on. So fine leg will have to come into the circle, I think. They need 5 men inside the circle. There's a mid-off, extra cover, backward point, now short, fine leg, and mid-wicket all inside the circle.
Short delivery, just hustles Primus. Doesn't make the contact he'd like, but gets a single. Now 5 away from what would be his best List A score. His previous best was 60. Now he's on 55 from 40. This partnership 40 from 47. Gabriel back for a second spell here. If you're a Red Force fan, you'll be happy to see that. Went off the field earlier with a slight side niggle, but doesn't seem to be causing too many problems for the big man. Into his 6th. 3 for 13 is a 5-for. What would be his second 5-for. Is that on the cards as well for Shannon Gabriel? Second career 5-for, that is.
I think he's bowling just short of a length here. Back of a length, as they say. He's had 3 wickets so far. The first one was Zachary McCaskey, caught easily by Cylinder Ryan at that first slip position, and then castled definitely right through his defenses, Kyle Hope. And then just when he was doing well, Jonathan Carter looked, and then he was caught by Jason Mohammed. Excellently done. He'd made 45. 3 wickets for Shannon Gabriel. You're right, a 5-wicket haul is just at the tip of his finger here. This guy is bowling quickly. Now, if I were the captain of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I would actually put a slip and tell him to bowl outside off stump. They're bowling the ball drifting away from the right-hander of a full length. If they drive you through extra cover for 4, then it's a good shot. But the chances are you could get an edge.
Gets away with that one. Are they going to scamper through for a single? They do. Just played swivels off the hip there by Primus, but doesn't beat that fine leg in the circle.
I also wonder if Nicholas Pooran is just hoping to strangle the Barbados Pride all the way down to over number 49, as opposed to trying to get the 4 wickets in the next couple of overs and get rid of the pain.
Good finish from Gabriel. 5 runs from his comeback. Over 38 gone. 189 for 6.
So it's over 10 and over for requirements here for the Barbados Pride. 10 per over is a lot of runs to be scored against Sunil Ryan and Shannon Gabriel.
Hey!
Gabriel has bowled 6 so far, so he's got another 4 to complete. So he will be something to contend with coming on to the end of this innings. But over 10 runs per over to be scored. Hines has bowled 4, none for 22. Narayan, just 1 over left for him. Hussein continues. This is his 9th.
Misfield. Puran can't gather, and they scamper through for another single. And I think that's just where the Barbados Pride have struggled today. They've lost wickets at regular intervals. Haven't been able to forge the partnerships, the sustained partnerships that would apply pressure back on at a similar stage TT Red Force were 184 for 3. Barbados Pride 190 for 6. He finds the gap though, and it's gonna be 4 runs. A bit too much pace on that delivery from Akil Hussein. Well played from Primus. He moves on to 60 now.
I actually think that these guys are getting a little bit worried here, the Red Force, because Primus is getting the ball with his spaces. That's a nice shot. Now he's concerned. Shannon Gabriel, the man down there at backward point, really, I don't think he could have gotten that. That was hit very well through that space.
Bit of a hack inside half of the bat. Just 1 run down to square leg. It's gone past now his highest. Actually, he's on his highest score at this level, list A level, his second half century. He's now on to 61 from 44 deliveries. And like you say, maybe the TT Red Force just a little pensive, a little worried now. He can take the game away from you very quickly if he bats in a similar vein for another 4 or 5 overs. He'll give the Red Force something to think about in the last 10 or so, last 8. But 6 wickets gone, just 4 wickets remaining.
Akil Hussein is not getting the ball to turn very much. I think he's bowling mostly arm balls. Just a little bit of drift into the right-handers. The breeze is coming from his left side, coming across into the right-handers, helping the spinner.
Oh, direct hit would have been out. But Mohammed can't manufacture that run out. Another single. It is the end of that Hussein over. Oh, he misses by a shade, Crofty. 196 for 6.
And he would have been out of the frame, not just run out, but out of the frame. 196 for 6. One more. Oh, that's gone. Well, that's in the air. When it's passing over the boundary, still going up. The 200 comes up with that massive 6. Really a big shot there by Russian Primus. You're right. If things go well for the Red for the Pride, anything could happen. 39 overs gone. 202 for 6. This was a big shot. When it's passing over the boundary, it's still going up. He has shown a very good hand here today. 67 from just 45 deliveries. Brings up the 200.
Oh, that one just goes through a bit lower than the batter Jordan expected. But good pace from Shannon Gabriel. Still 111 for the Barbados Pride to get.
Yeah, this one stayed down a little bit, similar to the one that had Kyle Hope bowled. So Shannon Gabriel would be thinking, I should have bowled that one straighter. I would have had my 4th wicket. But this partnership taking on good proportions. 56 now, that big 6 bringing that.
Scamper through for yet another single here. So run scoring just becoming easier and easier by the delivery for the Barbados Pride. They'll still think they've got a chance, especially with Primus in and going.
Run rate required still above 10, 10.31. So it will be hitting a boundary almost every over from here on in. Not necessarily a 6, but you could hit a 4 and run 3 2s or run 4 1s, get 9, close enough.
This game not over, that's for sure, especially if Primus is still at the wicket. He's hit 4 massive 6s this evening, along with 5 4s. Played away off 1 foot there, maybe reminiscent of a Gordon Greenwich. Didn't make the contact that he would have liked, but good enough to pick up yet another run. This partnership, 58 from 60 deliveries. They're gonna have to get a big over at some point, a massive one.
Shannon Gabriel keeping things relatively tight so far, just 2 from this over. I think he lost a couple of spikes just now when he delivered. I saw Primus pick up at least 1 and hand it to him.
It's a bit of a hack there. Inside edge comes down to fine leg. What have you made of the rhythm of Shannon Gabriel? We haven't seen him on TV for a minute or two. What have you made of the way he's gone about it tonight, Crofty?
I think he's impressed. He's bowled quickly, he's bowled straight. Very important. A little bit of shift away, outswing. And when the ball is older, he tries to bowl off cutters. But overall, this is his second spell. I think he's done well. This is his 7th over, 3 for 19. And he's pushing in, he's trying to bowl quickly. He's lost some size. He says he's definitely fitter than he was a year ago. He looks it. He's bowled well.
It's probably just going down. You'd like to have a look at that one again, wouldn't you, Crofty?
I was looking at the umpire. That one was definitely going down.
Yeah.
Probably pitched on off stump, as I was saying. He bowls the off cutter when he's bowling with an older ball. So that one just cut in a little bit more. Would have missed the leg stump. But that was a wicket they would have wanted, the Red Force. Primus is motoring along, 68 from 47.
Just 3 from this Gabriel over so far. It's funny, I just asked you about the rhythm of Shannon Gabriel. He could, in his run-up, just seem to miss his run and overstride there. Hence why that ball was pulled down and wayward down the leg side.
Actually, I think that he missed his run because when he was delivering, he kind of stopped and looked back, and then he didn't look back in delivery, but as he was walking back, he was looking to see where he landed. So I think he may have just missed his run. As I said, he might have lost a couple of spikes, so that again might affect his way of running in.
We know how hard he's worked on that approach to the crease. He's not the most natural athlete, Shannon Gabriel. He's worked very hard to be the bowler he is today. This one's aerial for a second or two, but not quite going to hand. 10 remaining. Still 105 runs to win. 106, actually 105, my bad. 208 for 6.
At 40 overs, 208 for 6, which means that we've got 60 legal deliveries left to get 105 runs. Still on at 10.50 runs per over required. You need a couple of big overs, and you never know. Things could change. The umpire is now going to do his thing, showing the sign to suggest that the second power play has just been completed. The third one starts now, which allows that just 4 men should be inside the circle.
After 40 overs, the Barbados Pride are 208.
It's going to be a bowling change. Akil Hussein is going to be replaced from this to Curtly Ambrose, and it looks like it's going to be Terence Hines to bowl his 5th, his team's 41st. Still 105 from 60 deliveries. And the Red Force wouldn't be overly comfortable with Roshan Primer still at the crease. Barbados Pride will be buoyed by the fact he's still there. They know their chances for winning this game will go with Primus's fortunes, and he started very well. It's been a fantastic innings, counter-attacking innings from the big man. Width presented and timed sweetly. Will it get to the boundary? No. But they come back for 2 runs. 2 runs off the first delivery of this Hines over. Good positive start by the Pride here.
Jordan has played his part. He's got 21 from 33 in this partnership now of 64 from 65 balls. Quietly, he's making his contributions. Yes, this is the period of time, I think, the next 3 or 4 overs, where the Pride are going to really have to accelerate. They still need over 10 runs per over, so they need 2 or 3 very good overs.
Wide delivery by Hines.
Yes, young Terence Hines. It's the first time I'm seeing him bowl. I've heard of him, but it's the first time I'm actually seeing him bowl. Lively, medium fast. A little bit of wrong arm. Sometimes that's hard to control. But hasn't bowled too badly. This is his 5th over, none for 25.
And if we look at a comparison of these 2 teams after 40.2 overs, you see the TT Red Force were 211 for 3. Whereas the Barbados Pride are on the exact same score of 211, but they've lost those 6 wickets. So from the perspective of runs, they'll know that they can definitely get to this score. Full and straight. Misfielded by Puran. They're going to come back for extras. How many is the question? Just 1. So they come back for 2 runs.
Well, I don't think the pressure is on yet for that kind of misfield. The outfield is very, very good. Very difficult to misfield here. It's just that he went down the wrong way. The ball may have beat him with the break back. He's not pleased, but it's the captain, so you say nothing.
Good follow-up delivery, but even with that gesture by Hines, you can tell there's still a bit of tension out there, Crofty.
Good pace for that one. The ball bounced into the wicketkeeper's midriff. So I think he's bowling quicker now than in his first spell. He looks as if he's extending a little bit more wrong arm, but he's getting it, the direction fairly well organized just outside off stump.
To be fair, I think it was at this stage and with the TT Red Force really motored on to the highest score of this CG United Super 50 tournament.
The man is short at the third man, a deep slip. I wonder why he's there. If the batsman is slashing, the ball is probably going to go over his head if it hits the edge.
Well executed, good delivery from
It's over.
Hines. The end of his 5th. Very good over in the circumstances. 9 remaining, 213 for 6.
Well, the Worms are coinciding exactly at this point. Red Force at this stage were 219 for 3, so they were a little bit ahead. But from 219 for 3 at this stage, the Red Force really accelerated upward movement of that worm to 312. So for Barbados Pride to get there, they are going to have to do similarly. They've got 9 overs now to get 100 runs to win at exactly 11.11 runs required per over. Yannick Carrier will be bowling from the southern end now, as opposed to bowling from the northern end earlier on. His 5 overs, 1 for 37 so far.
11.1, boys.
They've got to start bringing this required run rate down, Crofty. It's gone big over the offside. Has he gone big enough? Yes, 6 runs. The 6th maximum for Primus.
And it's the first ball of the over, which is a bonus. Yes, it's a top spinner again. Primus elongates it. The man at extra cover was interested for a long, long time, and then he recognized, well, this is going to pass over the top of his head. There he is. I think he thought he might have gotten it. But it's a good first strike for Primus.
Good comeback delivery from Carrillo. But that stroke was such a good stroke, showing power over the offside. The big man showing a bit of class to his batting.
Into the 70s now, 74, with 5 6s and 5 4s.
It's gone high again. It's sliced off past point. It's going to be 4, 10 off 3.
Well, we've said they need a couple of big overs. This one is shaping up to be one of those. Peeled off the outside part of the bat, but well outside of that 30-yard circle. The man at backward point didn't have a chance. We've had 3 deliveries, 10 runs already. Brings the required run rate down to 10.59 instead of 11 plus. A couple more of these overs could make this match very interesting.
Couple lusty blows, couple more of those will bring it down to single digits. It's gone for the conventional sweep. The man is positioned at deep square leg, and it's gonna be a no ball free hit. What's happening here to Yannick Caraya? He's not sure why. Did he overstep? Were there too many players outside the circle? What was the reasoning giving?
The circle had 4, it couldn't be that.
Maybe he's cutting the popping crease. Is it going to be 6 more? Nearly over on that one. Looks like Carrie Peer, the substitute fielder, on. Who is he on for? Probably Shannon Gabriel.
We ain't push out that way.
Yeah. Hard hit up there.
Well, Jordan is also starting to get himself involved in this. 81 runs for this partnership
Come on,
now
Correa.
from 76.
Good batting from Jordan, getting Primus back on strike. 1 delivery remaining. 14 already from this Correa over. Is Primus going to go big, you think, on this last delivery?
If it's a ball supposed to be hit, he
Oh,
probably will
Correa.
hit it. There are the 4 required men in the circle. So I'm still baffled as to why the umpire would have called that no ball. Might have been he was outside of the return crease.
Okay.
1 run, that no ball. It seems like Correa's back foot was just cutting the popping crease there, but the end of Correa's over, 15 from it. 8 remaining, 85 to get from 49. 228 for 6.
You back from here, right?
Well, from nothing, this cricket game is well on. Thanks to Roshan Primus, 80 from 52. Terrence Hines continuing.
Come on, Taro. Come on, Taro.
And he's still continuing to go. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Sir Curtly
Come on, Taro.
at 118 for 5. Many would have thought this game was done and dusted, but Roshan Primus has really put his hand up.
Certainly batting well. He has kept Barbados pride in the game since he arrived to the crease. Took the attack to all the bowlers and is doing a wonderful job.
This could be runs. Fielder does well in the end. Akil Hussain keeps it to just 2, but Akeem Jordan has supported him really well. This partnership now 86 from 80 deliveries.
Well, we have a game on our hands. Trinidad and Tobago with force. Primus and Jordan giving them some headaches. Captain Nicholas Puran and his team has got his work cut out. Must be a little bit of panic in the camp at the moment. Probably never expected this.
Well bowled in the end, dot ball. But it's also the first time that Puran's attack has been under some pressure. Remember, they've chased in every game of this tournament leading up to this semi-final. So this will be the first time they're actually having to defend the score. And even though 80 from 44 is a mountain to climb, they're under some pressure, certainly. And this Trinidad team will know Roshan Primus all too well because years ago he played for them in this Super 50 competition. It's actually where he got his only list day 50 coming into this game back in 2017 for Trinidad against Kent. But today he's added his second. Only averages 15 in this format, Sir Curtly. with the bat in hand, of course. Hold the pose, Akeem Jordan. He can contribute as well. Don't move a muscle. This game well on. 9 from the over. 238 for 6. .238 for 6. 75 from 42. After 25 overs, the halfway stage, they were only 111 for 4. Not many would have had the pride to still be in this game. But if you have kept your televisions on, well, boy, you've witnessed some display of hitting, and it's not over yet. Shannon Gabriel bowled really well with that new ball. And boy, do they need a wicket.
The dangerous Primus to take strike from the impressive Shannon Gabriel. What a contest we will have here. 82 from 55 deliveries, Primus. Shannon Gabriel can be a different kettle of fish. Extra pace. Let's see how this one shapes up.
Starts with a wide, and Jordan's going to come through. And I think he's gone. Amir Django may have just broken the partnership. Now, was that necessary?
Sorry.
Jordan does not look confident.
That looks close. If he's dismissed, that can only be his fault. Why would you want to gamble? Let's have a look. Gone by a mile. That was suicide, I'm afraid. Definitely not necessary. They were going so well. That's confirmation. He's gone. Jordan ran himself out. What a way to go after such a wonderful partnership along with Primus. Disappointment in the face of Akil Jordan. Gave his wicket away unnecessarily. He's gone for 33. Barbados Pride 239 for 7.
Barbados Pride 239 7. Incoming batsman to the wicket, Jamal Warren.
But that is a crucial wicket to get for the Red Force. Jamal Warren comes to the middle, but you really have to wonder. You're going so well as a partnership. 93 from 85 together. And then a misfield from Django. And from nothing, the Red Force are gifted a wicket. It had happened a couple of times before that, and Jordan was successful, but on that occasion, Django hitting the target. And he gets him the very next ball. How often in this game of cricket you get one and the second follows? And just like that, in the space of 2 balls, the Red Force are back on top.
What a way to go. Shannon Gabriel, full pitch delivery. Too good for Jamel Warwican. Struck his pad and onto his stumps. And a golden duck for Jamel Warwican. The Barbados Pride in deep trouble. 239 for 8.
Without scoring, the Barbados Pride 239 for 8.
Kamari Boyce comes to the middle. But what is a serious disappointment for the Barbados Pride. First, the run out in the over, and then just one delivery to remove Warwican, full and at the stumps. May have kept the touch low, but Gabriel knew exactly what he was doing, express pace. Warwican would have seen that opening spell, and he would not be looking forward to facing that. But after scoring 30 from the last 3 overs and in a dangerous position, the Barbados Pride, Akeem Jordan, a lapse in concentration. Hindsight is 2020, of course, because had he got to the other end, we would be saying it was a good run. But in the situation, knowing that it is this pair or else, just don't know if that was required so currently.
It certainly wasn't required. You were under no pressure to score. You were both scoring quickly, Primus and Jordan. Had the Trinidad Red Force under some pressure, and that was a partnership that could get the Barbados Pride over the line had they both batted right down to the end of the innings. That didn't happen. Trying to steal a run when they were already a wide and cause his demise. And that could be the end of the chase. But Primus is still there. He needs to get on strike if the Pride are to win this game. But it's not looking too promising at the moment.
Likes his batting, Kamari Boyce. Trying to get off strike, and I don't blame him. But this is how it all started. So currently, wide down the leg side, already the bonus run and delivery. But Jordan wanting to rotate that strike, Amir Django. Good piece of work. And that really is disappointing because they didn't even have to work for it, the Red Force.
And Django was smart enough to take the gloves off so he could pick the ball up and get a good flow. And everything worked to perfection.
Has that hit pad first? Umpire says no. I think there was 2 noises there. Bat, then pad. Because it was full and Boyce was in front of the stumps. All of a sudden, Gabriel looks menacing.
Good decision. It was another quick delivery. Well, can you read lips, Nickel?
No, I can't, but
just checking.
He probably was saying, yeah, going down leg, going down leg. Looking for 5, Shannon Gabriel. Solidly played. Now, if you are Roshan Primus currently, does it become a situation now where you look to face every delivery and hog the strike? surely he'd be looking at 100, even if he can't get them over the line. 82 from 55.
For Barbados Pride to get over the line, Primus will have to take as much of the strike as possible, most of the deliveries. Well, that was a good shot. Boys giving himself a bit of room, but didn't hit it well enough to get to the boundary. Only 2 runs. But he's making his intention clear. I'm going to have a go.
Well, I told you, Sir Kurt, he loves his batting. Puts in a lot of work with Kevin Wickham on something called Park Pitch. They've made a pitch in their neighborhood, in their local community, and they put in a lot of work. And Kamari boys, you always see him with a bat in hand. Fancies himself with the bat. So Wickham will be home proud of that shot. But just 2 runs have come off the over. And crucially, in this run chase, that ask here has gone up to 11.6. Keeps out the Yorker, and he's getting 1, which means he'll retain the strike, Kamari boys. So he's not backing away. End of the over, 242 for 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Neck and neck at this stage in terms of the score, but 4 wickets apart. And then, of course, the Red Force had that massive finish. 62 runs off the last 5 overs. Hossein will bowl his final. And we're looking to add 1 to his tally.
Come on, Akil.
You need me? I guess you're right.
Come on, Akil.
Kaki.
Captain Nicholas Powan making sure he feels in the right position. Good start to the over. A bit of I'm just wondering, that last ball of the previous over. The last ball of the previous over, Nickel, where they took a single. I'm just wondering if that was the smartest move, considering Primus would not be on strike.
Now 3 dots in a row. I think when Boyce initially hit it, he thought he was getting 2, which would mean Primus would get the strike, but they quickly realized it would only be a single. He has been starved of the strike now since the first delivery of the last over. He's thrown the kitchen sink at that one, Kamari Boyce.
That only strengthens my point. Why would it take that single from the last over? Primus need every single delivery possible.
Bit of innovation. Finally gets a single, but the problem is there's only 1 delivery remaining in the over. So he's eaten up 4 dots, then gotten 1 and given Primus 1 ball. Now what does Primus do? Look for a boundary against this left arm spin? A matchup he might favor, or does he get 1 and retain the strike for the next over?
I wouldn't have taken that single. Primus need every single delivery is possible. For Barbados Pride to get to the total, Primus has to be on strike as often as possible. And the last 2 overs, well, the over before this and now this one, he's been starved of the strike.
And boys will know that Gabriel is coming with another from the other end, from the
Raquel.
Sir Andy Roberts end. He's only bowled 8, Shannon Gabriel, and I don't think Kamari Boyce will want to face that express pace. He goes after it, and it goes past him. May have misjudged it, Jason Mohammed. He was in 2 minds whether to catch it or save it. And in the end, it goes into the boundary. So Primus converts that over into something significant. 5 from it, 247 for 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, Akeem Hussain has completed his overs with figures of 10 overs, no meanings, 58.
5 overs remain. They still need 66 at the Barbados Pride if they want to get into Saturday's grand finale. It's not going to be easy, but they do have Primus there, who's played a scintillating 86 from just 56 deliveries. His highest ever list day score. Can Kamari Boyce get a single and get Primus back on strike? Under the lights here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's got both mid-on and mid-off in the circle.
Ill-directed by Shannon Gabriel.
He learned, Sir Curtly, because just now Kamari Boyce wanted 1. And Primus smartly sent him back. Could have had another one.
Go, Shannon.
Speaking of lights with Mikel, you know, through this tournament, we've been bashing when the lights go off or had to leave the field for half an hour or so the lights could get in.
This time Primus will get the strike. So currently bashing, I was never doing such.
We all were. But the point I'm trying to make is that now that the lights are working perfectly well now, we should give kudos to the people at the stadium, the ones who fix the lights. So let me just say publicly kudos to those who got it done. Very refreshing to know that we don't have to go off the field for half an hour, 40 minutes. So that's good to see. Took us some time, but we got there eventually.
Went pace off, and would you believe it, Kamari Boyce has called Primus through for the single. Boyce is backing himself here, and I'm surprised that Primus is not sort of stepped in and said, Kamari, Malik they call him in the team, I need to face the majority of these 28 deliveries, but I think he backs Boyce to get one, 250 up.
With 24s and 5 6s.
4 overs after this. Required run weight 13.5 per over. Oh well, there the groundsman bringing some sawdust. Gabriel probably slipping at that front line.
I'm surprised that man on screen has not completed his 10 overs, sitting on around 1 for 24 and 9. Wouldn't be surprised if he bowls the next over from this end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. But Gabriel has really worked up a storm, so he want to ensure that he's comfortable in landing, because You just see from the perspiration, he's really put in the hard work tonight, and he's gotten rewarded for it.
Has taken 4 wickets so far. Shannon Gabriel conceding 29 runs. And this is 9th over. Really bowled with good pace on a slow surface. Bowled well. Trouble all the batsmen. He would love to end with a fifer. There he is, Shannon Gabriel, top of the tree. 14 wickets. Kofi James from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 14 as well. Yannick Correa, 11 from the Red Force.
Educated edge. Educated edge. And Kamari Boy says, Nikhil, Sir Curly, this is why I need the strike. Picks up an important boundary for his team.
How close is that to the keeper? Nah, just out of his reach. And with the extra pace from Gabriel, keeper Django had no chance. He tried, but in vain. 4 welcome runs to the Barbados Pride. I reckon this next delivery will be straight on the stumps.
He was certainly aiming for it. Goes between Boyce and the stumps. So dot ball. 7 from the over, still 2 deliveries remaining. But pretty much sticking with the trend of these last 10 overs, the Barbados Pride. This has been their strongest area with the bat by far. Their strike rate elevates to 128 in these last 10 overs. And they'll think back to that chase against Leeward Islands where they were 271 for 5 and think, could someone from the top order stood up to help a Primus a bit more in this situation? Could have been a different game. This will be more runs and could be another boundary. It is. Kamari Boyce, the unsung hero. Job not finished, but I tell you, these are valuable.
Valuable runs for sure. But I'm not so sure about the hero part as yet. But he's playing well. Getting a little bit excited there, Nikhil.
Sir Curly, you guys are harsh. This young man, 23 years old, known for his left arm spin, facing Gabriel over 140 kilometers and has just struck 2 boundaries. That deserves credit, immense credit. Oh, solid. Solid from Boyce. And because of Kamari Boyce, they get 11 from the over. Scintillating stuff at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 4 to go. 55 to get. 258 for 8.
Keep going there, boys.
$55 to get. And even after the Red Force piled on 312, the Pride have made this into a game. Carter, Curtin, Jordan all getting starts. I think Jordan, though, will be the most painful one to go because that partnership, 93, it gave Primus a security. And I really do think, Sir Curly, they believe that they could get those runs. So for him to go in that mode of dismissal, run out, I think it will be something that they'll look back on after this game. But that's done. Boyce is on 13. He supported Primus well. Partnership up to 19. Long off bat, deep cover bat on the boundary and a deep point.
Well, what was that? I can't recall seeing a delivery that wide. He's a slingy type of bowler, Hines. Jesus Lord, what is going on there?
Steve Harmison to flint off at second slip. Many will remember that and think similar. Goes wide again. And Primus goes 6 again. Into the 90s. This game is not over, says Roshan Primus.
That was a magnificent stroke. To hit that for 6. It was a bit low, the delivery. How did he get under it and club it for 6? That was a fantastic shot. Primus keeping the Barbados Pride well into this game. It's not over yet. He's moved to 93, eyeing 100.
Definitely outside the line. But this man has just played strokes that you don't see every day. This one was extra good because he's hitting into the offside, bigger side, and against the wind. And still the power of Primus reigns through. 6 of extra cover. Hit there that region a couple of times. Don't go anywhere because 13 and over for Primus is gettable. Boyce has showed he can hold his own. Gone again, Mammoth! Roshan Primus is here to stay. 99 now. What can this man do?
That was even a better shot than the one before. He's got the whip and he capitalized. Hit it with ferocious power. That went further. Takes him to 99. And the Barbados Pride are still in this game. Worries for Captain Puran. He's not looking too comfortable at the moment. What is Primus going to do now? Is he going to push for a single to secure the 100? Or is he going to go for another big one?
Single? Forget that, Sir Curtly. 7 maximums hit by the Pride. He's hit all 7. He's going for glory. But he can't win it in one ball. They've brought up the deep point into the circle and they've sent back deep backward square. So it tells you that maybe the length might be different. They may be going into the pitch now and forcing him to hit in the leg side, which would be the smaller side. Don't know if that's the best tactic with the wind.
Well, small or big side, doesn't matter to Primus, does it?
Primus on 99. It's going through. It will be a boundary, but more importantly, an amazing 100. First list day 100 for Roshan Primus. Take a bow, young man. He salutes to his team. That is one of the best innings you will see in Super 50 history.
Congratulations from his teammates, and well deserved. He has played magnificently, deserved that 100, and this was the moment. Just squeeze it past that man at backward point. Down to the 3rd man boundary, brings up his 100. Very well done, Primus, you deserve it. Can you take the Pride to the victory now? Let's see what happens.
7 maximums by the Pride, 7 maximums by Primus, but the job is not finished. Down the ground again, but Puran is there at long off. Just be a single. Boyce on strike for 1 delivery, but 18 runs have come from this over. And all of a sudden, the Red Force, who just lost 1 game and finished top of Zone A, are beginning to feel a bit nervous.
Captain Puran marshalling his troops, making sure the fielders are in the right position. Not looking all that confident at the moment, and rightly so. Primus is still there, causing a lot of problems. And boy, didn't he play well.
Boys just can't get out here, Sir Curtly. 37 from 3 overs is very gettable. He has to ensure that he can survive this delivery. I'm sure Terrence Hines will be going full at the stumps. Fine leg and third in the circle though. And smartly defends it. Hines went pace off and Boyce was equal to the task. After an eventful 18-run over, we're down to 3. 37 to get for the Pride to get into the final. 276 for 8.
Run around.
Ladies and gentlemen, change
Well, we asked where Sonny on the Rhine was, and Puran was saving him. The man, the master of deception. 9 overs for 24 runs. He's got the lowest economy of all bowlers in the Super 50. Minimum 20 overs. He's gone at less than 3 and over today, Sir Curtly. Surely an over of 3 runs almost wins them the game.
This is going to be an interesting battle. It's only 1 over from Sonny Lorraine, his final. He'll be bowling against the dangerous Primus. This should be a good battle.
1.
Creates room. And Primus sends Boyce back.
Run around.
So he wants to face Sonny on the right. He's backing himself against the off spinner. But look out for those knuckleballs bowled by Narain that go away from Primus. He is a master at that, even at the death of the innings.
More Narain.
And again, same area, and another dot.
Run Narain. Keep going Narain.
Just like I said, Nickel, this is going to be a good contest. So far, only 2 deliveries have gone, but Sonny Lorraine is leading on points. Couple of boundaries are necessary now.
Catch it.
He's got that one though. Mammoth powered into the onside, and it's 6 more. I have never witnessed anything like this before. He moves on to 110.
You must have heard me, Primus. I was just saying that a couple of boundaries are necessary. That's 1. Clobbered it over square leg for 6. Pressure on Sonny Lorraine. And Primus, what an innings. He will never forget this.
It's straight, and it's got enough. Just, it's not. Terrence Hines is actually key on Otley, and Narain is saying to him, why not take the catch? I thought he got it just over the man at long off, but I think Otley had an opportunity to catch that.
Need to see that again. Let's have a look, Nickel, and our viewers. In the ear, didn't have enough to go over the boundary. Oh, well.
Now this is work to be done, and I think he's got it well enough. He has. Anything this man has touched tonight has turned to gold, Roshan Primus. This is some display of cricket and batting.
After 2 dot deliveries, then a 6, then another dot, then a 4. That's 10 in the over so far with 1 to go. Can Primus finish this with another boundary?
So you don't see many playing those strokes against Sonny on the Rhine. He's got to get 1 here though, Sir Curtly, and retain the strike. Has to. Very smart cricket from Primus. And it's going to be 26 from the last 2. But again, 11 runs from the over against Sonny on the Rhine. Unbelievable stuff. 287 for 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that over completed, Sonny Narain has finished his overs with figures of 10 overs, no innings,
No coming back from this. No
5
coming back
runs
from this.
and 1 wicket.
That right up the farm.
Sun on the line, 10 overs, 135.
Discussions in the middle. Shannon Gabriel had the ball in hand, but I think Puran is going to Hines. That is a brave call.
Walk in there.
Remember, Hines' last over went for 18 runs, Sir Curtly. Would you go back to him?
I figured bowling Shannon Gabriel now, the penultimate over, would have been the better choice. He has bowled well throughout. So I think this over will or could determine which way the game is going to go. So I think Shannon Gabriel would have been a best choice because of his exploits. He's bowled very well.
And I see Hines walking to his mark. Remember, Jamar Hamilton had a similar choice to make against this Pride team, and he went back to Archibald. And they lost that game. Now, Hines has been expensive, but his overall figures, 54 runs conceded in the 7 overs, just around 7.5. That will do for them in this situation. But I believe Shannon Gabriel will bowl the final over from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
But the dangerous thing about that, if Hines doesn't produce a good over, Shannon Gabriel may not get that last over. So I reckon get Shannon Gabriel in now.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He has been the best bowler on show.
Currently, Ambrose
And if you could bowl a good over and give the last over to whomever and have 16 or 18 to defend, you have a better chance. Let's see what happens.
An extremely well bowled wide Yorker, and it keeps Primus on strike. But remember, in that last over, Primus hit 2 of those wide deliveries over extra cover for 6. So is that a safe ploy? Such a small margin of error, and that's what makes this game of cricket just an amazing sport.
When you look at the field, there's a deep square leg, there's the deep mid wicket, and a long on. I reckon maybe look to get closer to Primus's pads, take away his arms.
Oh, he's got it wrong. He has got it very wrong, Terence Hines. And Roshan Primus says, thank you very much.
Didn't I just say that, Nickel? You got to bowl close to his pads, take away his arms. That was another magnificent shot, just outside the off stump. And look at the power. And Nicholas Puran is under some pressure. So is Hines. Keeps feeding Primus outside the off stump. You got to get closer to his pads, take away his arms.
Full toss. It's into the onside. Boyce is coming back. I think they've gone to the wrong end. Carey Peer is a very good fielder. Had he thrown to Primus's end, that could have been close, but he's safe for 2. 8 from the over, 18 to get. How much will they be thinking about in the last over, Sir Curtly?
I think Captain Puran made a blunder, but that's just me. Shannon Gabriel had to bowl the penultimate over.
Very well bowled again from Terence Hines. But Primus will be thinking 18 runs. I've hit 9 sixes, that's 54 runs. Can I do it 3 more times? He's got 9 balls to hit 3 sixes. And he's made it look so simple tonight.
It's very, very possible. There's still 2 deliveries left in this, the 49th over. Another boundary here now could cause problems. Very well bowled. Very well bowled. You have to give him kudos, Hines. He's really trying hard, so you got to give him some credit. 1 over, 1 ball to go.
And also after getting hit for that maximum, still going back to the wide Yorker, and he's executed it for the last 2 deliveries. But can he close out the over well and finish the job? 18 will be a tough task in 6 deliveries. It is in the air. He hasn't got it. Is this the moment? It is put down. And they will settle on 1. It will be 17 runs to get from the final 6 deliveries. Pride versus Red Force. It could go either way. Credit to Terrence Hines, though, because that is a top penultimate over. Under pressure against Primus.
That was the wicket they needed, the Red Force. Just couldn't hold on, and Primus survives. Now, 17 runs to get from 6 deliveries, Nickel. Who is going to bowl the final over? Shannon Gabriel it is.
It has to be, Sir Curly. You're a veteran, 34 years old, over 50 test matches and 1 international experience. And 17 is a good cushion to have. But I wonder if that extra pace on the ball can help Primus. He's come so far, Roshan Primus. 1-2-4 from 74 deliveries. But can he take them to the final? The defending champions on the brink at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Now Pooran wants to ensure he's got his plan right. He's got deep third back, deep cover, and on the onside, long on, deep backward square, and a deep mid-wicket. Those are the 5 feeders out. What delivery does he bowl first up?
He has bowled extremely well in his 9 overs, Shannon Gabriel. But this is going to be the most important over.
He goes hard, Primus. And he's got it in the gap as well. An excellent start to the over when you need 17. It's now 13 from 5 and more belief in the camp of the Pride.
Short delivery from Shannon Gabriel. With not much pace in the surface, it was easy for Primus, who is in sublime form, hitting it well in front of square for 4. That's the start that Primus and the Barbados Pride needed. Gabriel is under pressure. 5 deliveries to go, 13 to get. What a finish we're expecting.
So Curly Ambrose, remember, this is a Barbados team that were bundled up for 176 in the group stages against Jamaica. And now they've got to 300 inside the last over. No one would have had them in this position from 118 for 5. But it just tells you, if you take the game deep, as Shea Hope loves to say, you're always in it. 13 from 5. Big swing and a miss. Excellent comeback from Gabriel.
Very well bowled. Very, very well bowled. And I think that is where he's got to concentrate on, Shannon Gabriel. Look to bowl full and closer to the pads of Primus. Take away his arms. Don't give him that free swing. And with fine leg back, an inside edge is okay. Could go down the fine leg. But can he do that for the next 4 deliveries?
2 maximums gets him 12. He's got 4 deliveries. Again, hasn't got it. And they will deny the run. And it becomes even more difficult now. This is excellent from Shannon Gabriel because he's gotten a lot of heat, Sir Curtly, for not being able to bowl across phases.
Certainly is good bowling. He pitched the first delivery short and was clubbed for 4. The next 2, full pitched. Doesn't give Primus a chance to get under to go for maximum. 13 still to get from 3 deliveries. Primus is still there. He's dangerous. Shannon Gabriel need to bowl a dot ball now.
This is some game of cricket. Don't move a muscle. And he's again denied the single. Excellent from Gabriel, the boundary, and then 3 dot balls to follow.
Brilliant bowling, brilliant. And that's exactly where you have to bowl it. And Gabriel realized the lack of pace after the first delivery, and look at that. There's nothing much Primus could have done. Short delivery for the first one, Nickel, club it for 4. And then he quickly tell himself, you know what? I'm going for Yorkers. Always a good plan. 2 deliveries to go, 13 to get. 2 sixes will do the trick.
No, he'll give us a super over.
And there you have it. It's not going to work. They're pressing for 2. Could be a run out here. No, they got it. But will that be enough? No. Still lead 11 from 1 delivery. Well done, Channel Gabriel. And I can just say the Red Force will be in the finals on Saturday.
Heartbreak for Roshan Primus, who has taken them so far and right at the cusp has been unable to take them to the final. But boy, is this some innings, 130 from 79. Gabriel has to keep that front foot behind the line, but he deserves immense credit for this performance.
This is turned to be a brilliant over. Club it for 4 first delivery. He was under pressure, and since then, it's all Gabriel. Very, very well done.
A game for the ages. Shannon Gabriel has held his nerve, and even after an immense blitz from Roshan Primus of 130 runs from 80 deliveries, the Red Force progress to Saturday's finale.
Very, very well done to Shannon Gabriel. What a brilliant last over. And Primus, disappointment, but being congratulated by all the Red Forces players. That was a brilliant knock. And they're acknowledging, and quite rightly so, just fell short in the end, but what a brilliant knock. He will never forget this moment, Nickel.
Sir Curly Ambrose, it hasn't been an easy road for Roshan Primus. He's battled with fitness, he's been in and out of the Barbados team, but an innings like this shows you his ability and why he has to, with his ability and skill, be a part of the Barbados side going forward. He plays the red ball format, is a monster in the T20 format, and is now showing his value and ability to spend time at the crease. Didn't get them over the line, but take a bow, Roshan Primus. He has done all he could for the team in blue and yellow. But for the Red Force, you have to credit them, because even after scoring 312 and being under serious pressure at the back end of the innings, they held their nerve. And Puran could have gotten stick for that Terrence Hines decision. He backed his bowler, he delivered for him, and then Shannon Gabriel did the rest. 4 wickets for Gabriel on the day, and a performance that the Red Force will remember for a long time going into Saturday's final. Subdued handshakes in the end, but Sir Curtly, that was a cricket game that you will remember for a very long time.
Certainly is the most exciting game you've seen here, Nickel. And I tell you, I enjoyed it thoroughly. It was really exciting, some good innings, some good bowling, some good batting. And in the end, Primus, with a brilliant century, just couldn't get over the line.
Well, Jonathan Carter stood up today, got 45. Curtin got 35. But when that partnership was broken, many would have switched off the TV, would have thought this game was over in favor of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But enter Roshan Primus to the fore. An average of 15 in list day cricket before this, and 130 from 80 deliveries, including 9 maximums and 10 boundaries. Jordan supported him well. The two put on a 93-run partnership, and then Kamari Boyce in the end. 63 runs between Primus and Boyce, but close, but not close enough for the Barbados Pride.
Shannon Gabriel was brilliant. 4 for 43 from 10, bowled a final over, which was a brilliant over as well. They really bowled well. A wicket apiece for Narayan, Khan and Karia. But I'm quite sure that Captain Nicholas Puran had get some little glitters and shivers and all kind of thing going on in his mind. But at the end, they got home and they will be in the final on Saturday.
A performance that if you had the pleasure of witnessing, you will remember for such a long time. It went to all parts, big side, small side, offside or onside. It didn't matter, and that is the ability of Roshan Primus. He's battled with injury and fitness issues for years, but he has always had the skill. And today, getting his first list day 100, hopefully this innings kickstarts what will be a successful career for him.
Certainly played a lot of glorious strokes all around the ground. On the leg side, he was strong. Over the offside, close to cover region, he was strong. Down the ground, he was strong. He really kept the Barbados Pride in the game all the way. And in the end, fell short, but what a brilliant innings. And he will remember this for a long, long time. Well done, Primus.
Stand up and salute this man because he didn't get them over the line, but that will be one of the most scintillating knocks you will ever see at a cricket ground. 100 in list day cricket for Roshan Primus. And what a game of cricket we've had. The Red Force, defending champions after posting 312 today. Many would have thought that's it. But the Pride showing heart right to the final delivery. And in the end, the Red Force, because of Shannon Gabriel and others, holding the nerve and holding on to a place, desperately to a place in the final on Saturday. Gabriel 4 for 43, but Puran 111 from 82. A knot that has been overshadowed, but very important. And Amir Janigo and Bravo chipping in the 50s as well. Let's go down to Matt Floyd, who's got the man of the moment.
Wow, what a finish that was. I've got probably a pretty emotional Roshan Primus next to me. Your maiden list A century, but what are you feeling right now?
Pretty gutted right now that I couldn't bring the guys over the line. You know, in Beijing terms, I brought the guys to the sea and I let them drown.
Well, no, you basically kept your side in the game. That was an unbelievable innings. What were you thinking at 146 for 6? Because a lot of us up there thought the game was gone at that point.
After watching Puran's innings, all I was thinking that I could do the same. So I just went out with my mind clear and I said I'm going to play a special innings for my team.
Well, you certainly did that. Was there a moment when you thought, this is on here, I might be able to do something special?
Yeah, in the latter part of the innings, all I was saying I need a 20 run over and then it should be smooth sailing from there.
And a word on Kamari Boyce as well. He stuck with you and he nicked the strike a couple of times.
That was a bit of my fault too. I should have taken the single off the last ball of Shannon because I wanted to take Hussein from that end, but you know, in the heat of the moment, I took the run.
Do you feel this is a turning point for you in your career? First professional century? There's got to be a few more around the corner.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think this is a turning year for me. Had a good 60, good CPL, and come, well, not the best of Super 50s, but you know, a good finish leading on to the next year.
Hard luck today, Roshan. Really looking forward to seeing how your career develops from here.
Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to carry on then and speak to both captains after that incredible game. It is time for the presentation for this CG United Super 50 Cup first semi-final between the Barbados Pride and the TNT Red Force. Congratulations to the champions. They're through, but just by the skin of their teeth. Our sponsors would have been very happy with that game, as we are. CG United, Betway, Fan Craze, MasterCard, and Blue Waters. I'm going to speak to Shay Hope. Wow, that was an unbelievable finish. Just sum up your thoughts.
I just think it was an unbelievable game altogether. Puran played a wonderful innings there to give Trinidad the momentum, and then Primus, I couldn't ask for more. It's amazing not. It's just unfortunate we didn't get over the line this time.
Yeah, he says he feels he let you down there, but he didn't, did he? He kept you guys in it.
Yeah, exactly. He kept us in the game. I'm just happy to see him get some runs on his belt as well. But it was Trinidad's day today.
So when you see an innings like that, it really was a fabulous knock. Is there a bit of a feeling of what might have been if one of the batsmen had stayed with him, we might have just got over the line?
Yeah, you can look at many other aspects of the game. I don't think you can just single out one particular part, but The way how cricket goes sometimes is just how it goes. We had a winner today, and it's not us.
What were your thoughts at halfway then? Do you think that was chaseable?
Yeah, you have to. Whenever you're chasing a score, regardless of score 500, you have to think you can chase it down. But with the conditions, I think that pretty much par. But I thought that they bowled well in stages, and we just didn't get over the line in the end.
And overall, what are your thoughts on the whole campaign to get to the semi-finals?
It's a bit up and down, but still good. Nice to see we can get over the hole because we were struggling to get through the semis. So just nice to see the fight, see the guys playing some confident cricket there in the end. I'm just happy with the guys overall, so hopefully we can carry this into the future and hopefully get the cup next time.
And now you've played them, how do you think the Red Force will go in the final?
We've got to wait and see.
We have. Shay, thanks very much. We really appreciate all your efforts during this competition. Right, Nicholas Pooran, not only the winning captain, you're also player of the match. We'll get on to that in a moment, but wow, that was probably a bit too close for comfort for you.
Yeah, first of all, I want to give Jesus all praise and thanks for life. Yeah, that's a fabulous game of cricket. That's what we want as players, especially coming back to let's say cricket and having that kind of quality cricket. That's what we want, and it was a wonderful evening for cricket.
And raw pace did it for you in the end. The big man Shannon came through at the beginning of the innings and right at the end as well.
Definitely, it's difficult about 90 plus miles per hour on that wicket, especially when the ball is staying a bit low and it's a bit dark as well. He's been fabulous throughout this tournament, and tonight obviously he showed his class. He haven't been in the setup for a while, but it's nice to see him fit and injury free and coming in and bowling 90 miles per hour. That's not easy to bat.
Certainly not, and he bowled the final over. It looked like he was going to bowl the penultimate over, but then you switched up and gave Hines that penultimate over. What was the thinking?
Again, in hindsight, when you think about it, Shannon having bowled and over from the top end for the entire day, and Terence was obviously bowling from there, and we were like, you know what, let's not change it. If Terence could get 15 runs in this over, then we back ourselves to defend 15 over. But in saying that, Terence bowled a really good over, they get 8 runs in it, and then Shannon obviously using his pace and his experience and coming trumps for us. But in saying that, Prime stole the show tonight, and credit goes to him, and that was a fabulous innings.
What were you thinking in the midst of all that onslaught from Primus then?
The only way we was going to lose this game is if someone played a special innings, and that was definitely a special innings. A couple of decisions could have gone our way, and the game would have finished an hour ago, but it wasn't meant to happen. And again, Primus took his chances, obviously played really well, but happy that our bowlers could, hold our nerves and come trump. Because at the end of the day, it's difficult. It's a really, as I said earlier on the toss, it's a really good batting wicket, and obviously, we know as a team in the middle over, it's coming down to 25th, 30th over, we started to struggle. Teams obviously build partnerships, and that's something we have been struggling with. And tonight, obviously, was the same thing with Akeem and Primus there. But again, Django getting that run out there with Akeem, they obviously changed the momentum of the game. But happy that the guys could, stick it to the end and win it for us.
Well, it was set up by the batters, wasn't it, to get over 300. I'd like you to accept your cheque, please, for player of the match. Fantastic century by yourself today.
Huh?
So talk us through your knock then, Nicholas. I mean, you came into this game averaging 223. You must be seeing the ball like a football at the moment.
Anytime I go to bat, I see the ball really good. And I don't believe that I'm out of form. Obviously, I struggle with shot selection sometimes. I'm a bit inconsistent, but I'm happy that I can be out there in the middle batting for my team. I'm really enjoying my batting. I'm being really clear, and that's something that is really helping me as well. And I'm just happy to deliver for my team.
Did a really good job today, and I guess final word on the other batsmen as well. It was a crucial partnership for the third wicket when you were 2 for 2, Darren Bravo and Django, and then Django stuck with you as well.
Yeah, Darren, we stopped calling him Darren now, we call him his middle name, which is Michael.
Michael.
He has been really good for us in this tournament. Unfortunately, he's getting 50 and out here. I know it's hurting him. He's normally when he gets in, he goes big for us, but he played really well. But I'm really happy that Amir coming into the squad with two failures, and obviously in this third game here, backing himself 100% and batting the way he batted today was really mature, and I'm really happy for him because he's a very hard worker as well. Again, batsmen put in the hands of building partnerships, finding ways to score, and that's really important. I think today was the first time team scored 300, so it's a good thing. We had first game to Antigua. But really happy for the batsmen. I know a couple of guys missed out, and looking forward to these guys obviously performing in the finals. But in saying that, Aki Lucien played a fabulous innings in the end there, and that was really crucial for us.
Yeah. So you've got a little bit of a rest now, and then the final. Any preference as to who you play?
Well, we already beat Ghana twice. So it doesn't really matter. Again, the game is played on the pitch. Jamaica and Ghana is two really good teams, and we respect them. They have really good players. So it doesn't really matter to us. As I keep mentioning, it's all about us focusing on ourselves, how we can get better as individuals, and do what the team is required. And simple as that. But hopefully the game goes like our game tomorrow night. So it'll be a good evening for us as well.
Well, thanks very much for the entertainment today. Looking forward to seeing you in the final.
Thank you.
What a game of cricket. Perfectly summed up by the captains. Shea Hope will have to depart, but Pooran will be into the final on Saturday. The MasterCard priceless moment of the match. There can only be one, and it has to be Roshan Primus when he got to his 100. 130 from 80 deliveries, 9 maximums and 10 boundaries. And it didn't matter who bowled or what bowled. It was carnage at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. One of the best knots you will ever see. Take a bow, Primus. Well, after that game of cricket, it only sets up semi-final number 2 nicely. Tomorrow, no time to catch your breath. Live from 1:30 p.m. local time, it'll be the Jamaica Scorpions, who were in Zone B here in Antigua, up against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who we will get to see for the first time. It's not a game you want to miss, because the winner faces the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the final on Saturday. Join us tomorrow. An epic game of cricket, excitement, power, action, and entertainment. And that is what the CG United Super 50 Cup is all about. Don't go too far, because tomorrow we see you again. It's goodbye and good night.